Welcome back, hope you had a great holiday. TRMZ love. Welcome back, StreamerManZ. You had a wonderful time apparently. So did I. But welcome back, Paul. Oh, in 110 months, LUL, guess you'll have loads of alerts today.
Hello.
TRMZ love.
Hello. Is this thing on? I don't know. I couldn't remember how to drive yesterday. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream. This is going to be fun. I'm severely jet lagged. Definitely not grumpy though. Right. It's going to be lovely. Hope you're good. Wanker, that's a nice first one to read, isn't it? Your mic is muted. Well, that's good to know, Danish. Yeah, thanks. Cheers for the resub, dude. Thank you. Garrett, thank you for the 110. Hope you're good, dude. Thank you. SF9611, thank you. Two-legged Dalek. Zippy as well. Thank you very much. Hope you're all good. Yeah, I've just had 20 minutes sleep while my chicken was cooking. I'm shattered. I've slept pretty well. I woke up. I've had reasonable sleep, but yeah, I've not quite adjusted to GMT yet. I don't think. Football chat inbound. Hope you had a good one. Oh God, it was so disappointing to lose that semi-final. England deserved to lose it. Like going 1-0 up and then just defending. Like it was frustrating. They gave themselves such a great chance and then just And I didn't watch the third place game because we were going up the Space Needle and whatnot, and it was such an exciting game, so I missed out on that. But never mind. Has he started speaking yet? No, he hasn't. No. Cheers, 73 Cuda. Addy, thank you as well. Screaming Beagle, thank you very much. Hope you're good. Right, I'm just going to join a server. I think I'm joining the right one. We'll see. Saskin, well, hello.
TRMZ love.
Third place game was also more enjoyable. Well, it's hard to deny it was slightly more enjoyable. It was 6-4, wasn't it? And the final was a bore fest. Neuro, thank you very much for the 104. Kuda, thank you as well. Cheers, Neuro. Thank you for the 100 and some months sub, same as Garrett beforehand. Spill the beans. What was the best meal you had on holiday? I went to Applebee's and I had this really nice burger. That was definitely it. I did actually go to Applebee's once, but it wasn't mine or Miss Portland's choice. We were meeting someone from her family and they just wanted to go to a restaurant. They were quite elderly and they wanted to go to somewhere near them, so we went there. It wasn't my favourite meal. My favourite definitely was ramen.
Welcome back, hope you've had an amazing time. Get to watch your stream before I take the family off to Costa Adeje, Tenerife for 8 nights of sunshine.
Oh, it sounds nice. Very, very nicely. Hope you have a good time. Admire not. Thank you. Yeah, on my birthday we went to a ramen place that Miss Portland knows, and I had tonkatsu ramen, like red, so spicy. I think it's my favourite meal. I absolutely love it. Chief Hutty, good luck, dude. Any opinion on Barcola to Liverpool? Liverpool needs some signings. It seems like they're thinking about playing Ungamara on the right, which is what Thomas Tuchel did for England, didn't he? And he played well, but it looks like they might have ideas of playing Barcola on the left and Ungamara on the right. But hello everybody, hope you're good. I've seen a lot of names. I'm hoping we're in the server. How is it going? Shit, I've got a kid. Shit. I wasn't expecting gear. Right, let me
you are back, and happy 69, ha ha ha.
I really wasn't expecting any gear, and I'm standing on the coast like a moron. I'm not on the right server.
TRMZ love.
There ain't no scientist briefcase in the server I intended to join. So let me join the right one. How did meeting the family go? How did they take to your Britishness? It was great, Snakers. Yeah, it was great. It went really, really well. I'll obviously talk more about the trip as time moves on. We'll wait until a few more people get here. But it was good, yeah. I met Miss Portland's dad. I met her uncles and aunts and cousins and extended family and whatnot. We were meant to be going
10
to a
years,
50th wedding
22
anniversary on the
Applebee's
Sunday,
and
but
a whole
couldn't
lot of
because our
moaning.
car got totaled on the Saturday night, which I'll talk more about in a bit as well. But yeah, that was pretty scary at the time.
Welcome back.
What? Oh. Just realised what it is. Okay, I was in the right server, it's just me being a pleb. But yeah, it was good. Bruticus, thank you for the 37. Cheekslow, thank you. Bruno, thank you as well. Wedgemeister, thank you. Redline, thank you very much. 10 years, 2 Applebee's visits and a whole lot of moaning. It was a decent enough burger. I got some kind of whiskey burger thing. It was alright. It was pretty good. Shoestring, thank you very much for the membership,
Welcome
dude.
back,
Zat
Paul. We missed you,
and Rogue Irish, thank you.
TRMZ hard.
Schmilitary, thank you very much. Devil's Cabbage, thank you too. Bruticus, thank you. Wedgemeister, thank you very much. This is from another character. Where am I? Okay, I know where I am.
Did you have a groovy time with Miss Portland and co?
I don't think I'm going to come back for this. I'm
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Have my prime.
So I'm going to start as a new spawn. This is a character from another day, and I'd forgotten I had it, but I want to be a new spawn, so
Glad you had a fantastic time.
that's what we're going to do. Let's just there we go. Urpa, thank you. Oggy, thank you. Tundris, thank you as well. Zedrams, thank you very, very much. Cheers for the bits. Hope you're good. Thank you. I'm glad to be back. I feel hungover. I feel jet lagged, but I'm very glad to be back.
Welcome back. Hope you had
Thank
a
you,
wonderful
Picard's
holiday.
Flu. Appreciate it, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I had a great time. I enjoyed Seattle. It was really good. Saw quite a lot of different places. We went to quite a lot of rural America. Like, basically went to most of the corners of Washington State.
Good to see you back. Glad you had a good time. Missed ya.
So Miss Portland's family come from mostly Clarkston and Lewiston, or that's where she's
Welcome
from.
back. Hope you had a great
Which is on
trip,
the Idaho
TRMZ
border.
love.
It was kind of cool, actually. It was kind of like this sort of more rural. Yeah, it was great. It was great. Went to one of her friends from schools has a 1-year-old baby who had a
Welcome
birthday
back.
party on the Saturday. We went to that, so I met some of her friends from school. Went to a couple of days thing that was like a family get together. One of her cousins was coming over from Pennsylvania, and so they were like all of her extended family on her dad's
Your
side were all
American
over.
accent is
There, it
really
was really
coming
good.
through.
Yeah, definitely there may have been an Idaho joke at some point, Danish, yeah. Hi, Kessler. I enjoyed a couple of weeks without tinnitus.
Haven't hit too hard. Welch 9 me back. We missed you.
To be honest, the tinnitus was probably worse from the plane and from the and maybe from
Nice
alcohol
to hear you
than it
again,
was
Paul.
from streaming with
Thanks
the
for
with the
sharing
new
your vacay on Instagram.
the new sort of setup I've been using. The tinnitus is mostly gone, so if anything, it was marginally worse. Certainly when I got back off the plane yesterday. Miss Portland very kindly got me some Apple Pro AirPods. Let me get it right. I keep calling them iPods because I'm old, right? And they've got noise cancellation, which is great. And I tried to use them on the plane, which was great. The first time I wore them, I rolled onto my side on the Ponzi lie flat bed, and one of them fell behind the chair, like it's a reclining chair. You can't get behind it. I had to go and get one of the stewards, and he was lifting up the seat. It looked like for a while I was going to have, like the first time I wore them, I was going to lose one because he couldn't find it. And just as he was about to give up, he saw it and managed to claw it out from the back of the chair, which was kind of scaring the shit out of me, to say the least. But yeah, the noise cancellation is amazing. So yesterday's Discord call, we did it from my
Welcome back. I'm
iPad
glad you got some time with your
with the
lady.
headphones. It's really good. Yeah, very good. That's the main reason she got them for me. Really, is that when we're on Discord, sometimes I use my iPad, but I'm using the speakers and they're kind of shite. So yeah, the earphone's much better. Michelle, thank you very much for the gifted memberships. I hope you're good. Thank you very much. Cheers, Freddie. Shabazz, thank you. Kessler, thank you for the 1, 2, 3. That's a long time. Thank you very much, Kessler. Victor Spoils, thank you very much. Naman, thank you. Cheers, Ogisaurus and Erpel, thanks again.
How is this possible?
So I just had a character from another day that I suicided. I just wanted to start fresh. I kind of want to get a bit of a feel for the loot, if I'm honest, and see how the game is, you know. I had a bit of a moan up on Twitter while I was away. I think a deserved moan up, because the devs obviously pushed that patch to stable.
Back.
There's a dude
How
up
are you
ahead.
liking the new changes in the latest patch?
I think the loot changes are dog shit, is the honest truth. Now, I know there's been some tweaks to the loot economy, but they put that patch on experimental. They didn't have that many people playing it. I don't know, like, I'm not suggesting they should just listen to my feedback, but they didn't really seem to change it. They just pushed it to stable, and I think the loot on official is dog shit. And I think people only seem to have got switched on to that when Wobo made a video explaining how stupid it all is. I think it was bad. I think it was bad. I think it was a very bad change. And I think the idea of making loot harder to find, whilst admirable, is somewhat harsh, personally anyway. I don't mind the game being harder, but given that 1 in every 3 lives that I have on official seems to end being killed by a cheat, making each of those lives much more of a struggle before you get killed by a cheat seems somewhat stupid, if I'm being completely honest, but there we are. We'll see. Maybe that's a bit frank and honest, but it's how I feel. You know, I think they've messed up the loot economy in massive ways, like putting guns like SKSs on convoys only, which is fucking ridiculous. You know, like why is an SKS as hard to find as an SVD? You know, they have changed it now, but that's how it was. I just don't understand what the thinking was behind that. And I know that's strong, but it's true. It was absolutely ridiculous.
Welcome back, Paul.
Cheers, Venter.
TRMZ 1664 news.
Cheers for the very long resub, King George. Thank you very much too. Nate, thank you for the 70. Greg, thank you as well. Dirtmarker, thank you very much too. Pewston, thank you for the 110. Chefmon, thank you as well. Never Re, thank you.
TRMZG Heart.
So Never Ray, thank you very much. That was you that asked about the patch. If I'm being honest, the loot was annoying. I put some feedback while it was still on experimental. I took the time to type up some feedback before I went on vacation, and I couldn't believe they just dropped it.
Was good. You as Miss Portland look amazing together. Much love, big man. Less than 3.
Thank you very much, Dusknick. Yeah, I had a great couple of weeks. It was great. I didn't want to come home. I'm glad to be streaming again, but I didn't want to come home.
Barcola thoughts.
It's 70 days. I fly out on the Thursday, October the 8th, I think it is. So 70 days until I go back. Too far. It's too far. I'm only going for a week next time, though. Yeah, that's right, Bartlett. I think one of the issues is that a lot of... not that streamers' opinions are more valid, but they have fairly strong voices, but hardly anyone plays experimental that much, you know. So I played experimental for an entire week. I don't think many people played experimental very much. Oh, there was people playing it, but I don't think people played it much. I don't think there was much put on the feedback tracker. So to be fair to the devs, if they don't get feedback, they're not necessarily going to change it very much. But I don't think there was a lot of feedback.
So boring just sitting here in my room in the dark,
the
staring at
patch
the
is
wall
terrible.
while you was on. But now we have some more DayZ content on the way. And don't forget to kill some bad guys, and maybe even a few good guys too.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Paul. Hope you had a great time.
I'm somewhat
My kids
skeptical.
and I went to Nashville and saw Liverpool beat Sunderland. It
Very
was a
nice.
blast.
Very, very nice. That's cool, dude. That sounds fun. I'm well chill. I can't believe it's free in this economy either. You're right.
Pinky really missed you. She's watched all your VODs.
Cheers, Michelle. Thank you, Angle Chair, Swiss Cheese, Rick BK. Thank you very much, Johnny Bravo, Fugazi, Cossa Bob. Thank you very much. There's going to be a lot of alerts, guys. I've only just come back. I've been away. So.
WTF, my idiom teacher is back. Juhu.
It took me a week to get the scar. It did, and then I
Hello,
lost it. Some twat
Thank
stream
you for all
sniper.
the Only Man Z content while you were away. I can't believe it's free in this economy.
Cheers, best spam. Thank you very much. Neil, thank you very much. 21 days till Christmas. What?
21 days till Christmas.
Cheers, Neil.
Paul.
Harry, thank you for the membership on YouTube. Do appreciate it. JTW, thank you for the 17. That's very cool too. Thank you. Am I seeing the girls this weekend? Bet you missed them. I am, Naman. I've actually got Maggie for 2 weeks and Sophie for 1 week from Saturday. I'm still going to stream, but I'm going to fit the streams in. So I've got the kids for it's the school summer holidays right now, so they're off for 6 weeks. And I always have the kids for at least 2 weeks, so those 2 weeks start on Saturday. So it's a bit of a stressful kind of sort of means to try and fit everything in, but I'm sure I'll cope. Do you not have a delay on stream? Woody, if I had a delay, I wouldn't be able to answer your question, you know, so if you're looking to interact with the chat, for DayZ you'd need a significant delay for it to have much of an impact, something like 15 minutes, but that would mean that you ask me a question and I don't reply for 15 and a half minutes or whatever, you know, like that would just suck the ability to stream and interact with the chat. You'd like a 2-minute delay for a game like DayZ where you might be going on a 20-minute run to the next town doesn't really help.
Welcome back, King. Missed you.
Pork brother, we pay your bill. Chill with the holiday things. I don't think you pay my bill,
Hello,
Loris.
stranger. Hope you enjoyed your break in America land.
I missed the invoice for that, Loris, but if you want to send it to me, I'll gladly receive the payments. Have you seen Frankie has started streaming and got a mega modded RP server? Probably not your thing. I know he's been streaming a couple of hours in the evenings, which is great. It's really good to see. I've not really seen any of the content, obviously, because I've been in America. I know the Freshspawns have been on it and whatnot. I gather it's quite a heavily modded server, but I might go on it at some point for a bit. I figured you were kidding, Loris. I wasn't offended, dude. It's all good.
Welcome back. I'm sure no one has told you that yet. Hope it was a great time, legend.
Yakety, thank you. Yep. No one. Yakety, thank you. John Lynn, thank you. Clint, thank you very much too. Appreciate it. Red 21, I think I might have missed. Thank you very much too. First time catching live, never played the game, but I'm eager to try it after watching you play. Matty, dude, well, Matty Rocco, hope you have fun. It takes a little bit of getting used to, DayZ. It's quite tricky. When you watch somebody play it, they spawn in and they know where they are, you know. When you first start playing the game, it takes a good while to get to that point, you know, hundreds of hours. You had to watch League of Legends. Wow, sounds fun.
Welcome back, dude. Have you seen Frankie is back playing DayZ?
I have, yeah. We just literally talked about it just before, but yeah, I'm glad he's back. Hopefully he gets the content he wants to keep doing it, because it's good for the DayZ community to have somebody like him back in the game. That would be good. Right, so I probably don't need to drink at the well, but I think we might. Cheers, Chud Gamer. Hope you're good. Thanks for tuning in. And thank you for the Prime. Cheers for using your Prime on my channel, dude. Thank you for the Prime. Sumo, Yakety, thank you too. Oh my god. Favorite food item? Definitely my favorite, Jack, without doubt, was that on my birthday we went to a place that Miss Portland knows and I had tonkotsu red ramen pork with extra pork. Very good. That is definitely my favourite. Had some really good stuff. Had the chilaquiles like takeaway.
Looks like you had a good time.
Which I had last time, and I really like the salsa. It's really like the spice is just bob on. So I really enjoyed those again. We had pho, that was great too. All sorts of different things. Had loads of different stuff. We had way too many takeaways and meals out and whatnot. we went to a Din Tai, whatever it's called, place on the last night, and that was brilliant as well. That was really, really good. I'm trying to remember what I had. I can't even remember what I had. But it's all such a blur, but it was great. It was really, really good too. How spicy compared to Diablo shrimp? It wasn't eye-wateringly spicy. It was just kind of perfect. Glad to see there was traction on your tweet about 129 loot economy from DayZ themselves. Yeah, me too, to be honest. I was a little bit... I don't know if harsh is the right word, but they replied, and that's great. They've made some changes, but I've got to be honest. When I saw that they'd pushed that loot economy to stable, I was somewhat staggered.
Which Applebee's in the Pacific Northwest was your favourite and why?
Bartlett, I only went to one. It was in Lewiston. And it was an absolute delight. I did mean to get a picture of me and Miss Portland out the front of it. To post it as like a hotspot to go for meals out, because as you all know, Applebee's is the best restaurant in the USA. They do the best microwave reheats. They're really good. But we forgot. We got there and we were meeting Miss Portland's family, and they were already there, so we just kind of rushed in and then forgot to take the photo. Recently got my first PC. I'm never going back. All your fault, Defter. Well, I hope you have fun. If you're looking for a new PC, don't forget to check out what PC specialists do on !PC and use the code TRMZ40 for a little bit of money off. Look at that segue. Applebee's is hot garbage. I know, Chaos, but we were meeting a couple of people from Miss Portland's family, like I say, and they picked the venue, so that's why we went there. You know, I think it was fine. It's not much different than like a chain restaurant in the UK. You know, it's not somewhere you're going to get like fine dining, but it was alright. It was alright. It was a burger. You can't really fuck up a burger. It tasted okay. How was the baseball game? It was really enjoyable. We went on the Friday and they had fireworks afterwards. The only frustrating thing...
Should Tuchel remain manager or not?
Yes, I think he should. I think he should remain manager. I think hopefully he'll have learnt some stuff about it. I think he did a decent enough job. He had a plan. I don't think it was his fault that the players sat back after scoring the first goal. I do think his substitutions just fed into it more, but the players already were doing it, you know, like the players sat back immediately after scoring, like they were like that was frustrating. But I think Tuchel should stay, yeah. I don't think it makes sense. I think we've still got another tournament with Harry Kane. He can. I think if you take the same system and add a 2 years older Rio Angamoa to it as a winger who potentially, hopefully, can be really good, like properly, like international level, if he keeps progressing, I think there could be some excitement with a slightly different change for the wingers, you know. Sir Nothing, thank you very much for the 29. Zombie, thank you very much to Diogo, thank you Nexa, thank you very much Bartlett, thank you Dane, thank you very much to Sheepdog and Sir Jimmy, thank you. I was surprised, well, I was surprised to see it this morning, Cal, because it felt like they were selling the players and backing Eddie Howe, but I'm not surprised he's gone, no. Like they're having the heart ripped out of the club, he's losing all the best players. I think Gemaresh is meant to be going any day. They've already sold Tonali, they've sold Gordon. Like, I'm not surprised he's gone. He's done a good job with Newcastle, and his stock is high. I don't blame him for leaving. Tried playing official yesterday, and goddamn, it's impossible to find guns. Valatory, yeah. At least when the hacker kills you won't have much to lose, you know. I think he resigned, Sir Jimmy. I think he's decided to leave, not sacked.
My boss is going to be upset you are back and my work productivity plummets again.
Thick Daddy, thank you. Yeah, try to get a little bit of something done, you know, that would be good. Cheers, Thick Daddy, SC Fury, Sir Nothing, Zombie Brains. Thank you very much for the support, guys.
How I missed that voice. Welcome back.
The price for Barcola seems somewhat high. They're talking about like 150 million euros or something ridiculous, but He is quality. We do need to get the wingers situation sorted. So yeah, I'm quite excited if it goes through. But they need more players beyond that. You know, we'll see. Did you have a nice time with Miss Portland? How was meeting the in-laws? It was great, Tommy. It was great. She's got a large extended family on her dad's side. That's the side that I met. So I met her dad, and she's got 2 uncles. That her dad's the younger brother of 3 brothers, and I met all of them, and that was great. Actually, it was really cool. They were really different, very diverse, like lots of different backgrounds. One of them was a sheriff, and like was interesting. Like they're retired, obviously. But it was really interesting. It was really interesting to meet like real people, and sort of like it was fun. It was really good. Yeah, Cal. Thankfully, that was the weekend after. Yeah, me too.
What do you think about Eddie Howe resigning from Newcastle?
We literally just talked about it, Dope, like 2 minutes ago. I'm not surprised he's decided to quit. I'm not surprised. Good to see you. See you back. Have you kicked up with the walking? Well, I only landed in the UK yesterday, Samuel. This morning I've had to do my monthly banking. I've had to pay my 6 monthly tax. I've had to do quite a lot of admin. I've also had to nip out to a shop and buy my mum an ironing board because she asked me to. So I have had no time for any walk. I was going to do weights this morning, and I just didn't have time. I didn't have time, so I'm going to have to start everything tomorrow. To be honest, I don't particularly mind because I feel so fucking knackered from the flight. Like my body clock is shot to pieces. I went to bed last night about, I don't know, 12:30ish, and I set my alarm for 9:15, and I woke up and I felt like dead. Were Redline and I not real Americans? No, you're not real Americans. No, like some non-gamer Americans.
Would you reconsider streaming from Miss Portland's place so you can stay there longer? I know you mentioned before it's tough with tax rules and such.
I don't think so, Zrams. Not for now. I don't think so. Like, something that's a problem potentially is that I'm booked to go for a week in October, and the devs have confirmed that Badlands is going to release in October. So I am somewhat concerned that the week I go is definitely going to be the week when there's like a streamer window to play the game. I am absolutely positive. That's going to be a pain. And maybe there might be a stream, but I'm not I don't feel it's very likely that I'm going to stream while I'm there. Because it's other things like the kids and whatnot too, you know, like my kids, they come here every other weekend and such. It's just a bit, it's going to be a pain in the ass.
Good morning TRMZ and chat and mods.
Coming east to west is so much harder than the other way round. Well, if you can sleep on the plane, sometimes it's not so bad, but I feel a bit zonked today. To be honest, I struggled a bit when I landed. You know, I still felt tired a day or two later, and I was like, I don't understand why I'm so tired. I've not done anything, and it was because of adjusting. But it's quite a severe time change, 8 hours different. It does take a few days to adjust back. I feel pretty good, though. There's a shot that way somewhere. Streamer preview was such a bad idea for Sakar, and yet they sold shitloads of it and were very happy with the sales bore. So from the devs' point of view, it was a success.
Welcome back, buddy.
It's free marketing. I see the benefit of it. It was 2 weeks, which was ridiculously too long, and I've really, really strenuously put across to the devs that 2 weeks was far too long and that it should be 3 to 5 days. But what the devs do is what the devs do. You know, I had no idea what they will do. Hi Shan, I hope you're good. Thank you for coming in.
Hope you liked Freedom Land.
Struggling here. I've got more food than I could eat.
Happy you're back.
Just get rid of that.
Cheers,
Have you talked
mate.
about your car crash yet? I haven't, but I can do, yeah. So, it came after such a long drive. But Josh, I'll get there in a minute. Let me catch up with the alert. Josh Bird, Boom, thank you very much for the resubs. Face Getter, thank you. All Smack, thank you as well.
Welcome back.
Live's Good,
to
Phil,
see you.
Green Hands,
TRMZ
Caru,
Smoke TV
cheers
hype.
for the support. Zrams, thank you for the bits. Dope Biscuit, thank you very much for the bits and the resub. Can of Tack Back, Thick Daddy, thank you very much too. Yeah, so we went to Clarkston and Lewiston on the Wednesday and we drove back on the Saturday. A lot of Miss Portland's other family are from, oh my God, what's the name of the place? It's north of Clarkston and Lewiston, and I can't remember the fucking name of the place. My God, I'm so bad with names. It's big. It's quite a big city. About 2 hours north. Anyway, I'll remember it in a minute. But on the Saturday, we came back about...
According to the most recent streaming record, Frankie on PC is a more reliable and consistent streamer than TheRunningManZ. Kappa, good to have you back now. You're an engaged part-timer who is looking for Riverside property stateside Kappa.
Yep, that's good. Thank you very much for that, Wagger. Yeah. Spokane, that's exactly where it was, Helkin. Thank you for being an extended memory. Yes, Spokane is where it was. So we went there. We did the whole trip from Portland to Clarkston and Lewiston, and then Spokane, because we dropped Miss Portland's cat off at her dad's house in one day. It was quite a long drive. It was about 8 hours of driving, roughly. And then on the Saturday, we were just coming back from Clarkston to Portland, which is about 5.5 hours. It's like 330 miles or something. Miss Portland did all the driving, because I'm a passenger princess, obviously. And we got about 5 minutes from Miss Portland's house on the way back. And we were back in the city, so we were on a three-lane highway, if you like, but in the city, so slow travelling between intersections. We just pulled away from a red light, and we were coming up on another intersection, another crossroads for non-America folks, and we were in the middle lane of 3, and the lights were red, and we were maybe 50 metres from the intersection.
Fun on your trip.
So we were just slowing down, maybe doing about 25, something like that. And a white Tesla, either a Model 3 or a Model S, it was a sedan. But it was in the middle lane behind us and going really, really quickly. And it sort of shot to the right and went into the slow lane, the right-hand lane. So it went into the slow lane and tried to go between a gap between us and the car that was in the right-hand lane. And the gap was about 2 or 3 feet. There was no room for a car. It was just going ridiculously quick, and it just ploughed right into the side of me. Well, us, but on my side, on the passenger side, it hit the door, just scraped the door, then it hit like the wheel arch, and absolutely rammed us at a hell of a speed, pushed us into the left-hand lane, so the lane on the edge of the 3 lanes, and that put us into some Jeep. We hit that, and then we were still going forwards, obviously, because we were doing about 25, so we kind of snaked forwards and ended up sort of spinning round and then hitting the same Jeep again, like the front of our car hit both of the doors on the side of that Jeep, and we ended up stopped on the highway in the middle of it, facing parallel to the road. And it was completely out of the blue. We were travelling relatively slow. It was about 10 to midnight, and we just got absolutely sideswiped by this Tesla, and it pushed us into another car. And that was that. Thankfully, Miss Portland was thinking about getting a new car, and she didn't. And I'm very glad that's the case, because if we'd have had this accident in the new car, it would have been a pain, because it's written a car off. The Tesla drove off, so they hit and ran. They drove off. The police came, and we filled a report, and they gave us a police number and whatnot, and then that was that. So thankfully, Miss Portland's got insurance, and it's covered, so she's claiming on her insurance, but it's not her fault, so it's not going to affect her policy. But yeah, it was pretty scary at the time. I've not had that's the first actual wreck like that I've had. Despite the fact that I'm 38, I've been driving since 1994. I've never been involved in a wreck before. That's the first one. So I've had the odd little, like, tiny fender bender or whatever, or I've hit a post in a car park or something, or just like caught the edge of the car, but I've never actually been in an accident on the road where you end up stationary and your car's a bit fucked. And yeah, it was pretty hairy. Like I've never experienced it before, so you get quite a lot of adrenaline pumping and you get shock build up and stuff. So while we were waiting for the police to come, the car was vaguely drivable, so we pulled it off the main road, and we were waiting for the police to come, and I started shaking like crazy, like my muscles were kind of twitching because of the shock, and I actually thought I was sort of maybe injured more than I was briefly, but it was fine. I tried to stay calm and stuff, but I was like really like my legs and my arms and it's a bit strong to call them pecs, but my muscles, even like my chest muscles, were kind of twitching. It was really fucking crazy. But yeah, I'm glad everyone was okay. We had Goober, Miss Portland's cat, in the car in a carrier with the back seats down, and we were sitting there and like obviously got hit quite hard, but she was fine. The cat, Miss Portland was fine. I was fine. I had a bit of a sore back like the next day. I like because it like twisted us as we were hit, but that's about all. It wasn't that bad. Smokey, thank you very, very much. Whitegatter, thank you again for the inspiring and motivating tier 3 resub. It could have been a lot worse, Shotgun. Yeah, I'm very glad that we were safe. Yeah, it could have been much, much worse.
Congrats on baby Portland. This message is 9 months early.
I think it's yeah, somewhat optimistic. But yeah, thank you. Cheers, Barmy Palmy. Thank you, Bubble Cosplay. Thank you as well. Can't believe she named her cat after me, says Goober Goober Goober. Interesting. I doubt the sore back was from the car crash. That was from other activities. I don't know what you mean, dude. I didn't do any yoga. Interesting task, yeah. If I get any more pain, I will. It was on the Saturday night. It's now. That's good. I was hoping we'd get something. That was on the Saturday night, and it's now whatever day it is, Thursday. I think I'm okay. Could have claimed whiplash, maybe. I don't know. I did feel a bit sore. I still felt a bit sore the other day, but it's kind of mostly gone now. Fictional Yeti, Paula, thank you very much too. Cheers for the resubs. Bubble Cosplay, thanks again. Right, where are we? What have we got? Still cold. I should probably try out whatever. Hi JK Wade, hope you're good. Thanks for coming in. You are sick, by the way. Yeah, it's only a cold. It's fine. What was the last movie we watched together? We did go to see The Odyssey at the cinema. We went on my birthday, actually. Went to an IMAX and saw it. It was great. I thought it was great. I still think Project Hail Mary is my film of the year, but I really enjoyed it. I thought it was great. It was quite long, but it was a very fun film. Like beautiful cinematography. The only criticism personally I'd have is that it didn't really have like a score. Like the soundtrack to The Odyssey seems to be loud drums or loud. It was crazily loud. Like people were putting their fingers in their ears, but this was in the IMAX and that was turned up so loud. Like pretty much everybody was having to put their fingers in their ear just to watch the fucking film halfway through some of the bits. But I thought it was great. I think it was missing. Oh, what's this? Sorry, just getting a phone call, guys. One sec. There we go. That was impressive. I managed to have a phone call and kill zombies at the same time. Right, one sec. I had to take my my loop thing out. Nolan is notorious for having shit audio mixes. I don't think well, maybe it was the audio mix, but like he's definitely done it in the past with like voices like Bane's, and you're really struggling to understand what Bane is saying. Mainly because it's muffled, and it's not the first and only time he's done that. You know, there's been others that have been similar, but I actually don't know who did the like. Hans Zimmer was busy for one of the previous films, and it was somebody else, and I don't know who did the score for this. I'm sure it wasn't Hans Zimmer, but it wasn't very orchestral. There wasn't really any music, and whilst it was very impactful, it wasn't. I don't know, if you think of Interstellar and think of the amazing music that goes with it, it was missing that to me. You know, it didn't have a score. It probably was Oppenheimer. Are you coming then, or what? That's rotten. All of the music was created using ancient instruments that are period accurate. Okay. Ludwig Göransson was the orchestrator, or the whatever, the guy. Odyssey was fun, but it kind of sucked, especially acting, excluding Damon. I've only seen it once. I enjoyed the film. It reminded me a lot of. It reminded me a lot of stuff like Jason and the Argonauts and some of the older films from years ago. I thought it was really fun to watch. I don't remember the acting being terrible. I don't. Nobody really stood. Matt Damon was good. You're right, but I don't think. Some of the people like Robert Pattinson was probably not really used very much. Though, like. I guess he'll take any role he's offered from Chris Nolan, but it was an interesting role for him to take.
TRMZ.
Composer is the word, yeah, well done. That wasn't orchestral because that's not how their music sounded. Yeah, well, I didn't really like it. I don't care, you know. They didn't talk like that either, but you know.
And you didn't get thrashed from all the extra activities.
Yeah, I don't. I think you can you can get hung up on realism and whatnot. They used music from the time, but they didn't use the language of the time. You know, what difference does it make? You know, I'd rather they just make the film the best they can make it. And whilst it was a really good film, it was really great. I enjoyed it. I didn't like the soundtrack. I think the soundtrack didn't work very well. It was just loud noises, really, really too loud. Very powerful drums. But I still enjoyed the movie a lot. I thought it was really, really good. But I don't think sticking to realistic music was necessary, given that they didn't stick to realistic language and whatever else, you know. Vacation, you mean holiday? Yeah, when I put holiday in the title, Jelmar, a lot of people come in and go, what's a holiday? So I have to explain it. So vacation is a bit more, it's a bit easier. So just don't be that guy, okay? Would you recommend watching it in IMAX? It was very impactful. It was really good, yeah. It is a beautiful film. It's well worth seeing at the cinema. I think seeing it at the cinema is a good idea. Seeing it in IMAX even more so, I would guess. Yeah. Obviously, it's been filmed completely. All of the whole film has been filmed in IMAX cameras, which is not very common, to say the least. So, yeah, I think it's worth seeing. Should we go down? Let's. We should probably just go to those barns. That's where the loot's going to be, isn't it? Paul's American now, love it. Well, it's not a new thing, J Peppy. I use language like I say pants because of DayZ and so on. You know, like it's not a new thing. Yeah, I do. I know there was quite a lot of drama around the Odyssey and some of the casting choices, and one or two other things. But I find it utterly ridiculous that people are like, that's not the right type of boat. They didn't use boats like that. Like, it's a fucking fictional story, you know. It's nonsense. Like I don't understand. Like, it's irrelevant. But anyway, I don't really want to get involved in the drama, you know. I don't give a shit, right? But I enjoyed the movie. I thought it was well worth seeing, and I suggest people see it in the cinema if they can. Hi KT man, hope you're good. Welsh Kevin, thank you. Welsh Kevin, I think I do that all the time. Welsh Viking, thank you. Austin, thank you as well. Silver Colts, Thorloff, thanks very much for the resubs. He's going to be throwing his Yorkshire tea in the harbour. I did have a cup of tea last night. It was quite nice. I've not had one in a while. It was quite nice to have one. It boils down to people not liking the idea that they felt they can tell a story better than Homer. But what you can tell in a novel versus what you can show on a film in the cinema is an entirely different thing anyway, you know, like, I just don't think it matters. I don't get. I mean, it might matter to some people, but the nonsense that people talk, you know, like, people were getting really upset over the casting of Neely in the Jack Reacher show, you know, like it's just nonsense. People get, it's so stupid.
NFL, so just wondering.
People will find anything to get upset about. I don't get it myself, personally. I really don't. No tea in Portland. Well, I don't drink tea very much anyway, but Miss Portland has a nice coffee machine, so I drank quite a bit of coffee. I probably had alcohol here and there most every day. Not loads, but little bits, you know, so... Redbreast 12 was on special in Fred Meyer, so I bought a bottle of that, which was nice. I've not had Redbreast in a little while. It was good. The fuck? What the hell has gone on here?
It was a joke, or is possible to have a little TRMZ.
This has happened. Thank you very much, Silvia. Thank you. Someone's been busy. Very busy. I don't think I can be bothered with the gas stuff. I don't know. Oh my god, so much. Alright, let's take that. Somebody probably had a foul, I would guess. Fuck me. Multiple ruined heat packs. If you mean me, I don't have any ruined heat packs. I've only activated one of them. The others are unused. This could have happened any time in the last 4 hours, basically. Probably going to be sick. There's another one there. That's crazy.
You're back, yay. My days are complete again. Hope your trip to America Land was good.
Those steps are definitely that zombie, so I don't think we need to worry about that. There's another pistol up here. What's this one? Is there no Glock mag? No.
This Prime has been burning a hole in my pocket. Hope PDX was good.
Thank you, Danger Squirrel. It was great. I had a really good time. I'm glad to be back streaming, but I had a great time. It was great. I had a hard time leaving, if I'm
On
honest.
On a scale of 1 to bald eagle, how American are you after your recent excursion?
I'm no more American than I was before I left, I think. But yeah, that's good. I like that scale. Thanks, Coach. You could always get a laptop from PC Specialist for the October trip. A laptop that's going to do streaming like I do is not going to be so easy, dude. Like, to be able to stream to YouTube and Twitch. Miss Portland has a PC I could stream from that would work as well as most laptops, but I would only be able to stream to either Twitch or YouTube, you know. And I'm not going there to see her. I'm not going there to stream, so we'll just see how it goes. I don't know. I'm not calling rubbish trash, no, Coach, no. Danger Squirrel, thank you. Don't Shoot, thank you. Rusty, thank you as well. Scrappy, cheers very much too. God almighty, there's so much stuff. Well, but I drink coffee anyway, Potato. I hardly have any cups of tea as it is. That's not a new thing. I got a coffee machine in January. I barely drink tea anymore. Not very good at this whole looting malarkey.
Welcome
Actually,
back, man.
I could try to go to a gas zone. I don't know.
Hope your holiday was good. Underscore TRMZ love. Underscore TRMZLUVB.
Thank you very
Great
much,
to have you back.
Mr. Dr. Carmichael. Thank you. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you very much. Brockles, MM2 Hands, thank you very much too. Hope you're good. Why don't you change for the bigger backpack? I'm not the biggest fan of that bag, but I think I might have to. Yeah, I've been mulling it over. I'm not the biggest fan of that bag, but I think we might have to. I prefer the lower profile. of the bag that the hunting bag is just nicer, right? I am a little bit out of practice as well, so I'm a little bit overawed with all the choices, you know. Part of me doesn't even want to take it. Like, what I wanted to do today is try and suss out the loot economy, and finding a gun is not really going to help me suss out the loot economy, if that makes any sense at all, but I can't really turn it down, can I? It's been so hard to get vests on I was going to say official, but it was on experimental. But getting a vest on stable vanilla, what now? It's so stupidly, ridiculously hard. Like even a stab vest, you know. I don't know if they've changed it or not, but it was ridiculous the other day. I'm just doing this now to try and make space ready for when I hopefully get a stab vest at some point, or possibly a plate carrier. Surely just bin the gas stuff. Well, it'd be kind of fun to do it though, is the thing.
Welcome back. Have a good run.
I think I'm going to have to bin it off. Potato, yeah, I know you can get them from convoys. I think it's stupid, but yeah. Why am I putting them in that bag, twat? Shots are that way, I think. No shots are that way. Look at there's houses over there. They sounded indoors. I think they're going to be at these houses over this way. I think it's the house down the front there, but I don't know. I think the shots are inside one of these houses for sure. Fucking hell, the cough is going to give me away. Something dead out the front there. I'm rather impressed that my first shot that I took since I came back was a hit. That I'm quite pleased about. I'm going to quickly nip for a wee. I'm going to piss myself, so now's as good a time as any. I'll be back in a sec.
Thanks for good content, Paul. Keep on running as always, TRMZ love. Welcome back. The returning man.
Right, I'm back. Photography, thank you very much for the support. Appreciate it. Smudger, thank you. AK47, thank you. Bean, thank you. Sully, cheers for the support as well. One nice thing about getting killed is it will stop the whole, oh, I found a gun because I found a bit of stash of loot, right? I kind of, I'm playing on vanilla right now, not necessarily official, but I want to check out the loot economy and then moan at the devs some more. And the other patch wasn't going to, finding the loot wouldn't allow me to do that the same, you know? Oh, God.
Hope you had a great trip and have many tales of riding aluminum trains and biscuits and gravy, TRMZ love.
I did have biscuits and gravy. I had biscuits and gravy from a place called Biscuit Bitch in Seattle. I remember it because it's quite an easy name to remember. What a great name, Biscuit Bitch, right? You know what they're going to do. Anyway, it's more of a place where you order it and then take it and eat, and they've got like 2 tables on the path outside, and we sat on one of those. It was really good. I actually really liked it. It was really good. Yeah, Biscuit Bitch. It was good. So I did quite like it. I told Miss Portland I was going to say it was disgusting, horrible goo, just because why not? But no, it was pretty good. Someone from Reddit told me to ask your opinion on carrying just one bandage coupled with one set of rags. Personally think carrying more than 2 bandages is a waste of space. I don't think they take up much space, Buck. I like to carry 3 or 4 and I spread them out because it's very easy for them to get damaged, you know. So you could get shot. I think in the old days more likely, but you could get shot if you've got your bandages. It's possible you could get hit by a zombie and then the bandage is no longer ready to use because it stops being disinfected. So you could get, let's just say you've got 2 bandages. Something like this is absolutely feasible. You get hit by a zombie in the chest and it damages your bandages and puts those bandages in your chest to not disinfected, right? So you can't really use them anymore. And then you get shot in the legs, get your legs broken, and it ruins the bandage in your trousers. And then when you need to bandage, you can't. I think it's a good idea to have more than 2 bandages personally because it just gives you the guarantee that they don't get ruined when you need them. I think it's not a bad idea to keep a set in your a set in your pants, a set in your jacket, and then 1 in your backpack maybe. But any more than 3 is excessive, but they don't take up a lot of space. I think 3 is okay. Typically store them in a teddy bear container of some sort. Well, but that makes them harder to access. You can't put them on the hotbar. You know, I'd rather have them readily available, like, so I can just quickly drag them and use them when I need them in a pinch, you know, like, especially since if you're playing the game, like, it's sometimes a good idea to let yourself bleed longer because you're in a firefight. You can't just bandage. You need to be able to get to cover, get in a house, get somewhere safe, and then you want to bandage as quickly as feasibly possible, you know. You might wake up from being shot unconscious and you're flashing red blood. Anybody that's watched me often will have seen me woken up with 6 bleeds flashing red on, and then you need to bandage really quickly. You don't want to be fucking around with a teddy bear, you know, like, there are times where you've been shot unconscious and won the fight, and then you wake up flashing red blood with 3 bleeds or something. You need to use it straight away. Having them in a container is a bad idea, I think. But to each their own, you know. There's no right or wrong way to play the game, but I certainly think there'll be times where you wish you could access your bandages quicker. Gillet, thank you for the 37 months. Cheers for the support. Thank you very much for the tip. Thank you for buying the merch, even someone. Thank you. Rogue Trooper, thank you as well. I think we're likely to get the same spawn. I'm not doing fucking Solnichi. Bollocks to that. I'd like to do a Southern spawn or a Fetlow spawn. I don't really mind, but I don't particularly want to do this. WTF, this is my first stream back, dude. I've been on holiday, so this is my first stream back from vacation, so clearly I've not checked anything else out. I hope the injections go okay, JR, dude. Thanks for coming in.
Good to see you back, mate. Hope you had a great time, cool.
Do you like any of the loot pool changes? Mostly it seems to be a net negative to me. I don't think it's made the game harder. I don't understand. I really don't. I don't understand. I think they're trying to make the game harder now to get people more accustomed to Badlands, maybe. But I don't. I think that one of the worst changes the devs have ever made. If I'm being completely honest, I think it's completely short-sighted. It's a really terrible idea. DayZ's already a slow-paced game. Making it really hard to find loot doesn't make the game harder. It makes the game slower. If that's what they want to do, they're not wrong. You know, they're their choice. But I think the loot economy changes are fucking terrible. To be perfectly frank, I think they're absolutely terrible. Oh, Smack, Wobo did a video on the loot economy if you want to check it out, but basically it's much harder to get any kind of decent gear. Police stations don't spawn stab vests anymore until you get very far into the map, so you more often than not find a plate carrier before you find a stab vest or a press vest. It's bad. They originally put the SKS on as a convoy gun, so you can't... like, most guns
Luke,
don't spawn in bases
economy,
anymore.
Glad to see ya back. Hope your trip went well.
I already did Berezino, so if we can not do Berezino, that'd be good. I did not, Uncle. No, I didn't go to the Game of Thrones Mad King stage play. As bad as the spawn system? Yes. Which is still the same. They still haven't fixed the spawn system either. I don't understand. Like, this will be the same spawn again. Yep. It's just fucking stupid. I really don't know what's going on with some of the gameplay choices, but the spawn system is a fucking joke. I'm not going to talk about it more than I've already talked about it. We all know what I think about it. It's still the same. They still haven't fixed it. It's still shit. And the loot economy, it's like they don't play the game. Or maybe they think the game is like The Long Dark or something. I don't know, but I feel like the devs don't really... They've lost sight of what makes the game good somehow, you know? I don't know. Maybe that's harsh. Maybe I don't understand DayZ anymore, but I don't... It's not the... I just don't know. I find it baffling. I really find it baffling. I think looting in DayZ is an enjoyable thing, you know, going to a town and hoping to find a leather kit, let's say, and you're searching for a leather kit in, I don't know, Lopatino, and while you're doing that, you find a Mosin, and you're like, oh, fucking hell, that's cool, and maybe it's got a scope, maybe it hasn't, you know, whatever. But that seems to be gone now. Like, you can't, like, there's no decent guns in the towns. You have to go and check barns, and, like, I just, the looting is really frustrating. I don't really get it. DayZ is a slow-paced game, and it's all about the adventures you have. The tagline for DayZ is, this is your story, right? And that's about the interactions, right? It's about what happens when you meet other players. To me, DayZ has always been about choice and what happens when you meet other players. And what I mean by choice is what kind of loadout you want to try and get in the long run. When you're a new spawn, whether you should carry that can of beans, or whether you should carry 2 bandages, or whether you should carry whatever. Like, you can't you've got no space for a knife, but you can keep it in your hand. What do you substitute when you're dropping your can of unknown because you've just found a jar of jam, or whatever it might be? You have to make choices as you go. Like, and the choices you make, you might live to regret them when you realise that the spare bandage was the thing that you need, or the melee weapon that you didn't take was the thing that you should have took, or whatever, you know. But to me, it's about that, and then what happens when you meet other players. But
welcome back.
It's also about the travelling and the earning of your gear and the progression through the map to go to the different loot stages and whatnot, you know. But they've just taken that away. This patch takes that away. It's made it ridiculously hard to graft anything that's worth having.
Welcome back.
It doesn't seem to add to the game. I don't. DayZ is a slow-paced, hard game already, right? I don't know. Like, are they losing sight of the fact that it's a multiplayer sort of sandbox story game? Is it trying to be more of a survival game? You know, like, I don't know. The Long Dark, as good as it is a single-player game and works as a result. DayZ is not. You know, they seem to have lost sight of what makes DayZ fun to me. And maybe I don't understand DayZ, but to me DayZ is about the adventures and the story survival that you have with other players, and the random interactions or the PvP that you have with other players, right? I don't think it's about that time you spent 6 hours finding a fucking shotgun, you know? It's ridiculous. The map is so big, and Chernarus is a wonderfully designed, a huge map. It's amazing. But what's the point of having this amazing map if the loot is all at fucking Tissy military base, you know? You either get lucky at convoys and helicopter crash sites, or you go to Tissy. What's the point of having the fucking map, you know? Just spawn us at Tissy if you... The map is fucking wonderful, but there's no point going to most of it right now. It's utterly fucking ridiculous, you know? What's the point of going to anywhere when you know the loot's going to be bad? You just need to get a few things and go to Tissy. That basically it's all about getting lucky at a convoy or going to Tissy in the Northwest Airfield, you know, that's it. You know, I find it staggering. Hi Katie, I hope you're good. It was great, I had a really good time. It was really, really good. I got in a car wreck, unfortunately. Miss Portland's car got totaled on the Saturday night, just gone. But we were all okay, which is the main thing. I think it's maybe meant to encourage less PvP, buy less guns as an easy, but instead just make people more PvP so they actually get something. I don't think it's meant to... I think it's meant to make the game harder and slower paced, Bean. I don't think it's with any kind of direct impact on PvP. And one thing that anyone that's played the game for a long time knows, if it takes you 3 hours to get a BK-18 and I don't know, whatever, a Magnum... when you see another player, you're not going to risk those 3 hours by talking. You're going to shoot them. You know, it's harder to be friendly if it's taking you 3 hours to find a whole load of fuck all. You know, if it takes ages to get anything worth keeping, you're not going to risk it. The spawn system favours just like people punching and shooting each other with whatever they found, like meleeing each other to death where you spawn. It's a really arcadey shit spawn system. And now they're trying to make the game more survivally with a really stupid spawn system. I don't understand the decision making. I find it baffling. I really do. Where DayZ survival is at its best is in the dynamic survival that the game can throw up as part of your story, right? So you stand on a bear trap and you wake up and you've got a broken leg and you're yellow health, and then you just go starving and you're struggling and you didn't have a spare bandage, so now you're struggling to make a splint or whatever. You stand on a landmine, or you survive a firefight, and you're red health, but then you just tick over to hungry, and you're now trying to work out how to go, or you have to bandage with an unclean bandage, and then you've got to go and find the resolution for that because you've got the infected wound or whatever. Those are the kind of things that throw up survival that counts and is meaningful. The game constantly just tapping you on the back of the head and going, this is hard, you can't have this, you can't, like it constantly being like a dripping tap of disappointment because you can't find anything is not what DayZ has ever been for me. You know, maybe it's meant to be that way. Maybe you're meant to play for 4 hours and then absolutely come because you found a shotgun, you know, but I don't think that's not what I'm after.
Let's break some legs.
Like, oh, I got a CR527 and 2 bullets. Fucking hell, I'm jizzing. You know, I don't get it. That's not. It's about the adventures and the stories and the random survival that you can have in the game. It's not about playing for 4 hours and, like, still not having a fucking stab vest, surely. Having to gamble on the first military base where you get unconned by a repeater because there's no vests in the game, you know? It's ridiculous. Maybe that's strong, but I've got to be honest, it needs to, I think people... It's a really terribly bad decision. And the spawn system is still not fucking fixed to go with it as well. So now we've got a more simulatory game with a ridiculously arcadey spawn system. Great. Anyway. Hungry Angry Hobo, thank you very much for the support. Minava, thank you very much. Spud, thank you. SFI Goss, Sci-Fi, no, not Sci-Fi, SFI, thank you very, very much for the gifted. Satine, thank you as well. Spider, yeah, it was a good game, wasn't it? 4-0 up, and what a game that was. I didn't see it, unfortunately. I was up the Space Needle. What a great game, though. 6-4, holy shit. I didn't initially agree with you, but then I found 3 plate carriers before I found a magazine for my P8. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I'm staggered by it. I'm staggered by the decision making. I really am. I'm probably going to talk about it far too much today, but yeah, who cares? It's a terrible decision for the game. The spawn system not being fixed. It is an absolute fucking travesty. I don't like someone who's so stubborn at DayZ that they just won't. It can't be that hard to add an option for us to choose a random spawn rather than the pre-prescribed spawn with all the twats option. You know, how hard can that be? You know, surely it can't be that hard to let people have an adventure rather than a pre-prescribed spawn with the same 4 twats that punched each other at the last spawn. You know, I don't get it. The guy that just knocked me out in the previous spawn where I lit him will be the same guy that suicided to the zombie, right? We saw somebody suiciding to a zombie, they'll have spawned immediately back in, and then they were punching me out, you know? Is that good for the... Like, they want it to be more survivally and more authentic. Is that good? You know, you see someone suiciding and then they spawn back in the same spawn bubble and kill you, you know? Do they want that? It's ridiculous. What did you do in Seattle? Camden, we went to a Mariners game. Unfortunately, we went to the Mariners game that they lost. So they played 3 games against the Giants, and they lost on the Friday, 4-0. That's the game we saw. And then the next 2 games on the Saturday and the Sunday, they won, which was a pain in the ass. But it was good. There was fireworks in the stadium afterwards on the Friday night. It was really, really good. We also went to the Mopop Museum on the Sunday. On the Saturday, we went to... This was the weekend before, so there was some bad stuff happened the weekend after at the Space Needle, but we were there the week before, thankfully. But yeah, we went up the Space Needle. We did the Mopop Museum. We also did the Cthulhu, I think his name is, the Glass Museum and Gardens. That was really cool. They had like that. I wasn't that. We just bought a ticket that included the Space Needle, this IMAX thing and the glass thing, but the glass thing was amazing. It was really, really good. I think it makes sense that all the guns and high tier loot are in the military areas. When you see someone with a gun now, you know they went through hell to get there, so yeah, they'll be wary. But that's not how it is, Gelid. Like, you go to a military base and all you find is a fucking MP5 or a UMP or something. That's not how it is. Until people started moaning, the SKS wasn't even spawning in military bases. That's not how it is. What you just described is not how it is. It's only Tissy military base. You can find a DMR easily. Up until the other day, you could find a DMR at Tissy easier than you could find an SKS, you know? Is that good? The best gun in the game is easier to find than a middle tier gun. Like, the tiering is all gone. There's no progression in the game. Like if you go to, I don't know, Troitsko military base or Mishkino tents, you've travelled well into the map, but all you find there is SMGs with no mags. You need to basically just go to Tissy or the crates at the airfield. Didn't want the Desert Eagle. I don't have the space for it, dude. I don't have hardly any space, and it didn't have a mag, so not for now. Yeah, the loot economy right now...
I'm not saying the devs are right, but I love the fights with crap weapons, where you only have a few bullets in the early game.
I want that.
Glad you're back less than 3.
I want that, but I don't want this, you know? Like, I don't... like, I like the idea of having lower tier guns. I think that makes sense.
Did you find the shooter that killed you in Sour Sweet at the end from one of your recently videos?
But... like, you can get killed in one hit by a BK-18 or a shotgun, right? You can get knocked unconscious by a repeater. The spawn areas need to have the ability for you to find a stab vest from time to time, you know? Like, it's low-tier gunfights work, but with the damage system as it is, you do need to be able to spawn in... you need to be able to find stab vests in tier 1 and 2. Like, a stab vest is not an end-game item. Putting the stab vests in police stations right next to areas where you can get, like, plate carriers... makes no sense, does it? You know, like, you can't get a stab vest. So if you get hit once by a repeater in the stomach, you're dead. You know, like, why is that? Doesn't make sense. Gunfights with low tier weapons on the coast, I'm all for. I think it's great. But taking the stab vest, a stab vest is not a high tier item. It's a necessary thing. It's a necessity is the word I was looking for. You can't put it in police stations right next to the airfield. It makes no fucking sense. It makes no sense. I want crap weapon fights on the... I've been calling for that for ages, like, take some of the shotguns away from the coast and make it lower tier weapons. Like, the repeater and a BK-18 is as good as you're going to get, you know? I think it would make a lot of sense, make us use Makarovs and racks and things a little bit more, but making the Scorpion a police crash-only gun doesn't make sense. Taking the stab vests away... we're going to go to the prison island, hopefully, in a bit. Let's see what it's got there. But when I was going on experimental, there wasn't a single vest. No stab vests at all. You can find stab vests on the zombies. You couldn't boom slang. You couldn't on the zombies in spawn areas on experimental. So maybe they've changed it, but that definitely wasn't the case on experimental. The zombies weren't spawning stab vests even in tier 1.
Glad to have you back streaming. Thumbs up.
Harry Chelsea, thank you very much for the support. Green, thank you. Ben, thank you very much too. Never Trust, Hungry Angry, thank you very much too.
Happy to see you back.
And that's coming back to the point about when you see somebody with a gun, you know they went through hell to find it. You can find a scar at the convoy at Balota Airfield and you can spawn right next to it. So you could have someone that's played for 6 hours looking for a blaze who still has a BK-18 and 80 blaze rounds but has never found the gun. They've spent 6 hours looking. Meanwhile, somebody can spawn in and 60 seconds later they can have a scar with a mag. You know, that's the loot economy that the devs have created for this patch. You get lucky at a convoy 1 minute after you spawned, you've got a scar and a mag. Or you go and spend 6 hours looking for a blaze and you haven't got a scope and you haven't got a blaze. You know, like, how is that good? That doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. What it creates is people logging in and out at the convoy spawn to try and get one when it appears. Trav, thank you very much for the 6 months. Harry Chelsea, thank you. Green, thank you. I definitely would like the game to have more low-tier weapons on the coast and more low-tier firefights. I really want that. I think that would be amazing. Something I think we miss a bit from the old game, you know, like you used to have to use the rack more in yesteryear, you know, you'd have to use the guns you found, but the repeater still spawns in tier 3 and 4, you know. Why don't they have some guns that are only tier 1 and 2, you know, like you don't find repeaters and BK-18s when you're in tier 4 anymore. They don't exist, perhaps, I don't know, but making them more saturated on the coast is a great thing, you know, but taking the stab vests away. One thing we've got going for us here, at least, is that the police station we're nearby here in Chernarus, this is tier 2, not tier 1, so there is a small chance I might find a vest here.
Welcome back. Hope you had a good vacation, TRMZ love.
Scotty, well, we'll find out, dude, but I think it's a terrible change for the game, personally, but you're finding it okay. We'll see. They have tweaked the loot economy while I'm away, Scotty, so that's what I'm hoping to try today. They've made some changes, like that. For example, like the SKS was a convoy-only gun. It's now not, so you can find it again in the game. So it'll be interesting to go to somewhere like
Vacation,
Mishkino Tents.
And your Americanisms.
Chubaza, thank you very much for the support, dude. Hi Doe, thank you for coming in. Hope you're well. I did. It was great. Pretty tough leaving Miss Portland back in America land. But it was great. Really, really good. We had a great time. 70 days until I go back for a week. You've been thinking for weeks about this rant. Well, it did annoy me when they pushed it to stable. Yeah, Mr. Shu, I was absolutely staggered that they pushed the changes to stable with the loot economy that they'd got on experimental. They pushed to stable with no changes whatsoever. I think that was dumb, incredibly dumb. And they have been tweaking it since, so it may well be a lot better, but we shall see. Have I checked out Frankie's server? Today's my first day back, Smoke. Today's my first day back, so no. Chuck, you found your first blaze yesterday since the update. Yeah, well, that doesn't sound great. Cheers, Chubaza, Doe, Trav, thank you very, very much. Food is pretty easy to find. But like the idea that you might have more fights around the coast with P1 pistols and stuff, I think that's kind of cool, but we'll see. They did indeed, Agri, yeah. Well, I died on the last life, Doe, but I did pull off a pretty decent shot beforehand, so I'm somewhat surprised I hit it, to be perfectly honest, but I made a decent enough shot with the first time I fired a gun since I'm back. I think it was a kill. So Miss Portland will visit you next time. No, Miss Portland is out of annual leave, so she's booked some annual leave, so we are going to TwitchCon in November. She's coming and I'm going, so she's taking annual leave to go. We're going to San Diego in November. I'm going, it's her birthday in October, so I'm going for one week in October. And that'll probably be the last we see each other until, hopefully, maybe she comes here in the new year sometime, but yeah. Obviously, she works for a living, but you only get so much holiday entitlement, right? You can't just book off. She's already booked her entire holiday entitlement for the year. Dark Vet, yeah, it sucked. You thought I was coming in October for your birthday? Wow, you
Glad
thought
to
wrong.
have you back. Hope
You thought
had
wrong,
an
young
awesome
man.
trip. Looked fun from the Insta posts I saw.
Zagorki,
Oh, yeah. And
well,
62 months or something, yada yada yada.
if I take time off, it costs me money. Yes, between now and October, I'm hoping to stream as regularly as I can, right? But I
Cheers.
I
Hope
can
the
take off time
vacation
off,
went well. Welcome
but it
back.
costs me money. Yes, but I don't have annual leave that I have to approve. Whackgatter gave me a blank canvas. He said I should go part time. They've adjusted the loot economy, Mr. Shu, because they're trying to make the game harder. They thought that the amount of cheating that's going on in official DayZ, the best thing they could do was make it harder for the regular players, the actual legit players, to find any gear, so that when they finally do get some gear and then get killed by a cheater, they can be even more pissed off. Right, so there's no vest in the PD. Let's have a look out the back. I heard a zombie, right, so I just wanted to... Hi crowd, you right, dude? I am spicy, but DayZ's my favourite game. I love DayZ. It's my favourite game, without a doubt. And I really have a lot of time for the devs, and I know I'm being quite caustic about it, but I'm staggered about the... that's how I feel. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I think the loot economy changes are stupid, staggeringly stupid, and I feel like they're losing sight of what makes the game special. It's not about constant mending moments and slow, and it's about the adventures you have when you're meeting other players. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it should be harder. Or maybe I've completely misread the game and whatnot. But I think now is not the time to be out making the game significantly harder. When there's so much cheating going on in the game. It's already hard to play official. I don't get it. I completely don't get it. It's really to try and get the player base accustomed to something harder, ready for Badlands. I'm sure of it, but this is bad. Like, what's the point of having Chernarus? Leaving the Deagle. Yeah, I'm not going to take a Deagle with no mag, dude. There seems little point. Have I watched the Wobo video? No, but I kind of already had a good steer for what the loot economy was like, Jimmy. I did retweet the Wobo video. I read some of the comments, but I haven't watched it as yet. But I played experimental for an entire week, you know. So
time in Seattle, TRMZ love.
I kind of have a decent steer for how the loot economy was before. It was shocking. Beppo, yeah, I do content creation for a living, yes. But being self-employed, when you take time off, you just effectively cost you. That's how it works, yes. I know there's a lot of jesting about it, but I feel no shame for taking a slight more holiday this year to spend it with somebody I've met and I'm really eager to spend time with, who lives 5,000 miles away from me, you know, like... I don't know what the end goal is. Oh, I did take the Deagle, but I'll take the gold one. I'll take the gold one because it's gold. Yeah, like, I've met somebody new and really getting on well. I'm not going to feel bad for taking a bit of time off to go and spend with her, you know? Like, it's long distance relationships are pretty tricky. I would like to spend some time with her. It's Luminate. Thank you for the 29 months. Salty Dave, thank you as well. Hi Bunton, hope you're good. This is my first stream in a while, yeah. So that police station was about how most police stations are, you know, like somebody saying earlier the loot economy's not quite... I'm not saying it should be guaranteed, but there was one zombie, there was no loot, you know, like there was no vest. I didn't believe there'd be a vest. There was no Glock, there was no mag, there was no nothing. There wasn't even a box of fucking rubber slugs. Regan, yeah, Discord and like being able to do video calls really does help. I think they could make a hell of a difference to it by just making the vests spawn like they did before. Like the stab vests being in police stations more regularly, like they used to be, would be a hell of a change. You know, that would. I don't know why they haven't done that. I don't know. I don't know who at DayZ believes a stab vest is an end game item. You know, but I don't get it. It's not an end game item. It's a necessity thing. It's a necessary thing even when you're in the spawn zone. You know, like so many guns can one tap you on con if you're not wearing a stab vest. So either change the damage system, which I don't think they should, or put the stab vest back in. Hi Kempus, hope you're good. Blue Nose, the loot economy changes are they're going to be on vanilla servers like official. If you're playing on, I don't know, let's say playing on Zero Chernarus, like Happy Bombs and team can change the loot economy to however they want. So the loot economy is for the base game that the devs make. That's what we're talking about. Like anybody can change the loot economy however they like on their own server, which I guess is an argument to make. But the reality is a lot of people play official, and it's what the devs see as it's their version of the game. You know, I'm quite passionate that they get that version right, because some people only play official. Some people don't have access to a server that's really good and community driven. You know, if you live in the wrong place in the world, you might only be able to play official a lot of the time because that's the servers that have got ping that you can play. You know, like it needs to be a good version of the game. If you're on console, you could argue that's even more important.
TRMZ cool, TRMZ cool, TRMZ LUV.
Cornhub, thank you for the 51 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Don't see the point in community servers. It's just not DayZ. Well, I don't agree with that, Cal. DayZ is what you make of it. You know, like.
Welcome
there are plenty
back,
of community
Steve.
servers that
We
make
are
the
going
game
to need
harder.
to talk about your productivity levels, Kappa. TRMZ heart.
Like, for every server that's got boosted loot and like crazy easy gear, there's another server that's harder than official, you know, so you've got different choices. That DayZ and community servers, modded servers, is really how DayZ came about. You know, it was a mod for Arma 2, wasn't it, right? So the devs giving people the chance to create a community server that's their version of DayZ is exactly what DayZ spawned from itself, you know, like it makes absolute sense. It might not be what you want, but some people are playing servers considerably harder than official, you know, with crazily difficult mods on it and stuff. It's not just about making it so that there's, I don't know, 308 automatic weapons on the coast or whatever, you know. Is there a plan today? Carlisle, I'm playing on a vanilla server, so no loot changes, and I wanted to test out the loot economy, which is what I'm moaning about, obviously. But yeah, I'm wanting to test the loot economy on vanilla DayZ. Now, that doesn't mean it's official DayZ, but vanilla DayZ. And just see how it is. Vacation, I thought you went on holiday. Glaxco, this is not the first time it's come up, but my choices are this. If I say first stream back from holiday, people legitimately come in and say, what's a holiday? Because it doesn't translate particularly to Americans. So I changed the title to vacation, and then a few Brits come in and say, you said vacation. So that's the choice. I either get people moaning about the word vacation, or I get people asking what a holiday is. And legitimately that happens, whichever one I pick. Fuck is that? That sounds so loud. Barney, they've made a few changes to the loot economy, so we'll see how it goes. They've made a few tweaks in the last week or so. In your experience, is a vanilla community server better than an official server? Well, it's the same until you get killed by a cheat. Like, you can get killed by a cheat on any server, but it's more likely on official because they can get away with it for longer, you know? Like, there are cheaters in community servers, but the very obvious cheaters get banned very, very quickly, so you're not going to get someone killing 15 players with a sporter inside 10 minutes or something, because those guys get banned, right? So the obvious cheaters get banned really quickly on community servers, which is the thing that doesn't happen as quickly on official. Like, if you get killed by an obvious cheater and you're playing on, I don't know, Zero or Spaggies or wherever, you can report it, and if they look into it, and they see what's going on, they'll ban that person. But there's no one to report to on on official servers, obviously. So you have to wait until BattleEye get involved, and that could take months. Like, the only way for people not to play official is if they've been banned from the game, so they either need to get a VAC ban or a BattleEye ban, which can take a lot longer to happen than just being banned from a community server. James, yep, you know what's going to happen, you're right. I've been pulling up to the ATC with a repeater and P1s. Yeah, that's about right. And no vest normally. I'm on vanilla right now, Jay. Yeah. Somebody else asked if I was on official. I'm on vanilla. I'm not necessarily on official. So no vest again, obviously, because vests don't spawn. Can't wait to go to Prison Island, though. Hopefully we'll get something at Prison Island. Maybe it's changed. So again, there's no vest on the zombie. Maybe if we have a look round, there might be another zombie. Riven, thanks for coming in. I hope you're good. Cheers for the resub. Arctic Ranger, let's go fishing. Winnie's, thank you very much too. We got any more Zeds? Yeah, no vest on that one. How did my diet and exercise hold out? We did quite a lot of walking around Seattle and whatnot, but my diet, I don't know, I've definitely put on weight. I'm on the same waistband, but it's tighter than it was. So I'm on the same notch of my belt, but whereas when I went out there, I was kind of borderline going down to the next belt notch down. Now I'm well and truly settled on that notch for now. So I probably, my guess is I'd probably put on about £6. That's a guess. But I don't know, and I don't care. You know, it was great. It was a great trip. Had quite a lot of varied foods. Had some alcohol, but not loads. I didn't get drunk or anything, but I had a little bit here and there. It was great. We probably had far too many takeout, like DoorDash type stuff when we were at Miss Portland's, and far too many meals out and stuff. But I have zero regrets about it. It was amazing. My favourite thing definitely was that I had tonkotsu red ramen. That was my favourite meal, but there was some really great ones. Like, lots and lots of different stuff. Yeah, that was crazy at TwitchCon. I had losing weight when I went to TwitchCon. Was there like 6 days, and I came back 8 pounds lighter. But I was drinking heavily every day. That was like some kind of devilry. But we kept skipping meals, and we were walking shitloads.
Welcome backening.
I did have quite a lot of gluten while I was away. Like you're saying there, Beppo. I had quite a lot of gluten with the tablets that I have. And so I will be a little bit... Like, it does bloat you a little bit. So, like, I'm back to fairly strict no gluten. I've had my Greek yogurt for breakfast and chicken and salad stuff for lunch, like normal. So, although I've not done weights or gone for a walk this morning because I didn't have time. I had too much stuff to do. But I'm back on the diet as normal now, so that will help. Your feet hurt just thinking about it, Nate. Are you going this year? Are you going or are you not going? I bought my TwitchCon tickets this morning, actually. Vinicius, I agree. I've not played it much this right now, but to me it seems like going to hunting camps for anything other than clothes is useless. Press vests are non-existent. Military places haven't been more empty, especially on guns. The struggle is kind of nice sometimes, and you get lit by someone fully geared. Well, or you get shot unconscious by somebody with a bad gun because you couldn't even get a stab vest. But yeah, that's how I was finding it on experimental. I put it in the feedback on the 12th of July, but it seems to be more about getting lucky at a convoy than it is about learning the map and putting some time in to go and find the gear in the... Like, I was finding 308 boxes of bullets at hunting camps. I was getting... most lives I was getting 3 or 4 boxes of bullets, but I could never get a gun. You know, the blazes all seem to spawn around the edges of Tissy and whatnot. I found a blaze and a scope, but they were mostly, like, in the really high-tier areas, you know, like... But you can get a scar wherever a convoy spawns. On the subject of convoys, I'm going to quickly check that before we bother with that. What music do I like? KMG, mostly what would be classed as indie or Britpop, if you like, from the 90s and noughties, but then a mixture of other things too. But mostly bands, like guitar-based bands. From the 90s and the noughties more than any others, but yeah. Alright, I think I'll be able to see the convoy if it were here. That's something left from when the convoy was looted. Oh, it might be from someone getting killed by a convoy. I'm not even going to bother checking those tents. The loot there will be dog shit. I'm going to go down towards the Bolota thing and see if there's a convoy there. Exactly. You get all the ammo but not a single gun. We checked almost every hunting location up north today. We only managed to find a savannah and a sport point. Yeah. Cornfed, thank you. Laserdumb, thank you as well. I know I'm talking about the loot economy quite a lot, but I've obviously been away, so it's I've not been able to talk about it, but I'm quite passionate about it, obviously, so it is what it is. It'll calm down some once I've been back, but I have no issue talking about it quite a lot right now because I think it's important, you know. I think it's staggeringly dumb. I don't know, it's very, very stubborn. I don't think it was thought through. It was really frustrating. Right. Oh, it's a bit dark. Holy shit. That I quite like. That's good. It being dark is a good thing. Yeah, I do like Pulp. Pulp are one of my favourite bands, probably my favourite band. I do like Placebo as well. Like English bands.
Major life changes happened to me. Quit my job, focusing on mental health. Starting a less stressful job on the 10th. Take care of your brain's running family.
9mm. GG, good luck on the new job. Hopefully it's a positive change for you, dude. Thank you. I don't know why they didn't keep the tier distribution, just reduce the loot a bit. That might have worked better. Just keep it as it was and just make it slightly harder to find. I think making things like canned food and like stuff that you find slightly harder, making it more of an emphasis on hunting and stuff might have been okay, or fishing or whatever. But I don't know. I don't think this is it. I think this is really terrible. Yeah, we've talked about it enough. UEFA nations agree to boycott the next World Cup if FIFA go ahead with the plans to sell stakes. Good on them. I don't understand why people are on places like Twitter defending it. I don't know what. There should be no. FIFA don't own anything. They put on the World Cup. They don't own football. FIFA have no. They have no business doing what they're doing. It's like Infantino needs to go. It's ridiculous what they're doing. Like. I don't understand why anyone's trying to defend it. You shouldn't be able to buy into the World Cup. You shouldn't be able to start like owning parts of it, or even owning parts of the company that owns the rights to it. It's meant to be a not-for-profit organisation, and it's an absolute cabal where people are just back-pocketing money. It's ridiculous. Is animal sounds even fixed in this patch? I don't think so, no. Hi, Mikhail's Onslaught. It was great. It was great. I had an amazing time. I've not replied to anyone about it, but I just found it really interesting that there's some people trying to defend, like, it seems to be some kind of anti-Europe thing. Like, you see people like, maybe they've just been switched on from the World Cup. Quite a few of them seem to be Americans. I'm not picking on Americans, but I've seen the justification for it. But there's just no, like, you shouldn't be able to have corporations partly owning anything to do with the World Cup. They don't own football. Like, they don't actually have to put any money in. Like, FIFA don't own it. They put the World Cup on, but all of the players' wages are all paid for by the football clubs, you know? Like the national teams come together and we don't need FIFA to have a World Cup even, you know? There's all the international teams around the world, right? If they fuck it up, there's no reason why we couldn't have a World Cup that's controlled by somebody else. You don't have to have FIFA to do it, you know? They seem to think they've got some kind of power over the game, and I don't think they really have, and I think they need to be kept in check. Their job is to host the World Cup and to try and distribute that money around the world as best they can. They seem to be trying to turn it into some kind of corporation which can line their back pockets. Uh, 9mm, thank you very, very much. Good luck on the job change, dude. Yeah, that's true, Scotty. Sepp Blatter is on Twitter calling out Infantino about how bad he's been. Sepp Blatter was corrupt as fuck, allegedly. And if you've got Sepp Blatter repeatedly calling you out for going too far and being too strong, you know that you're fucking up. I thought the World Cup organisation was always a corporation potato. It's not for profit. The money that they make, in theory, is distributed around the world to help grow the game of football. It's not a profit-making corporation. They're meant to host the World Cup, and the World Cup is meant to be not for profit. But it's been corrupt as fuck for a long time.
FMD Tour mousepad large for $28.
Thank you very much for buying the merch. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. No name, but thank you very much. The World Cup earned 13 billion and 2.2 billion have been distributed.
Well, the Mariners Stadium is a good one to go to. Hope to see you back soon. TRMZ plus TRMZB coin.
What it generated and what the profits are very different things, right? I'm sure the profit was more than 2.2 billion, but I can see that they're not going to distribute all of the turnover because turnover isn't profit, right? Like that anyone that's ever worked in a business understands that the profit after you've paid everybody and you've posted the tournament and you've done everything is going to be much less than 13 billion if that's how much it was. But I would imagine a lot of the money gets filtered over. There's only a World Cup every 4 years, so they might give lots of money next year and the year after and such like, right? They're not going to give it all straight away, even if they've got it, are they? You know, but. FIFA are corrupt as fuck, there's no denying it, but trying to monetize and get people to have some kind of control over it that are not solely having the best interests of football in it, that they've got commercial only interests, makes no sense whatsoever. Right, that's no better than we already have. I had a great trip, Martin. It was really good. Tim, thank you very much for the 45. Stone Cold, thank you very much for the support as well. Yeah, the Mariners game was great. We were a bit unlucky to see the game where they lost and they won on the Saturday and the Sunday. What the fuck am I going to do with that? But it was good. The fireworks after was good at the stadium. They had fireworks on the day we went. That was good. I don't know what you're talking about, Damon, but when you say, I think the bit that was rude is where you said grow a brain to try and experience. If you want to have a conversation, we can have one, you know, if you've got a point of view. But if the first point you make involves saying grow a brain, I would suggest that probably is a little rude. Yes, this is a video game stream, but if you think that my channel actually rolled over yesterday to being 12 years old. My channel is a DayZ channel. If you think I can only talk about DayZ for 12 years and sustain a full-time audience, then you're the one that needs to grow a brain. Like, this is a channel where I play DayZ and we talk about all kinds of subjects, whatever it might be. We've spent most of today talking about the DayZ loot economy, so we really have focused mostly on DayZ today for the most part. But we also talk about whatever's going on. I'm an English streamer. England we're very keen on football, as am I, you know. It's the most popular sport in the world. We're going to talk about it here and there, you know. But yeah, telling someone to grow a brain and stop talking about football or the World Cup during a video game stream, I think it's you that is rude, and it's you that likely needs to do it as well, you know. If you want to watch a streamer that only talks about DayZ, go and find one. I'd suggest there probably isn't one though. But yeah, I really hope that it's the undoing of Infantino. He seems to be. They need to really. FIFA need massive changes. It's ridiculous. it's not run for the betterment of football. It's run for the betterment of lining back pockets. And the way it's set up is everybody has an equal vote, which makes sense, but not everyone has an equal opinion as such. It's a hard thing to say. Like you've got countries that can never qualify for the World Cup, but they're a country, so they get a vote. But their football is of a lower level, which is fine. That's not a problem. But what they value is the money they can get from FIFA. They don't value what's good for the sport, because they're lining the pockets of their country or their football federation, because they're never going to qualify for the World Cup, so they'll vote for whatever gets them the most money. They don't care about like what happens in the tournament, because their country can never play in it, so they just do whatever can make them the most money from FIFA. Actually, yeah, we're going okay. Emmanuel, thank you very much for the Prime. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Stone Cold Tin, thank you very much too. What's that? It's just a log. Well, the voting system is that everyone has an equal right, equal say, and every country that has a football federation, I believe they all get one vote as such, which makes sense in terms of making it fair. But when you've got, let's say, 15 countries or so that regularly qualify for the World Cups, and some that should, that have underperformed, like Italy. They haven't been in the World Cup for many years now, but they should have done. They have also won the Euros in the time where they've not been qualifying for the World Cup. But the teams that regularly play, and I don't just mean England, I mean mostly European teams, and then you've got some others. You've got teams like Japan recently, obviously. You've got the South American teams like Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Uruguay, Chile, others that normally qualify, and then you've got like obviously some others like the USA as well, who are now more likely to qualify more often. Teams like that really need to be the ones that, like the countries that actually participate need more of a say in the World Cup than countries that never qualify, like Liechtenstein or Monaco or whoever. Like Monaco might not be the best example, but they all get an equal say. And these teams like never win a qualifying game, never score a goal. Norway are a European country later, so they're all. I just lumped most of the European countries in a group. Exactly, Scotty. If they're offering 40 million to like countries like Cape Verde, they're going to take it, aren't they? They need that money really badly, right? They're going to just do whatever FIFA says, and they'll go ahead with it because they get the 40 million, you know. That's the second time I've lost connection to the server, which is kind of weird. At least it's at night, so I can just get back in. Cheers, John Doe. Thanks for coming in. UEFA have voted to boycott FIFA competitions if it's playing go ahead. That's good. They can't go ahead. I'd be staggered if they tried, because it just won't work. Like, it's not because Europe is the be end and all and they're more important, but like in the last tournament, 6 of the 8 quarterfinalists were from Europe. You know, there's many teams that are big, and that like the heritage of teams like Uruguay and Argentina and Brazil are without doubt. You know, but with no European teams, there's no World Cup. It just wouldn't be the same. They're going to have to make it work. Right, so I just tried to get back in. The server's actually, it's gone down, so the server's restarting. So I'm going to quickly make another cup of coffee. Make a coffee while the server's down. Kind of makes sense, I guess. Tim Bender, thank you very much for the support. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Strayflave, thank you for the crazy long resub 134. Tim Bender, thank you for the gifted memberships. Emmanuel, thank you as well. Right, I'm going to go make a coffee and I'll be back.
Paul, TRMZ community. Let's go.
Right, I'm back. I've eaten an apple and made a coffee and had a piss. Hey Joe, hope you're good, dude. Thank you very much for coming in. Cheers for the resub. John Doe, thank you as well. Is that a Wales flag in the background? No. However, we should turn that off now, shouldn't we? There we go. Let's put it back to that one.
Welcome back, Paul.
Gottos, thank you very much. Cheers for the support, dude. Appreciate it.
Still running with you, my really young Padawan.
Tattooing and tuning in, very cool. I think I'm quite excited about the tattoo that we were talking about, dude. I don't know about the whole 3 to 5 hours thing. Can you just knock it up in 15 minutes, right? 15 minutes seems much more doable. I'm looking forward to it, though. It's going to be good. At least it's going to be daylight soon, so the server restart, and it's getting lighter now at least. The rain is pretty fucking incessant, but... How's today's run been? I found a random blaze from a big shootout and then killed somebody with it, and his mate killed me. Mostly we've been moaning about the loot economy, and rightly so. The loot economy
Hi Paul,
on vanilla.
I hope all is well and that you had a great break.
I've not had it yet, Zagorki. Joe is going to TwitchCon and he's taken his tattoo stuff with him. He's an incredibly talented tattoo artist. He does stream some of it.
Hope you had a great trip.
And he's going to... So I'm getting like a little stack of poker chips where you can see the top of 2 poker chips ideally. Both that are going to have my logo inside them to symbolise me giving up gambling and starting my YouTube channel as a means to do so, right? And I think it's a really... I don't have a tattoo. I think it's a really good... I used to be a gambling addict. I started doing YouTube as a means to give up gambling, so that seems like a really good kind of vibe. It's DayZ related, it's life related. I think it's going to be cool. But anyway, it's in November, so that's when I'll be having it done. Santos seems an interesting fella on YouTube, doesn't he? Matt, I'm not getting a face tat, no. I'm going to get it on my upper arm. Was your first YouTube stream a DayZ stream? Darth, my first YouTube video was a DayZ video. It came out on the 29th of July, so yesterday in 2014. So I've been doing YouTube 12 years since yesterday. Why am I not getting a face tat? Afraid of being too cool? Yes, that's exactly why I'm not getting a face tat. I just don't want to be too cool.
Hi Paul.
The cool levels are high in this stream. Oh, they are, Boosh. Yeah, I without doubt, you know, like, no doubt. It's really what I'm going for. Dirkster, thank you very much. Cheers for the support. Thank you for the 6 months. Grouchy, thank you for the year. My second son was born. He spawned on Sunday afternoon. Zedens, congratulations. Very, very cool. Bit of a silly question maybe, but would you recommend any good Vanilla Plus DayZ PvP engagement tutorials on YouTube? I don't know of any. There you go. I think I don't know of any. Not in the last 10 years. There was a dude that used to do kind of cool tactical talk-throughs, but they were a long time ago in the old game, not in the new game. Just need to sort shadow play out. I wasn't recording, so give me a sec. Something else I should have done. I haven't got the P1 full of bullets, and I should have it full of bullets. Fun facts, the Space Needle restaurant makes one full rotation every hour. I think it's half an hour, Paranoid. Well, I know it's half an hour, so I don't know what it says online, but you can buy a drink at the bar and the Space Needle, and it gets you half an hour, which is enough time to do one rotation.
Glad to have you back.
So it's like $20 for a cocktail. I fucked that up, haven't I? Yeah, that's just... Yeah, no, I haven't. That's fine. I can use this one. Yeah, you paid $20 for your cocktail. I had a old-fashioned. And then you sat on that bar stool with the... Like, sitting on a pane of glass with a... That's fucking awful. Anyway, sitting on glass and looking straight down at the ground was somewhat disconcerting. But it takes half an hour to do a rotation, so I don't know if they sped it up or what, but yeah, half an hour. Cam Can't Run has some decent combat breakdowns. There you go, there's a good shout. Cam Can't Run. I learnt more when I was first starting from watching streams and sort of like asking questions, if I'm honest, than anything else. But the main thing about with PvP is to decide when it takes place. You know, you need to be playing carefully. You not getting seen and deciding when to shoot is how you win PvP more than anything else. You know, taking your time, not taking the shot. If the odds are against you, running away is better than taking the fight, right? But doesn't mean I don't always do that, obviously. But being the one that decides when the fight happens is the way that you do the best. Like playing carefully, staying in tree lines, staying in forests, and overwatching carefully, and then choosing when to shoot is how you win more often than not. You gained £15 while I was gone. Stress eating due to lack of content, dude. I was shocked to find out United and Delta give you Buffalo Trace, but Southwestern America give you Jack Daniels. British Airways, it's a 12-year-old Scotch, and I forget, it begins with S, and I can't remember the name of it. It was okay. Singleton. It was Singleton. Fucking hell, I asked for a Singleton on the flight there. They gave me a tumbler, like a little half-sized tumbler, and it was, I would imagine in a pub it would be like 10 measures. Buffalo Trace is okay, but I asked for a Singleton whiskey and they brought out a glass and it was like 2/3 full. It was fucking huge. One sec, guys. But yeah, I'd managed to use my credit card and some upgrade vouchers, so I went business class, which is why I'm getting the decent stuff, I guess. But it was quite nice. I had on the flight back, I had 2 singletons. They were more like regular size, but I had 2, and then I had a decent glass of wine with the food, which was good. It was pretty decent food as well. You pick it from a menu if you're in there. And I was gluten free, but all of the choices were gluten free, which was great. So I could actually have a choice, which was nice as well. Brash Brian, sorry. Thank you very much for the 61 months. Chopper down, thank you as well. Tim Tucker, thank you too. I'm glad to be back, dude. Thank you. So great, like being away. Saw quite a lot of things. Seattle was a nice city. Had some amazing food over the course of the 2 weeks. Ramen being my favourite by miles, but it was all pretty good. I had tacos, which I wasn't personally that keen on, but I think that was just where we went. They weren't that great. I think I prefer the not authentic tacos where they're kind of crispy rather than soft, whatever they're called. The fucking flatbread thing. I don't like it being soft. It's not my thing. I want it crispy. Yeah, soft shell, exactly, yeah. We say taco in the UK, Creole. Yeah, it's the same with like pot stickers. That's not annoying. Josephius, thank you very much for the resub. Cheers, dude. Thank you. Like pot stickers, I much prefer those like fried rather than steamed. It's all good, Josephius. I don't know, Shoestring. I just ate them. Did I check out Olympia? Nope. We went. Miss Portland had to work a little bit. The first weekend we went to Seattle from Friday to Sunday, and then we went on the Tuesday. The 21st was my birthday, so we went and watched. The Odyssey. Then went out for an evening meal and had ramen. It was really, really good. My favourite meal at the time I was there, for sure. It was really, really good. On the Wednesday, we then went to Clarkston and Lewiston and then Spokane. She had like some family events and like get-togethers and stuff to go. So I met her dad. I met a lot of her aunts and uncles and cousins and whatnot. Met quite a lot of her extended family. So from the Wednesday, the 22nd, until the Saturday, we were in rural kind of western Washington. And then after that, on the Saturday, her car got totaled in an accident as we were on the way home. We just about made it back to Portland and the car got written off, so we didn't do much after that. We got sideswiped by a Tesla coming up to an intersection and it pushed us into another car, and that was that. Well, Miss Portland lives... We did a lot of driving, but we went from... We weren't staying in Seattle to go to Spokane. We were in Portland. We went from Portland to Clarkston, and then Clarkston to Spokane in the same day. So it was more than that, you know. It was Spokane's kind of roughly the same level, north-south wise. It's about the same level as Seattle, but we had to go from Portland, which is more south, like inland, and then up to Spokane afterwards. We were fine. The Tesla hit on the passenger side, on the side I was sitting, and it kind of just clipped the door and then pushed the wheel, like the wheel arch, and then it pushed us into another car, which we hit twice before we stopped. because we were going about 25 or something, maybe close to 30. But it was going ridiculously quick. It was 10 to midnight, and I reckon the driver was high or drunk or whatever. And he was really travelling. He was going way quicker than the speed limit, and he didn't leave himself time to stop, and there was nowhere for him to go, so he just drove into us. It was pretty scary at the time, though. Yeah, that Miss Portland had like a 10-year-old Toyota, like Corolla type thing, and it got hit by the Tesla on the right side, pushed the left wing, clipped this Jeep, and then in the process of slowing and skidding, we then hit front on the same Jeep. There's nothing she could really do. It hit us so hard, and it hit her kind of in the wheel as well, so it really kind of fucked up the steering. But anyway, yeah, we ended up with damage from her door all the way round the front to my door. Pretty much everything was damaged. The front bumper, the bonnet, the hood, both wings, both doors, all of it was damaged. And so it got picked up on Monday by the insurance company. They wrote it off yesterday. Did you get out and yell, "Do you know who I am?" The Tesla didn't stop, it drove off. I got out fairly quickly because there was debris in the road, and I picked up what I thought was Miss Portland's hubcap and kept it in the car, and then it was dark, obviously. I thought it was from her car, so I picked it up and then I got back to the car. When with the police were there, I realised it was off the Tesla. So we were reporting it, and like, what car was it? And I couldn't really tell because it's hit me in the side, and that's the first I knew of it. So it was white, and it was a sedan type car, but it was clearly a Tesla. Miss Portland saw it, but also there was a Tesla hubcap on the floor, which I managed to collect. It would be so expensive to fix that. Tesla's, like, the panels and stuff are crazy expensive, so that cost whoever was the driver is going to, assuming it was their car, which Teslas don't get stolen very much, I don't think, but it's going to cost a fucking fortune to fix that. Yeah, it hit and ran, so it got reported. Thankfully, Miss Portland's insurance is fully comprehensive, so she's covered. And because there's a police number and there was other witnesses, they took statements. So the insurance have not placed the blame on Miss Portland for the claim because it was a hit and run. Are Teslas still randomly exploding in flames? Josephius, EVs have a chance to set on fire, but they actually their rate at setting on fire is substantially lower than petrol cars because it turns out petrol is also quite combustive as well. This just in, petrol burns. However, it's absolutely true that if an EV sets on fire, it's much harder to put out. But the same technology is in your phone that you charge next to your bed every night. It was a hit and run, yeah. I hope they catch them. There could well be cameras on the traffic lights at the intersection, and it was close to like business areas and whatnot. Like there was a bank and there was other things that might have had CCTV. So there's a chance maybe they might be able to look into it and work out, like, the car, maybe get some kind of information and whatnot. But I doubt. The insurance company might look into it, but there's not much you can do as a person. Maybe the police can get that, but. Yeah, I seriously doubt the police will do anything to it. Okay, in Portland, like they probably have like fender benders and like crashes like that, multiple every evening, right? They fill out the report and that's it. You know, I doubt there'll be a great deal of investigation. The insurance company might do some investigating because they've got to pay for the car, haven't they? You know, if they can do it, they might, but I suspect it'll just get paid out and that'll be that. Andy22 Sheffield, thank you. Wimpster, thank you very much too. Gotta wonder if Tesla Dude was using autopilot. I seriously doubt it, Darth Jazz Hands. It would almost certainly stop. It was more. My guess is that it was someone driving way too quick who was drunk, because they like I've experienced the Tesla like auto drive, for example. It's pretty good. I seriously doubt it was on auto drive. It would have stopped. It wouldn't have done what it did there. I know everything can have a fault, right? But I think it's much more likely to be the driver. If you can afford a Tesla, you don't need to hit and run. The dude may have already had a DUI or something, right? It was 10 to midnight on a Saturday. Most people that don't stop is because they're breaking the law, right? That's why they don't stop, isn't it? They were probably drunk. They probably didn't want to lose their license, you know?
Hello again, old man.
I feel like there were flower ones, Todillis, but I don't know.
Welcome back, TRMZ love.
Dirty Old Man, thank you very much. Memphis, thank you as well. Cheers for the support. Maybe less of the old Memphis, that'd be nice. Bastard.
Welcome back and happy 24 months of subbing, good sir.
Cheers, Penny. Hope you're good. Thank you very much for the 2 year inning. We were good, Hoyds. Yeah, Miss Portland's cat Google was in her carrier in the back of the car, so we were a bit worried about her. But the carrier just kind of moved to the right, and it was slightly on an angle, but she was fine. The cats are pretty durable, right? But she was fine. I had a bit of a achy back the next day and the day after, but it's gone now. Cheers, Penny. You dirty old man. Memphis, thank you as well. Andy, thank you too. Cywalder, yeah, Infantino is absolutely deluded. Like, it's definitely like similar to Sepp Blatter. They get so up themselves. They've got so much power. I think he's got a bigger idea of what FIFA is as well. FIFA's like, it doesn't actually have anything. It's the facilitator of the World Cup, and should facilitate the World Cup. But it's using players and like from all nations who are all paid by their clubs. The World Cup is an amazing thing, but they're trying to turn it into a corporation, but they don't actually have to do anything, you know. Like, they don't pay the players' wages. They're trying to monetize it and make it like the biggest thing in football without having to do any, like, give anything back, you know. It's insanity. I don't get it. Like, it needs to not happen. This feels a lot to me like when some of the Premier League clubs, Liverpool included, tried to go about setting up that European League, and they massively overreached, and then they realised, you know. The only difference is that FIFA are so blind that they think they can just do what they want. That one felt close. Oh, fuck me. That sucks. Is he going to stop? He is. I'm going to die. I may have hit him. He may have stopped because he needs to bandage. I've got one shot with the crossbow. If I make it, I'm good. If I don't make it, I'm fucked.
Welcome back. I hope your time in the PNW was enjoyable. Looks like it from your Insta. Love you, bye.
Oh my, what gun was that? Fair play. I only just saw the backpack at the last second, never mind. Oh, fuck me. I only saw the backpack, right? I saw the boat and then I clocked the bag in the bush after. Don't you think he was going to stop at the prison? No, I don't. I think he was going past. I think if he was going to stop at the prison, he already would have. He'd probably been to the prison. Looking at the angle he was at, I seriously doubt he was going to stop at the prison, no. Yeah, I think it was possibly an R12, which would make sense. That would possibly have come from the prison, right? Let's try for the guy. He's in here.
Got him. Help me.
I'm stuck with Zeds.
Dead.
Whoa.
TRMZ love.
The spawn system in effect right there. Uber, thank you very much for the 78. Obsidian, thank you very much. Non-LB, thank you very much too.
Best trade.
Oh, fuck me. And then both of us have spawned back in. Oh, God, the spawn system. It's so fucking good. Fuck me. I hope I spawn somewhere else. Bjorn, yeah, it got auto-modded for some reason, so it didn't get done. Possibly the word orgasm, I don't know, but it got held by Twitch's smart detection, so I'll get there in a second. Thank you for the resub, though. Oh, fuck me. Right, I'm not even going to go back to that horror show. I'm going for another spawn. I'm not doing this. Bollocks. Hey, Paul, thanks for agreeing to this interview with OnlyManZ magazine. This is your resub, Bjorn. A few questions. Is your peen visible with the naked eye? Yes, it is. Is it true that you sound like a turtle when you orgasm? No, I sound like a lion when I orgasm. Do you truly turn 69 this year? No, 38. Is there truth to the rumours that Redline is your unpaid houseboy? Thank you. I can't afford Redline. Redline's way above my pay grade. Cheers, swear words. Thank you for the support. Uber, thank you as well. Obsidian, thank you as well. What things did you miss from the UK when you were on vacation? I didn't miss anything, Cornish. I was only there 2 weeks. I wasn't due to see my kids because the weekend I was meant to have them, they had a birthday. Well, my daughter that was coming had a birthday party, so I didn't even miss the weekend with my kids because they weren't coming anyway. So I didn't miss anything. Has the viewership decreased for DayZ? I think the viewership on Twitch has decreased in general, Em. I think the viewership... My viewership on... I started streaming on YouTube 2 years ago, so I get more viewers on YouTube than I do on Twitch now. So my viewership has changed because I stream on YouTube. But I think viewership numbers are down in general on Twitch, not just on DayZ, but in general they're down. Like people, if you take anyone really, aside from whoever's the current next blow up guy, like Burnt Peanut, for example. But in general, views are down, compared to where they were 2 or 3 years ago. Alright, I'm not quite sure where I would quite like to go to Prison Island, somewhat annoyingly. That R12 was pretty hard to deal with, wasn't it? But yeah, fair play. He had a good gun. I'm dead. I really wanted to loot Prison Island, so I kind of regret shooting now. Oh, good. Let's leave him to it. He didn't talk. Do you have a special goal this stream? Mick, I'm playing vanilla and I'm really looking to try and test out the loot economy on vanilla. But one of the things I wanted to do was loot the prison island, and then I finally looted my way to the prison island and got killed, which is kind of annoying. COVID made Twitch explode, but it really, like, from 2020 to like 2023. I think Twitch has been losing viewers across the whole site for the last couple of years. Not massively, but a little bit. But also because they've pushed people to YouTube, you know, like
from your holes, TRMZ love.
If you're a Twitch partner, you're now allowed to stream straight to YouTube. You know, they didn't used to make that. Like I started in November 2023. Like, everybody's been able to, and definitely, I know I'm just one channel, but anybody that has that makes sense, and so definitely they've lost viewership to other places. You know. The trip was great, Engertz. It was absolutely amazing. Didn't really want to come home. I wanted to be streaming, but I was very happy to... Yeah, I enjoyed spending 2 weeks with Miss Portland again. C4D Fry, thank you for the 3 years. Leezy Swear Words, thank you again. Now that the loot economy has changed, are the SSG and Pioneer rifles more important? I don't think so, Borg. Where do you find them? Like, it'd be interesting when we get to the prison island, where I just died in about an hour, we can have a look. But the loot economy is fucked. The SSG and the Pioneer, they are better in as far as it's really hard to get a vest, so if you hit somebody with them, you'll kill them. Whaler, I was on the west coast, so I went to Portland, I also went to Seattle, went to Clarkston and Lewiston, I also went to Spokane. How long until Twitch and YouTube combine like every other media? Well, I doubt that'll happen. YouTube don't need Twitch. Like, I love Twitch. I'm proud to be a Twitch streamer. It's where I started streaming. It's what allowed me to be full time. But Twitch is like a market stall in comparison to YouTube, you know? Like, Twitch is a tiny website for niche interests, like particularly live streaming, you know, whereas YouTube is the second biggest search engine on the planet, you know. The first being Google, also owned by Google, same as YouTube. You know? like YouTube
Welcome
is just
back,
different. They don't need Twitch.
Bigfoot encounters?
No Bigfoot encounters, no. We were staying at this house seeing Miss Portland's family, and there was some deer out there, and there'd been deer, this was in Spokane, and there'd been bears, like a mama bear and 2 cubs regularly spotted, black bears, and they came into the back garden. We were just leaving on the first day we got there. We were just leaving on the Wednesday night, and the bears showed up, so they called us back, and we got back out the car and got back, but by the time we got to the patio, we didn't go out on the patio, by the time we got to the window, they'd gone. But yeah, they have bears quite regularly in the... It's not really a rear yard. It's like their house is like in a bit of a forest, so it's kind of forested. Cheers, Nessing. Your missus has claimed the TRMZ mug you won. Well, at least you didn't pay for it, Don. Yeah, the Columbia is like as you're driving from Portland to Clarkston, Lewiston kind of way, you're following the river like most of the way, and it's not like a river in the UK, you know. It's massive. It's so big, and it's dammed in a few places as you're driving along, but it's fucking huge. Yeah, you don't see bears in the UK shotgun. Well, we don't have them. It was so hazy though because of the heat, and there's a lot of fires and stuff at the moment. There's actually a fire in the UK right now in Suffolk. So I live in Suffolk, and there's a fire on the coast. Hopefully near Dunwich. Hopefully they've put it out, or they're in the process of. But yeah, like the risk of fires at the moment with it being so dry is absolutely crazy. But yeah, it was very, very hazy. I've got a picture from Miss Portland's backyard, and the sun was like orange. It was about, I don't know what time it was, 7 p.m. and the sun is so like blood red from all the like the smoke. Hi, Doug Locklear. Hope you're good. I'm doing well. I've just been on holiday to America Land to see my other half, so just got back first stream today. This is a really dull thing, by the way, but it's kind of, this is so dull. But if you are in the UK and you're able to be a bit smarter with your water use, it's probably wise right now, you know. You live near Bury St Edmunds? Capitan, I don't say... I live in Suffolk, but I'm not going to say exactly where I live, dude. I have been to Bury St Edmunds a number of times, but it's a nice town, so I've been there quite a bit over the years. So, yeah, I like Bury. But I'm not going to say my proximity to it or otherwise, but I've been there. But yeah, I've started doing a few things to just use a little bit less water. It seems to make sense, but if everybody does, that's good, but we'll see. Hi, Dems. Hope you're good. Actually, YouTube and Google are owned by Alphabet. Well, that's what they trade as, but it's really Google, isn't it? You know, like the Alphabet is Google. I want to visit the UK, but not sure where to visit. Well, obviously, if you're coming once, you should go to London, but certainly somewhere like York would be a really good place to go. It's a really cool city. There's quite a lot to visit. You could see it in 2 days easily, and it's a cool city to go to. Maybe Bath would be another one. I've never been to Bath, but Bath would be not a bad place.
Have you back, Paul.
But I think if you went to London and then you did York and then you did Edinburgh, you'd do 3 amazing cities, and you could maybe stop along the way and maybe go to the Yorkshire Dales or something like that. York is a really old city with walls all around it and a really nice cathedral and whatnot. So it's like a smaller city, but has a lot of a mix in it.
Glad to have you back.
Lake District is a good shout as well, or the Yorkshire Dales, whichever. Hull is the spot. Did you feel like you could travel around safely in Portland? Yes, I did, patron. But we did go for a meal out. We went to a ramen place that was on the edge of Chinatown, and there was some homeless people around, but there's homeless people around in London as well. To be fair, though, we drove fairly close by, parked like 2 blocks over, and then went to the restaurant and then got back in the car and went home. So I didn't spend ages walking around the city, but there are some homeless people there, and that's a real shame. But there are homeless people in most cities. We saw people that were like living in a tent in 1 or 2 places in Seattle. You know, like you get that in London, you get that in big cities. You know, it's in Portland as well. York Cathedral is currently surrounded by scaffolding, so maybe not the best time. Yeah, that may well be the case. Yeah. Should probably eat the food I've got. Let's not eat that, actually, because it'll make me dehydrated. The nice thing with doing London, then York, then Edinburgh is that you're seeing diverse places, but you're seeing you can do it all in one straight shot. You can start in one. You could get flights into London and flights home from Edinburgh, I'd have thought.
Welcome back.
Dodgy, thank you very much for the 48 months. Wildchild, thank you very much as well. Glad to be back. Thank you. Spillbot, thank you as well. Cheers, dude. BP, thank you too. That's what you did, Joey. Yeah, it makes sense. Didn't make it to Tillamook, but I did try 3 different flavours of Tillamook ice cream draw. So I had cookies and cream. We went to see one of Miss Portland's friends and her family, and she had cookies and cream Tillamook, so I tried that. My favourite so far is mint choc chip. Mint choc chip Tillamook is fucking divine. And we also had vanilla pod vanilla, but with the vanilla pod in it, right? And I had a root beer float with that as well, which was really good. I quite like root beer. We don't really have root beer in the UK, but I quite like it. Did you see the dragon flying around in London? I didn't. I tell you what I did see, which I found really kind of stupidly scary. I'd forgotten about this until you just asked about it. As the plane was landing at Heathrow, I was looking out my window and there was a drone about what seemed about 100 metres away from the plane just as we were landing, and it was the same height as the plane. And I don't know if it was something to do with the airport or if it was some fucker that was flying it that shouldn't have been, but it did scare me a little bit. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I know but it looked big. It looked bigger than normal. It looked like quite a large drone. I was like, what the fuck is that, and why is it near the plane? Gross. Mint choc chip tastes like chocolate flavoured toothpaste. Easily the worst take you have. Well, it's okay to like different things, Boomslang, but I fucking love it. Mint choc chip Tillamook. It's not even... It's a lie to call it mint choc chip. It's got whole bits of chocolate in it. They're not chips. They're like fucking large bits of chocolate. It's great. A&W root beer. That's what we were having, Josephius, yeah. They're drones to catch little drones and scare birds away. Oh, is that the case, though? Well, I hope that's what it was, but I'd never noticed it before. At the risk of repetition, did you have a crash? Yeah, we talked about it a bit, but we were coming up to an intersection, Sean, and Tesla was in the lane directly behind us, 3 lanes, and it was going way too quick, and it tried to come around us to the side and then push in front, and there wasn't space, so it just absolutely rammed the side of us on the side I was sitting, the passenger side, clipped the door, hit the front, span us into a car to the left of it, and we ended up side on, stopped, having hit a Jeep in the left-hand lane twice that it pushed us into. So Miss Portland's car's been written off. Myself, Miss Portland and the cat were all fine. I really like that Tillamook mint choc chip. It's so creamy. It's fucking amazing. I did have I can't remember where we were, but I think we got it as a DoorDash thing, but I had French toast one day because we were just chatting, and I've never had French toast, which is kind of bad. But French toast with maple syrup, that was fucking divine as well. I like that.
At
Maple syrup is
TheRunningManZ,
good.
The important part is that you and Ms. Portland are both okay. Glad to hear it.
It was good. I'm getting hungry talking about it, to be honest. I ate far too much, as you can gather from what I'm saying. But anyway, I can go back on the health kick now. Hub Games, yeah, we've been talking about it a bit since the news broke that they're going to boycott it. I think it's right. I think somebody needs to hold FIFA to account. They don't own football. It's not theirs to sell. They should not be monetizing things like that. They put the World Cup on, and great, but they should not be making it. They should not be making football a corporation. So it's not theirs to sell. They shouldn't be doing it. It's not their remit. So I'm glad that someone's doing it. Moxie, it's the best soda. I never even heard of it, Mojo. Thank you for the resub, by the way.
Next time you come to the east coast of America, you have to try Moxie. It's the best soda.
Cheers, Mojo. Thank you, Largehead. Thank you as well. File transfer, Bolek. Thank you very much too. Crowd control. Well, it'll be UEFA. Obviously, it's all of the teams. They've obviously agreed it. I don't know. I'm only hearing it from people in the chat. But UEFA control the chat. They control the European competition, the Euros. So they'll have direct conversations with all of the nations that play in Europe, right? So if they've collectively agreed to boycott it, that means that all of the teams in Europe will sit out of the World Cup if FIFA do what they're trying to do. Moxie is terrible, but each to their own. Well, I've still never heard of it, but yeah. Is that Aggie on me? I might try a cigar again at some point, Unknown Beast. I quite like whiskey, and I think like some whiskies are quite smoky, but I'm not desperate to. It's not just the European teams that are against it. Like CONCACAF, I believe, have come out and said that they're against it. I think some of the Asian Federation, well, part of the Asian Federation have come out and said it, or whatever they're called over there. Like, nobody really wants what FIFA are doing, and they seem to be trying to railroad it in. You know, it's just ridiculous. So, like, people's friends can make money. Does Miss Portland watch your stream? Matt, I'm still not really talking much about Miss Portland beyond the stuff that I'm saying. So, yes or no? I hope no is the answer. I ought to use that. They already sell advertising space. How is it that much different? Well, having adverts and monetizing the World Cup that they host, making the most money from the World Cup while they host it, is different than having companies part owning it. That's clearly different, isn't it? It's not theirs to sell. They're creating a new company to allow companies to start getting involved and make a load of money so they can line their back pockets. FIFA is not a company. It's a not-for-profit organisation. It doesn't need to be having real companies with commercial interests involved in the ownership of it in any way, shape or form. It's meant to be a not-for-profit organisation, so why does it need to be in league with corporations that have a vested interest in changing the game to make more money? Is that why he wants to add all the new teams to maximise income? Yeah, that's why there was 48 teams in this World Cup, because it means more games and more money, more TV advertising, more revenue, more games. That's why next time they want more teams. Tech, thank you very much for the bits. It was a great World Cup. I'm really disappointed that they sort of like rolled into their shell after going 1-0 up against Argentina. It was such a great opportunity, but I'm still pleased with the way they played. The World Cup itself was great. The sport was great. The actual spectacle of the games was great. I enjoyed watching the World Cup. But FIFA are corrupt, and that them being corrupt and them trying to turn this sport into some kind of cabal because of self-interest believing that to be the case doesn't mean that you can't enjoy the World Cup, which was great. It was one of my favourite, possibly my favourite I've seen, you know. It was really, really good. The actual games were good. The final was a bit dull. There was a few dull games, but you get that in any sport, you know. Like the actual games were good. Why is more teams bad? Thomas, I'm not really necessarily against more teams necessarily, but the reason they're doing more teams is to make more money. That's it, you know. Like expanding this World Cup was really good. Having 48 teams didn't have a net negative. It created positives, like Cape Verde, you know, like some of the results and some of the games. There wasn't like people were saying in advance that maybe there'd be a load of 8-0s and stuff. There wasn't. I think Germany beat one team 7-0. But this World Cup was really competitive. Excuse me. So more teams isn't necessarily bad, but the reason behind it is not necessarily for the betterment of the game, it's for the betterment of making profit for FIFA. But I don't necessarily have an issue with them. Like, if they want to maximise the profit of the World Cup and go to 64 teams, we'll have to see how it is, you know. I enjoyed this World Cup and it was 48 rather than 32. I don't know. Like, I'm not necessarily against that, but I am against FIFA selling a portion of themselves when they're a not-for-profit organisation to be in league with corporations that clearly have the best interests of making more money, you know. Like that, FIFA doesn't own football. It organises the World Cup, and that's where it should start and end. They don't have anything to sell. They shouldn't be in league with corporations. They're a not-for-profit organisation that are effectively hosting the World Cup every 4 years, and they channel that money into football. But that's all under the guise of them being really like do-goody. But what do they actually do? You know, like, I don't know. You need a bit of grass and a football to play football. You know, like most of the best players come through playing in a patch of dirt somewhere. You know, necessarily like if you're coming through in Brazil or Argentina, they grow up playing street football, and that's why they're so skillful. Yeah, I was losing my voice while I was talking. Yeah, obviously you talk a lot while streaming, and it definitely you get more out of practice with it.
Do you think the Prem is corrupt? 6.
Do I think the Premier League is corrupt? No. I don't think it's corrupt. I think the people that are making the decisions have their own best interests at heart. And I think financial fair play, while it was brought in with the best of intentions, actually favours the teams at the top too much. Like having financial fair play in place to protect teams from going bust is one thing, but stopping teams like Aston Villa or Newcastle from spending money when they've got like the richest owners imaginable seems somewhat ridiculous, really. I don't think it's corrupt, but I think each of the Premier League teams have a vote, and they want to vote for their own best interests, well, like most people do, you know. World Cup should have 172 teams in it. No, it shouldn't. It shouldn't. We have qualifying leagues, right? It makes sense that in the 2 years running up to the World Cup, you qualify, you know. You have like games that are meaningful in between the World Cup, so you have to play another 5 teams twice, or maybe 4 depending on where you are, but you play other teams and then teams qualify from that. You know, that makes a lot of sense. It makes there be sport on the run up to it, and then you get a much better quality tournament when the tournament actually happens as well. If you had 172 teams, you really would be getting like 15-0 or 20-0 or something. You'd be getting like part-timers that don't play football playing against like world superstars. Oh, bollocks. Still got the gamma on, I'll just quickly turn that off. We may find a gun up in that barn up there. Well, there's 2 barns, in fact. I still can't believe it, Cuban Pete. Well, like, you're talking about how it costs so much money to play football in America in the youth system, and that we were talking a bit about this to one of Miss Portland's kids plays football, and like the cost of it and stuff. We were having that conversation with somebody in America 2 weeks ago nearly, and I just find it staggering. They're not set up for the betterment of sport. They're set up to make money. You know, like the actual youth system in America is. It's like a club that you have to get in and then pay through the nose to play football as a youth. It's just not like that in most places. You know, like if you play football in England, and I know it's because it's not the most popular sport, but it's set up to make profit in America. It's not set up to find the best footballers, you know, or soccer players, whatever. Like, in the UK, you'll play football for your school, and there'll also be, like, every little village, every little town will have an adults team that'll play in a league at some level. It might not be at a high level, but at some level. And that team will have, like, an under-9s and an under-12s and an under-15s and an under-18s and an under-21s or whatever. They'll have youth system all the way up.
Cheers to 5
And
years.
if you're good enough, you'll play, and it won't cost any money. You might
TRMZ heart.
You might pay £1 or £2 a week in subs or something, and maybe assist in like getting kits bought or washed or whatever it might be. But I find it staggering that in America you can only play soccer in a youth team if you're paying a massive subscription to do so. So you can only play it if you can afford it, which it seems crazy. That is every youth sport in the USA. It's just crazy. The same stands if your kids play baseball, water polo, you name it, it costs a fortune. That's insane. Do you now support the Trailblazers because of Miss Portland? I couldn't tell you how they're doing at the moment, Carlisle, but I did see them play. Well, I know they're not playing right now because the Knicks won it, right? But I did go to a game in January. I watched the Trailblazers play the Knicks. The Knicks won. But it was fun to go to. I went to a Mariners game a couple of Fridays ago. So in going to Portland twice, we went to Seattle. So I've seen a Mariners game in Seattle, and I've been to a Trailblazers basketball game. And when I go back in October, the Seahawks are playing the 49ers at Seattle while I'm there. But the cost of the tickets is fucking crazy, and it's Miss Portland's birthday, so the reason I'm going is because it's her birthday. So I'm kind of eager to do something that's more with her in mind rather than just going to foosball. Sorry guys, prepare Uranuses for more loot economy talk. Right? Is it good that you can guarantee to get guns in a barn, but there's no point going to any village in the game? Is that good? It's good that I've got the gun, right? But is it really good for the game that you don't find shotguns in towns, but you can completely ignore the town and just go to a barn? It's really fun to loot 2 barns and completely miss the entire town, isn't it? You know, it's a really good job they invented this amazing map with all the cool villages and cool towns, places like Zelenogorsk or whatever town you can think of. But you don't need to go to those. Just go to the barn or the edge of the town and then fuck off, you know? It's fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid. Don't bother looting the town or anything where you can like actually enjoy looting. Just go to the barn and get 2 guns in the same one. It's ridiculous. I don't know what the fuck they were smoking. I'm sorry, I know it's strong, but I don't get it. It's ruining the fucking game. Looting is fun. Going to a town and looting is actually fun. People have been doing it for 12 years in the game that you've made that we love. And you're taking it a fucking way. Why? Like, just run to a barn, go to the well, and fuck off to the airfield. That's the game now. Who the fuck wants to just run straight to Tissy to get the best loot and pick up a gun on a barn? No point looking for a vest because they don't fucking exist. Just run to the airfield, kill a zombie, and get a plate carrier. It's fucking stupid, and the changes they've made are not significant enough. You can already tell, and I've only been in it 3 hours. It's not good. It's just bad. $129 is it went official while I was on holiday crowd. So I didn't moan. I talked about how hard it was, and I put it on the feedback tracker while I was away. So I did put the feedback. I wrote the feedback on the 12th. I'm not suggesting the devs should just listen to me and not do it, but I was fairly passive about it while I was playing it for 40 odd hours. But I played it plenty. I didn't really think that through, did I? I've killed the cow. I've got no knife. Wouldn't it be nice if this zombie had a steak knife? US has a college system of scholarships which can make good players money too. Dazzy, but what's that got to do with finding the players? Like, the pool of players available is much smaller if they could only get good by paying through the nose to get there, you know? Like, if your parents can't afford it, you can't do it. Like, you can't get a scholarship to go to university and play soccer if you didn't play soccer as a kid, which costs a lot of money that your parents might not have. So it's like there's an entry, like the only people that can get scholarships are people whose parents could afford to send them to practice and play for a club while they were a kid. I might just go and double check. Like, I might just go and double check along here. I feel like this might spawn stones maybe just along here, but I don't know. I can't believe I wasted the shotgun shell. Obviously, the loot economy that I'm heavily moaning about is the loot economy on vanilla, so like official. I'm not necessarily on official right now, but I am on vanilla with no loot changes, right? So you can go and play on 0 or Karma Crew or Day 1 and they can adjust the loot economy. But that doesn't help for the people that want to actually play vanilla or that are playing on console and stuff. So when I'm talking about this, tomorrow I can go and play on a different server and have fun playing the game the way it makes more sense, perhaps. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't matter, because it does affect the game and those that play it, you know. Youth coaches in the UK are mostly volunteers, so it doesn't cost the parents anything. Yeah, I know, Scotty, yeah. But they'll all be associated with clubs, you know, like it's all set up from, like, your local town that has a lower league team where players are all part-time and they don't make much money. Most local towns, like, they might have 200 people watching them play on a Saturday afternoon or less, whatever it might be, you know. None of that's set up for profit. Everybody that plays for that team works full-time, right? They might get paid by the club, but it's not their main gig. They're not full-time players or anything. But all of those teams all have youth setups, and it's all done by people for the love of the club. Like, people get involved with it that are involved with the club in all sorts of ways. You know, none of it's set up to make profit. It's all set up for the love of the sport and the game and whatnot. Can you use a broken bottle to cut up a cow? The broken bottle thing is a mod, dude, so you can't break a bottle up if you're on a vanilla server. WRC, it was very hazy. It was very hazy in the whole of Washington and I know you said Portugal then, and Portland. It was very hazy from all the smoke in the area. Ian Greenwood, cheers for tuning in, appreciate it. I guess trying to say that the scholarships and college system being the gateway to high paid sport could also force the high cost of youth sports. I don't think it does, Dazzy. I think it's just set up for profit. I don't think that's forcing the cost. I think everything's done to make money. Like, it's just the way it is, you know, I guess, but it's just strange. It seems alien, you know, like it's not just soccer, but like if you're into cricket or rugby, like at the weekend, everywhere here has got, obviously these are comparable games, so in the UK you'd have soccer, rugby and cricket as probably the big three, which would be comparable in America to basketball, baseball and NFL maybe. I'm excluding ice hockey, but you can see how ice hockey might be a bit tricky because you need an ice rink to play. You need the ice to play it. You know, there's more cost. The other sports are a bit easier to play in some form or another. You know, maybe not an official match, but you can play like so many people have a basketball hoop or whatever. You know, you can learn the basics. But it's just different, you know. Feta, I've talked loads about the loot economy. I think it's shite. I think it's fucking terrible. In a nutshell, yeah. I think having all these great towns and all this map that's been developed for 12 years where the towns are now irrelevant and you're better off going to the barns on the edges of the town is one of the dumbest things I've ever fucking heard in my life. Quite like to get you killed now, please. Fuck me, these are taking some hits. He must be close to being dead. Stab vests don't... I've not found a stab vest in a spawn area hub games. Unfortunately, I just died going to Prison Island. I'd be very interested to see what it's like at Prison Island, so that's kind of where I'm going to make a beeline for relatively quickly now. Might as well just drink a couple while I'm here. So you can find vests on zombies at the Prison Island, but not actually on the floor. That's interesting, Pee-wee. Go, go, go. You might have more subventions for clubs in England, Paul, because, as I said, they pay to rent the field where I am. It's not cheap. I don't know, Killer Inside. I don't understand. Like, you don't really need much to play. Like, you can train kids to play football in any bit of grass, you know. Like, there's plenty of grass in the UK, and we've got... One thing I definitely know for a fact is that there's a lot more people in a lot smaller of an area in the UK. Something I found really interesting. We were driving back from Spokane, which is quite it's a pretty big city. It's not huge, but it's not small. We were driving from Spokane to Clarkston at like 9 p.m. We only saw about 20 cars in a 2-hour drive. It was unbelievable. That's probably a slight exaggeration, but it was a main road between Spokane, a city, and Clarkston and Lewiston, which is smaller but still reasonably big. And there was no... Not serious. Yeah, cheers for coming in, dude. Thank you. There was next to no cars. It's insane, you know. That difference is huge, you know. But my point I was trying to make is that you don't need a great deal to play football. You need a bit of grass and two cones for a goal. You don't need to be renting like some amazing 4G fucking AstroTurf pitch or something to play football. You can play it anywhere. The gas prices in the UK are massively higher than in America, Hooney. There's just a lot more people in it. We're a very small country, right, with like 70 million people. The population in America is obviously much bigger, but it's much more spread. You've got a much bigger country. I found that really interesting. The roads are obviously much better as well. So the roads you're on are much wider. They're much better. The quality of the roads are way better. But the amount of traffic... And obviously cities have a lot of traffic. You know, the cities have got lots of people. They're very busy. But once you've left a city and you're going to the next one, the roads are really good. You're going to get snarl-ups and the highways might get blocked if there's an accident or whatever. You know, it happens. But there's a lot less traffic than you'd think. How much are you paying for a litre in the UK? I think it's about £1.50 or something, John. Like £1.50, £1.55, roughly. But it's dramatically more. Like Miss Portland was filling her car up for like $40 or something. You know, the last time I filled up my petrol car, it was £110, and I haven't had a petrol car for 4 years. Yeah, Joe, I think it'll be the right thing, hopefully.
Welcome back from US land. Hope you had a great trip. How do Americans pronounce Sabo?
Sabot, like Russ Abbott. Quisling, thank you very much for the support. Appreciate it. Matt Dawes, Rad Maxi, thank you. Affable, thank you very much. Masovsky, Source Gaming, Slarty, thank you as well. Crafty, I do know how to say it. It's Sabot. Yep. I like how people are now telling me how to say Sabot. well done, Quisling. Does anybody know the dates of... Oh no, that is how everyone pronounces it, Crafty. I think it's French, Sabo, but it's just the the resub was a joke based on that being a thing when I was playing on DRR like 3 years ago. What is the price comparison of gas? Well, it's much more expensive in the UK than in America. I can't tell you exactly, but I feel like it must be roughly twice the price here. Obviously, we did a lot of driving while I was away. I say we, Miss Portland did all the driving, but I paid for some of the fuel because we were going to places with me, you know, Miss Portland's got her own money. She's doing pretty well, right? But nonetheless, I paid for a bit of the fuel, and it wasn't very expensive compared to the UK. Why didn't I drive? It was her car. I wasn't insured on her car, and she's more than capable of driving, so there was no reason to. I was a passenger princess, yeah. I tell you what, Miss Portland, I don't know. I hope I'm not throwing her under the bus here, but she's very. It's not my intention. She's a better driver than I am, but she's very good at multitasking. Holy shit! I witnessed something magical. We were driving back. Now this was long before we got sideswiped when we got back to Portland, but 2 hours before, it was at a place called the Dells, which is between Clarkston and Portland. It was most of the way, so we had about an hour left to go. But we stopped at the Dells at about 10:30, and we got a Burger King. But she wanted to get home, so I witnessed Miss Portland eating fries, and what did she? She was eating fries, steering the car with her legs. And then she had something else in her right hand briefly. I can't remember. She took a drink. She had a drink. She had a box of fries in her left hand, a drink in the right hand, and was taking a bend. And it was completely safe. Now, a lot of you are going to go, that doesn't seem very safe. You can lecture all you like. She's not listening. So it's fine. You can all have your thoughts, but nonetheless, yeah, she was pretty good. Fries in one hand, drink in the other, steering with her legs. And then at some point I was like, oh, by the way, can you... My sunglasses case was in her bag, and her bag was to her left, like between her... like just where she sits it, right? So I had to ask her for my sunglasses case because I had my gluten tablets in the case. It's just a safe place to keep a couple. That's where I kept putting them in there. But so she had to manage to rustle them out as well. That's safer than looking at your phone for 3 seconds. I agree. Yeah, I didn't need the sunglasses, Garrett. No, but I needed the gluten tablet. I can't remember what I had. I had some kind of Whopper, but I don't go to Burger King very much. It was some kind of Ponzi version of a Whopper. It was pretty good. It was all right. You couldn't feed her while I was driving. Well, it's kind of hard to do that, Bank. It's quite hard to stuff a burger in someone's mouth, especially when it's dark. It's quite hard to really... I don't think it's easy to do that. No, I don't have celiac, Stacey. No, it's only an intolerance. So I can take a tablet that allows me to break it down. They're no good if you're celiac. LCW, if you Google something like glutalytic tablets, glutalytic or like Glutenese. There's several different versions. They may work well for you. They may not. This is not health advice. Do your own reading. But if you've only got an intolerance and you know for sure you're not celiac, then there are tablets that you can take that will help you to break down gluten, but you shouldn't use them all the time because they don't work 100%. So if you were going out for a nice meal, you might be able to have some gluten and you can take a tablet that helps your body digest it. But you can't just do that every day. The tablets aren't that cheap and they don't seem to work. Like, I've just been away for 2 weeks. I still got a bit bloated and stuff, but I didn't get the same issues I would have had if I was not having the tablets. You need to try and be a bit careful. Like, you can't just like have gluten 3 times a day every day. It won't work. But like if you're going out for a family meal or something, you could have a pizza. I've been to America more than 3 times. I don't really want to talk about Folsom. If I answer that question, it's going to end up getting political. I don't see the point. But I think the issues are complicated. Ian Greenwood, thank you for the membership. I really appreciate it, dude. Thank you very much. When you play Chernarus, does it sometimes get frightening? Not very often, Britt. Every now and then something happens that's like heart in your mouth moment. Let the people from the US think about the US. Let the people from across the pond think about across the pond. Well, that's not how it works, Deadly Haze. I can't go on Twitter any minute of any day without getting told what it's like to live in the UK by someone that's never set foot in it, dude. Like the amount of people talking about the UK and how dangerous it is or how whatever it is, like that have never even been, is fucking insane. Yeah, I need to not go on Twitter. I agree. I that's something I think it's because it's newer, but something that's kind of cool with Instagram. I don't hate Twitter, but if I go on it, I can only spend about 1 minute on it before I start seeing ridiculous stuff I just don't want to see. You know, like on Instagram, I seem to have it tailored, and the algorithm is only showing me nice stuff. So for now, it's quite a nice place to go. You know, like I'm too far gone with Twitter. There's nothing to do with it. It's just like a cesspit.
Welcome back. Hope you had an amazing with the missus at TRMZ.
But Insta's kind of like being able to post on Insta and it feeling broadly positive to do so. You know, not I don't mean like patting myself on the back because I posted, but at the moment when I post on Twitter, it seems positive. And if I've only got however many followers I've got on Instagram, I don't know. I think it might be 18,000, but I don't know. But if I post, loads of people see it, and it gets people actually see what I post, and people are interested, and that's kind of cool, you know. But if you post something on Twitter, you can have way more followers, and no one sees it. Ben, I do that, but I have it set to following rather than for you. Occasionally, though, very often I go back and it just defaults to for you, and then you have to like go and redo it. But quite often you think it's on for you. Sorry, you think it's on following, and it's set to for you, and it's an absolute shower of shit. The world sucks, just got to toughen up and not be a bitch. Or you just don't need to take in that content, you know, like, not everything needs to be an argument, does it, Spectrum, you know? People seem to be, like, perpetually on Twitter, but also on the internet, everywhere, but especially Twitter, as far as social medias go. It seems to have become the place where you can argue from polar opposites about something that's irrelevant, that's the big thing today. Helen of Troy not looking like Helen of Troy, or whatever it is tomorrow. Let's all argue till the cows come home about something that really doesn't matter. And then tomorrow we can argue about something else, you know, like, it's just, like, pointless. Yeah, I have my own Instagram, Flooring. It's Paul_OnlyManZ. I posted quite a few things while I was away, some pictures of me and Miss Portland, a few things we were doing. Like, it's not just Twitter, it's everywhere, but anything that ever, like, it's just like, it's a perpetual argument over nothing. Oh god, the rain. Today is definitely a rain day. It's fucking incessant, isn't it? I could probably... I wonder if I can make a fire there. I don't have a knife. Ugh, fuck me, how have I not got a knife? Okay. Mayweather or Pacquiao? Well, I hope Pacquiao wins, but it's 10 years too late. On the subject of boxing, I watched the Anthony Joshua fight on DAZN just before we were leaving Clarkston.
What was your favourite meal on this trip?
I'll get there in a sec, Constizzle, but how fucking insane was that Joshua Prenga fight? It only lasted 2 rounds, but holy shit. My heart was in my mouth in the first round. Joshua was on the canvas twice. He looks like he can take a punch about as well as me. I hope he can somehow improve his punch endurance for the next fight. Like, Fury is not the biggest puncher, but if it looks like Joshua's own shadow can put him on the canvas at the moment. But fuck me dead, it was exciting, if nothing else. Constizzle, without doubt, my favourite meal was ramen. I got pork tonkotsu ramen red, which is spicy, with extra pork because it's amazing, and that was definitely my favourite meal. It was really good. Ego, I did create an account. I just haven't really bothered. Why is that one guy in chat upset? There's always somebody upset, Geo. Like I was just talking about, the whole of the internet exists to have an argument, but also because now, more so as social media has become grown, like somebody just said, you just need to toughen up and not be a bitch, right? It seems that people can't talk about something without throwing insults now, you know, like if you're having a conversation with someone, if you go to, I don't know, say you go to a wedding and your second cousin is there and they say something you disagree with, you probably just listen. You might say, well, I personally think this, but you talk like somebody that you know, and you talk to them like they're a person and they're standing in front of you. But when you're on the internet with the name Pussy Slayer 69, you can call everyone whatever the fuck you want with no repercussions. So that's what everybody does. It just, like, well, I don't personally get it, but that's what everyone loves to do, isn't it, you know? I don't know, but people love it, you know, people love that, so yeah, they can have at it. I don't love it. Saskin, yeah, I really like it. Tonkotsu ramen, the spicy version, I love it. I had it in Geneva, I really liked it. Miss Portland has a ramen place she likes to go to in Portland, funnily enough, and yeah, it was absolutely amazing. I really, really liked it. I think saying toughen up, the world is hard is true, but nobody talks to each other in the real world like they talk to each other on social media, you know. You could say toughen up, or you could maybe say, why don't we all just talk to each other like you would if they were standing in front of you, you know. Yeah, that's true, Tempest. We need to get to Japan and have it. Wildcats, thank you very much for the 74 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Cheers for the tier 2 long resub, dude. Thank you. Cons Dizzle, thank you for the 47. Why does my character keep getting sick? Because it's permanently fucking raining. That's why. That's why. It rains. Like, I just dried my clothes out. I did still think I could vaguely hear rain in the background, but if it rains all the time, you're going to get sick. There's nothing you can do about it.
Glad to have you back. Hope the holiday was great. TRMZ
Engineer,
love.
thank you. The holiday was amazing. Cheers for the support, dude. Yeah, I'm glad to be back. Had a Discord call with Miss Portland yesterday evening after travelling back, and I ain't gonna lie, it sucked going back to Discord Miss Portland rather than real world Miss Portland. But nonetheless, I'm glad to be back streaming. I need a fucking knife. I really need a knife. Yeah, we could do with rain like this in the real world. That is very true. I suppose there's a convoy here, is there? No. Right, I'm going to the prison island, but I'm going to run on to the next town first. I need to find a little bit of food, and I need to find some kind of melee weapon or a knife that I can use to make fires with. Bone knife for the win. How do you propose I get bones? Cadillac. You have to have a knife to cut up an animal to get bones. Oh, convoy. There's a fucking convoy right there. I just watched that fight. Wow, I can see what you mean about being shocked in the first round. Can't believe how Gas Prenger looked in round 2. Yeah, I think Simon Jordan was trying to suggest that he took a dive as such, in so many words, in saying that he didn't press home his advantage in the second round. But
Welcome back, TRMZ.
it was crazy. The fight was crazy. I can certainly see the thought that maybe he took his foot off the gas, but I don't think Prenger is all that. I think Joshua, it's staggering that Joshua was knocked down as he was. His legs were a little bit not quite there as well, Joshua's that is, for the first round. But I after he got through the first round, I thought he'd win. John, yeah, I could, but now I've seen the convoy, I've obviously got to go and run the convoy. Are you coming back for TwitchCon? I am going to TwitchCon in November. I'm also going to Portland for 1 week in October, Microwave, because it's Miss Portland's birthday. So I'm going back twice this year, a week in November and just a smidge over a week. Sorry, just over a week in November and exactly a week in October. Holy shit. It's not being looted. I don't think there's any point in doing that, actually. I do need to put sticks on the bag and rebigulate. Oh, how annoying is that? It doesn't even spawn with a
Thank
buttstock.
God
It's
you're
fucking
back.
ridiculous.
Hope you had a blast in my home. USA Eagle, United States Eagle.
I did. Thank you very much, Phyzox. Thank you. YCam, thank you as well. I'll leave that there for now. Oh, that's annoying. So we got an AKM mag and an AKM mag and an M4 mag, or a whatever, a mag that the M4 can use amongst others, and an SVD mag, but we didn't get, and a SCAR mag, funny enough, but the only gun was an AK-101, which doesn't have a mag. Fucking typical. Is this SCAR quest again? Well, if I find a SCAR, that'll be great. I'm actually more playing today to try and suss out how the loot is on vanilla DayZ. Has the new loot system been fixed or any better? I don't think it's a great deal better, but it's a bit early to say. That is just a little Easter egg for Morse code, including this ion livery, which is really something to do with Badlands, but who knows? Scars are in the regular game now, yeah. You can try your luck for an AK-101 mag at Kamenka. I don't think AK-101 mags will spawn at Kamenka Military, John. I think I've got to go to at least Tissy, but I think for an AK-101 mag, I'm probably more likely to need to go to West Evac or Tissy, where I can also find the gun. So it seems little point carrying it. I've been on Chernarus all day, DJ Munchkins, as per the title. If I switch maps, I will put it in the title, or the mods will. Scars are tier 4 loot. The scars only spawn at well, on experimental they spawned on 3 places, and I don't think it's changed. So they spawn on the crates at the broken, like the crates, the dynamic crates at the C-130s, the crashed C-130s at the airfield. Beyond that, they spawn at the convoys, like the Road to Badlands convoy, like that. And then they spawn at helicopter crash sites. That's where the scar spawns. It has rained all fucking day. Rain like Seattle. Dude, it was so fucking hot the whole time I was in America land. Even Seattle was warm. It wasn't as warm as Clarkston and Lewiston and whatnot, but it was still warm. It wasn't crazy hot, but it was, in Fahrenheit, it was 104 the hottest day while I was there. That was warm enough. It's still like around that kind of area as you're going more inland. It's very hot, but at least it's dry. Which is the one upside with it. It's very dry heat. Not so good if you're worried about fires, but at least it's a dry heat, which is kind of cool. Actually, shouldn't have done that. Oh, fuck me. The impatience of trying to kill the zombie too quickly and then having to bandage again. How do you like the AC? Miss Portland didn't have AC, so for 1 or 2 days it was hot. She lives in an apartment in Portland. She could get AC, but I don't think, like, just the way the layout is, it would have to be like the window one, and even then she wouldn't, you know, it could only go in either the bedroom or the living area. But she might get one, I think, but she hasn't needed it as yet. Do you think DayZ 2 will have a Chernarus, a map of Chernarus at the start? I hope it doesn't have it as the map. I'd like the devs to do like a digital version like an additional version of Chernarus, like not the main map, but like a completely remastered version of Chernarus would be amazing. Yeah, I'd love the devs to do that too, but I hope it's not the map, you know. I hope it's like a bonus. The portable AC units are really loud though, Darth. That's the only thing. They are loud. Like the portable ones are really loud when they kick in. They're quite expensive to run, but yeah, I know what options are available. It's not for me to decide though. Miss Portland can decide whether she wants AC or not, right? Loud, yes, but worth it for our home office. That I get, Darth, but if it's going in the room where you're trying to sleep, it might be cool, but it's also loud then, isn't it? You know, that's the thing. If you're putting it in the bedroom, it's got some downsides. This merch is a re-roll from while I was away, so...
Today, TheRunningManZ. Love you, bye. Koozie can cooler to the chat. Type. Enter for a chance to win. Is it hot and humid where you are? Does your drink get warm? Not anymore. Have a koozie on me.
Yep. If you want the chance to win the koozie can cooler, type !enter. It only works on the Twitch chat, so you can only really... It's only really worth typing it in there. So yeah, enter away. Cheers very much. Thanks for doing the re-roll. So nobody claimed this prize before I went away. Redline, thank you very much. Coop Dog, thank you as well. Yeah, it is a bit tricky. With the temperature, I mean, Darth, yeah. I probably don't need this. Might as well save the weight.
How was the flight to the US? Good luck today.
Thank you very much, Lion. It was good. The flight was fine. The flight was fine. Right, where did I leave those, just in case I decide to come back?
Welcome back.
Let's just put them actually in the bush, because if there was a dynamic train just up the way there, I could maybe come back for those. The flight was good. I didn't pay for them, but I managed to get business class tickets there and back with an upgrade voucher and a load of Avios points. And so the flight was great. Decent free alcohol and a bit of a sleep. Certainly on the way back, I slept for about 4.5 hours, which is kind of important because if you don't sleep, the drive home from Heathrow is somewhat tricky. Who won it? D. Sean, congratulations. You need to make sure you claim it. I'm sure you will, but it didn't get claimed last time. Who are going live on here? My partner lives in Portland. She lives there, so I met her in San Diego last year, and so I went out to spend 2 weeks with her. And GG, that's the redeeming.
Congratulations. Seen redeemed prize, TheRunningManZ, love you bye, Koozie can cooler.
I'm going to have to make a fire. I'd like to find some food, but I need to try and get this cold sorted. The flight back is slightly quicker than the flight there, Zorn. So it was about 9.5 hours on the way back. It's about 10 to 10.5 hours on the way there. Something to do with prevailing winds or some bollocks, I think. But the flight back is always slightly shorter than the flight there. Swiss cheese. She was in San Diego for TwitchCon, yes. Have you both discussed anything about moving to live with each other either way? A little bit, yeah. Popima, well, I hope you keep enjoying the game. That's cool. I should probably not read messages while I'm killing zombies, should I? But never mind. Yeah, I hope you keep enjoying the game. That's cool, dude. Thank you. I'm killing the Zeds in the hope of getting food, but it's weird. I found food really easily on most lives, but this probably just skipped too much in the spawn areas. Reckon you would team up with Frankie? Greedy Gymnast, I'm only playing DayZ because of Frankie on PC's videos. It's those videos that got me switched on to DayZ. So I'd be absolutely made up to do so, but I think like his server that he set up that he's playing on is more of an RP type server. Nothing wrong with that, by the way, but I don't know. I might try the server at some point, but I don't envisage there's any likelihood I'll be teaming up with him anytime soon. As cool as that might be, you know. Redline wants to kill me on a boat. If I ever die on a boat, Redline did it. If a bus kills me, Redline did it also, yeah. I need a piss, actually. This whole drinking 3 cups of coffee in 4 hours is going right through me. Don't delete the VOD, just saying, yeah, that's a good idea.
Scene gifted a FMD Tour Mud 11 ounces to the chat. Type. Enter for a chance to win. I'm a firm believer of peeing on good deeds, so here's a chance for one of the fine audience to win a prize too. Hope the ears are G.
I like the way she's read that. Passing on, I guess, not pissing. GG, thank you very much, Deshaun. So he won a gift, now he's given a gift. That's very cool. Cheers, Deshaun. He believes in pissing on good deeds. So any time he sees anyone raising money for charity, he always unfurls and does you know what. You know that's his way. I think that's no way to treat someone raising money for charity myself, but to each their own. You know. Thank you very much, Deshaun. Cheers very much, too. Can I use the gold tops on that wall? Not really, no. There'd be no way to set them off. I'd have to shoot them to set them off, and I'd be close enough that they'd kill me in doing so, so no. Those gold tops wouldn't be enough to blow through that wall.
Welcome back, Paul, and hi chat TRMZ love.
But the room is quite narrow there, right? So there's no way to shoot the gold tops at the base of the wall without killing myself. I've been here a little while now. There might be some fruit. And then again, there might not be. I thought I heard steps.
Been a while, sir.
I really need a wee. Hunty, thank you for the 30 months. Darkwing, thank you very much. Hope you're good. D-Sean, thank you. Congrats on the giveaway winner.
Gaining crazy to me. Thank you as always for giving us amazing content.
Texas Martini.
I hope you had an amazing holiday. TRMZ love.
Texas Martini, you need to make sure you redeem it. If you don't redeem it, you don't get it. Cheers very much, dude. Thank you. Nathan, thank you very much as well. Cheers for tuning in. Thank you. Quantum, I'm very, very glad to hear it. I think it's exactly the right thing. The fuck was that?
40.
Is that... That's pneumonia. Holy shit. I need meds or I'm dead. That's interesting, isn't it? Holy fuck. I was just saying I needed a knife to make a fire, and now I've got it. Where's the nearest medical? If I don't find meds, I'm dead. Like, I need tetracycline or I'm dead. Zelenogorsk has got a medical. There isn't a medical near me. I think I'm not going to make it. I'm going to try. I really want to loot the prison island. How insane is that, by the way?
Texas Martini redeemed prize. FMD Tour mug 11 ounces.
I've never got. On playing Sakal since it came out, I've never got pneumonia once. Never. Yet playing on Chernarus and not caring about the rain has just given me pneumonia. That, like, I was saying, I need to make a fire. I'm a bit worried about it, and I came here looking for food. I'm going to die. I think I'm going to die. I'm starving as well, so I don't even think I can make it to Zelenogorsk. I don't mind that it's easier to get pneumonia. I don't like the fact that it's basically rained all day. I think that's kind of dog shit. But I'm not really... Like, the fact that I've got pneumonia and I might die, I don't mind that. Like, I know I'm moaning about the loot economy, but I could have made a fire. Now, admittedly, I didn't find a knife, and so making a fire would have been tricky. However, I did find these, and I could have chosen to make the fire, and I cut the sticks, and then I was looking for food before I made the fire. Now it's too late, isn't it, you know? I didn't see the point in making a fire while starving. I thought I'd try and find food from a zombie or whatever, and I just didn't get it. It's a death sentence unless you get meds, and I don't see how I can get meds before I die. There's a hospital in not Vavilovo, in the Millie base up ahead, but that's going to be gassed. I think I'm dead, but I'm still going to try. Might as well. I don't think this is even worth doing, but anyway, might as well do it just to dry my clothes out. Yeah, well, I only got the ammo in the same town, Jonathan, so it doesn't really make a great deal of odds. I got the ammo. I don't think I had... Oh no, I had shotgun shells. I could have opened up an ammo box and made a fire. I didn't have a knife though, so I was somewhat loathed with the low bandages that I've got to start breaking down bushes with my bare hands, you know, so I couldn't get sticks and stuff, you know. Pearl, yeah, this is the first time I've had Livonia in the game, ever. I used the loop things on the plane, Deshawn. On the way back, I forgot about them, and it wasn't ideal. I am going to die. I can't make it to Zelenogorsk. There's no medic. I'm just going to have to stash my stuff.
Welcome back, dude.
I can't make it to Zelenogorsk while starving. I just can't make it, so I might as well go back more towards Cherno. This came from a cold. Looks like wound infection's got bad. No, I didn't get a wound infection, dude. If you get a cold, it gradually goes to pneumonia. Sorry, if you get a cold, it gradually goes to flu, and if you keep flu for too long, it goes to pneumonia. I've only been alive, I don't know, maybe an hour, and I've got pneumonia. So I can't make it to Zelenogorsk before I die, so I might as well make it back more towards the spawn area, because I'm going to have to ditch my gear somewhere. Risk it and try to survive. Well, Rodney, I would, but I can't make it to Zelenogorsk. There's no point. I'm starving to death and I'm dying of pneumonia. I won't make it to Zelenogorsk. It kills you really quickly. Like, even if you're full health, you can only live for 20 minutes. I physically can't make it to Zelenogorsk before I die. It's not possible. If I'd found food, then I might have been able to make it, but I'm already yellow and I'm still practically by the sea. I should have made the fire sooner, but because I was looking for food and I was in a town, I thought I'd try and get the food and then make the fire. Obviously, I've got the sticks and everything. You know, I was planning for the fire. I just made it too late. All right, Redline dude. Can you fish in a stream? I can fish, Grizzly, but I need to. You only get 20 minutes to find meds, so food won't save me. Once you've got pneumonia, you absolutely need tetracycline. So if I can't make it to a medical area and it's got tetracycline, I'm dead. So I might as well just go the way I'm going. Seymour, it feels like pneumonia is easier to get. Like, certainly if it rains a lot on Chernarus, you know. I've not been alive that long. Just look at, this is what I mean. Like, there's no way I would have made it to Zelenogorsk. I'm red already. Green Skiller, thank you for the 57. Frank, thank you very much for the 85. Killer Inside, thank you for the bits. God, that's insane. I did not see the trailer for the new Thomas Crown Affair. I can't believe they're making another one, to be honest. That's the third Thomas Crown Affair. That's insane. Well, the third that I know of. Pierce Brosnan was in one that was pretty good. It's not even that well hidden.
Welcome back. Hope your trip was great. Been catching the Insta's smiley face.
There's no med centre in the distance that I could travel before getting there, Josephus. No, there's no medical nearby. So basically I'm dead. Might as well go for that. Oh, I need a piss so badly. See, I'm already red flashing, like the speed at which I'm dying. There's no way I could make it to Zelenogorsk. I'm very much one that likes to try and survive, but getting it in that town with no medical within the distance that I can make it to just means there's no go. If you drink from water in the next life, will you be sick again? JRH, it's a cold that caused it. What made me get sick was being physically cold in the game because of the rain. Right, I'm going to have to go for a piss, guys. I'm kind of somewhat eager. I won't be long. Billy, you could always just try not to be a troll. That would be an idea, wouldn't it? You know, because mods are just trying. At least that one's obvious. Right, I'll be back in a sec. Won't be long.
TRMZ love.
I seem to have spawned in Berezino. That was really interesting though. Like you're gonna have to, if you're playing on regular DayZ, you have to be more mindful of the rain. Like it seemed to go to stage 3 incredibly quickly, but I just my immune system was kind of fucked, wasn't it? I was red hungry, and I was always cold.
Happy 31 Mr. Mance, hope you had a nice vacation. TRMZ love.
Right, I'm going to go for a southerly spawn so that we can get back to that stash. Cheers,
Hello.
Nate, dude. Take it easy. Yeah, I was coughing, but not for crazy long, I don't think. But yeah, I was coughing for a while, Killer, yeah. How long would it take to get back to your stash? Depends where I spawned, Tim. The problem is the spawns I could end up spawning in the same place. It might take me a while to get a southerly spawn. Oh, fuck me dead. How did I die? I got pneumonia in Kamensk town, sorry. No, Kamenka town. And I was starving, so it was too far to get to too far to get to any medical. Mike, please don't tell people how to block ads. It's a bit piss-taking, right? If you're watching with ad blocker, that's fine, but if you're encouraging others to do it, it's like running a shoplifting stall in front of the shopkeeper. It's really kind of cunty. Sorry, Mike. I don't drop the C-bomb very much, but people use ad blocker, and that's fine. But encouraging others to do it in front of the streamer is really dickish. Anyway, no point falling out. I've said what I've said, but there we go. So that was quite quick, wasn't it? I spawned in Svetlo and then I've spawned here, but I kind of... Like, it'd be interesting if I spawn right quick. If I respawn quick, I suspect I'll be here again, but the respawn bubbles are definitely much shorter now, like maybe 2 minutes rather than like 4 or whatever it was before. The spawns are random, but they haven't been in my experience anyway. It's just the spawn bubble window has been shorter. Like I died in Cami and then I spawned back there twice more. Yeah. So this is back in Svetlo again. That's interesting.
Hi.
So maybe there's more than one place you can spawn. There was some talk about how there would be potentially more randomness. Maybe I can spawn here and Berezino at the same time, perhaps. I don't know. That's interesting. Echo, I don't do base building because I'm streaming. It's like playing hide and seek, but telling the person where you're going to hide before you go and hide. First night, thank you for the 21 months. Jaeger, thank you as well. That seems to be the case because this is now back in the same place again. So I'm getting 2 different spawns at the same time by the feel of it. I don't mind a Berezino spawn. Svetlo, where I just was, is one of my favourite spawns, but I've stashed that gear near the lighthouse and I really want to go to the prison island, so I want to go back there. What was the most fun thing about your trip? Well, I think that's between me and Miss Portland Grizzly. We played a lot of cards.
Welcome back. TRMZ LUV TRMZ love TRMZ love.
A W, thank you very much for the 37. First night, thank you as well. God, this is annoying. I can't believe I got pneumonia so quick. That's crazy. Kamishovo? Electro. Oh, I can come back from here. I'm going to go back to the stash, but I might just... This is annoying, but I'm just going to take this. I'm going to go to the well. I don't mind the game being harder. I don't really mind that you get pneumonia easier. I do really dislike the fact that some days when you play official or you play vanilla, it does nothing but rain. I think that's really dull. But I don't mind that it gives you pneumonia. I know that might sound a bit weird, but if... like. That being a survival challenge kind of seems okay. I took it for granted a bit. Admittedly, I didn't have a knife, so making a fire was a bit of a ball ache. And by the time I find that axe, I was starving, so I needed food, so I looked for food. You know, it is what it is. But I don't mind that that's a thing. I don't mind that you need to make a fire once in a blue moon and find some vitamins or something, you know, like that. I do think the loot economy is absolutely dog shit, though. I don't like excessive... I don't mind the side effect of the excessive rain, but excessive rain on like official does feel crap because it just... It slows the game down so much and it's so miserable. But it is kind of cool. It just some days it feels like, for whatever reason, the server just gets stuck on rain. Like we've been playing 4.5 hours. It felt like it's rained the whole time. Stopped for 10 minutes and then rains again. It's a dynamic train. Has been looted. Yeah, I'm still finding things that I want. I guess I am a complete new spawn though, so that's probably why. An Englishman complaining that it rains a lot. It's barely raining in the UK at the moment. To be fair, the rain is gone. Next season of Clarkson's Farm, he's just going to have a desert where his field used to be. Hi Ralphie, cheers for coming in, dude. Thank you for the kind words as well. I won't read them out, it'll blow smoke up my ass too much, but thank you. I'm great. I had a really good time while I was away. Glad to be back. Zion, I was dying so quickly I couldn't make it to the medical, so I went back towards the spawn zone and dropped my gear and was flashing red by the time I did. Actually, I like I said before, I don't actually mind that. I think the permanent rain is somewhat annoying, but having to be wary of getting
Yay,
pneumonia
half a
is
year.
actually kind of okay. I don't really mind it. At least it feels survivally. Like, I've never had pneumonia. Like, I've played Namalsk so much. I've played obviously Sakal a shitload. Never had pneumonia once, but on Sakal you feel forced to make fires, otherwise you're dying to cold too much. Whereas on this I was just light blue temperature, so I thought I could risk it. Also didn't have a knife, but yeah, it was impossible. Did you see the Goonies tour? No. In January I went to the Goonie house and I went to the bridge, and but it was really foggy, so I couldn't see much. Sorry, not the bridge, the beach. Where Haystack Rock is. I went there, but it was so foggy you couldn't see the rock from the beach. It was that bad. We're a bit unlucky with the weather. And the weather's going to be bad in January, but to be so foggy that you couldn't see the Haystack Rock was kind of unlucky, you know. Yeah, Cannon Beach, that's the one.
$38 again. Woohoo. Welcome back, Traveling Man Z.
Oh, I picked them up. Of course I have. Fuck's sake. So now I can't be an Electro for fear of that being copyrighted. If that's copyrighted, I can't hear it, can I? Right? I don't know what it is, but if it's copyrighted, it can get me struck. So I've got to leave. Which means I can't even go to the well. Greedy Gymnast, 70 days. It's 10 weeks today that I'm going back for 1 week around Miss Portland's birthday. So I think it's October the 8th. So 10 weeks today is when I next go back. That was over the intercom system, yeah. So it's what it is, but kind of annoying. Does this update make raincoats more useful? No. Raincoats don't do anything. You still get light blue temperature. They don't keep you dry. Any truth to the rumour you'll be on the new season of 90 Day Fiancé? I don't even know what 90 Day Fiancé is, so I guess no. We can assume Badlands will drop October the 9th. Badlands is definitely coming in October because the devs confirmed it while I was away. It's definitely coming in October, so I can't stream between the 8th and the 16th of October. So any money you like, it'll drop then. Yeah, absolutely. Highly likely signed an NDA. Yeah, so I can't talk about 90 Day Fiancé. That's right, yeah. Can't give away any trade secrets, clearly. Has Miss Portland tried to convince you to move to the USA? Deadly Haze. Miss Portland and I have had some conversations about stuff, but they're for outside of here. I've got kids, dude, so it's somewhat trickier for me to move away while my kids are still young. When I say somewhat trickier, I can't do it. Well, Shadow, that's the same everywhere, dude. Like, they're not exclusive problems. Those problems exist everywhere. Someone rightly said there's another well on the other side of town. The only thing I'm not sure about is whether there's a speaker there. So there's a well over by the Green Mustache and the Tan House, but I'm not 100% sure if there's a PA speaker or not there. However, in other words, if I go there, I might still hear the music, which worries me. But we can just run up towards Puster this way. There's a well this way, so I might as well just go towards that. Gim, I don't know what it is. As soon as I heard it, I ran away, but someone's playing music over the PA system from Electro, so if I stay near it, I could potentially get copyright struck on both Twitch and YouTube, which seems not wise. Rob, welcome back. Thank you very much for the super chat, dude. Appreciate it. Kojo, NTR Austin, Trioxit, Gilo, Hells Bells, Jay's Adventures, Adubia, First Night. Thank you for the resubs, guys. Welcome back, Paul. I'm glad you're back, but my wife will be disappointed. She likes the other streamers that don't say fuck me dead.
Well, Paul, TRMZ love.
I'm sorry, dude. Is this official or community? Most playing copyright music is bannable for that reason. It's one or the other, Juju, yeah, but I don't really want to nail down what type of server I'm playing on. Whatever it is, I still need to get away from the music quickly, otherwise I get copyright struck. So, yeah. A lot of community servers do ban playing copyright music because community servers are often owned by streamers or YouTubers, so they don't want it. Anyone watch the new movie The Odyssey? The Odyssey. I saw it at the cinema. It was really good. I reckon seeing it at the cinema is a good idea. It's not the best movie ever. I don't think it's Christopher Nolan's best, but I think it was decent. I enjoyed it a lot. It was good. How's the loot looking? Terrible. You should mute game sounds if you hear music. Working. If I spent 20 minutes playing electro with no game sounds, like, given that I could get away from the speaker as quickly as I could, the best thing to do is exactly what I did. I can't stay there and mute the stream because then people are coming and going, why is there no audio? Why is there no... Literally for 20 minutes, that's it. That's all that would happen, you know. I'd have to... Like, I just better off just leaving. Wasted. I watched Batman Begins and The Dark Knight on the flight over on the plane, and I've only seen them recently enough with Maggie, my daughter, and I still watched them again. They were great. We did go to an IMAX to see it, Louisa, yeah. You'd have to be crazy to up sticks and move to a new country just for a girl. Well, it depends on how you feel, Onslaught. If you love somebody, you might do something, you know, like, up to you, right? But I think like my kids are young right now, or young enough to prohibit me doing that. But I would, especially given that my job means I can stream from anywhere on the planet. You know, like I would, if I wasn't having kids, I would potentially do it for sure. I disagree, but to each their own, you know. It depends on who you meet and how you feel. Plenty of people are in long-distance relationships. Muller's in the process of moving to Norway. You know, like, why not? Like, if you meet the right person. Especially with the world feeling small in some ways now, you know, like, it is what it is. Zalasha, I moved country for love. Lots of people do, you know, like, I don't think that it's no great surprise. It's been happening forever and a day. People have moved for all sorts of reasons, but because of a person that they've met, that definitely happens. Do you do this for a living? I've been full-time for more than 10 years. So, yes. Right, let's not take any chances. I'm cold. I'm somewhere where there's a well. So let's get some sticks and make a fire.
TRMZ 1664 new.
Are there less chickens than there used to be? I seem to be not seeing chickens
Welcome
anywhere near
back
so
to
much.
Euroland.
That's a dude. I thought that was a zombie. That's a player. I do have a heat pack. I ought to use it, actually. That's a good shout. It might just let me... If it keeps me... I'd forgotten I'd picked it up, actually, so that's a good shout. If it stops me being light blue... Do you want to respawn? I'll give you I'm giving out free respawns today. Do you want one? I thought you were AFK, dude, but if you're not AFK, I was only trying to kill you because you were AFK. Sorry about that. Fuck! Oh, nearly went uncon. Fuck me, he nearly had me for a second then. What was he doing though? He was like AFK and then he was back. Where did that goat go? There was a zombie chasing a goat. Oh, it's going to... Oh, fuck that. I'm going this way.
So you really did miss an England game for her? Goodness, this sounds serious. Winking face.
Coming to Moira, I
Congrats and
watched the
welcome
semi-final. I watched the semi-final. We could have watched the third place playoff. And as much as I'm pleased that England won the third place playoff, it's an irrelevant dead rubber of a game. Like, I don't care whether England finished third or fourth. It doesn't matter. It's a knockout competition. When you're knocked out, you don't win it, you know.
Hope
I've never
AK
seen
was
England
good.
win it, you
Welcome
know.
back.
I'm really pleased that they won the game, and I'm great. It's great. What an exciting game it sounds like it was, but the World Cup is a knockout competition. Who cares who finishes like third and fourth in the Super Bowl, you know? Like, it doesn't matter. like whoever loses in the regional playoff, like in the playoff final before the game before the Super Bowl, who the fuck cares? You know, like it's great that your team got there, but you don't need a losers up medal, do you? You know, it's the same difference. Like same with the World Cup. It's a knockout competition. Doesn't it mean we auto qualify for next time? I don't think so. No. If it does, that's great. I guess I don't really need to do this now, do I? Okay, let's just open that. There's no such thing. Well, that's my point, Shabazz. There's no point in there being a third place game. They just have the third place game. But it's pointless. There won't be a next time we're boycotting it. Oh, FIFA will back down, dude. They'll get rid of Infantino if they don't. Yeah, I probably, if I was at home, I probably would have watched it. And what a great game! But we were in Seattle. We'd travelled to Seattle for the weekend. The game was on the Saturday. It was like right in the middle of the day. Like we'd gone all that way to go and see things, so we went and saw things. You know, we went to Pike Place Market in the morning. We had some biscuits and gravy. No, that was on the Sunday actually. The biscuits and gravy. But yeah, we went to Pike Place Market, had a wander around. I got a few little things, something for my mum, a couple of things for the kids. And then in the afternoon we went to the Space Needle, this IMAX thing that was very cool, it was like next to the Space Needle. And then the Cthulhu Glass Museum and Garden. And it was very, very cool, you know. I'm afraid of heights, but I really enjoyed the... I really enjoyed going up the Space Needle. It was badass, but I'd rather do that than watch a game that it's effectively a dead rubber. That might sound really cocky, but England have never won the World Cup. That's the best England have ever done, and I'm really pleased that they got to where they got to. But the third place game is just a nonsense. You know, if you get beat in the semi-finals, you've lost. You know. There doesn't need to be a third place playoff. It's not the Olympics where they're giving out bronze, silver and gold medals. You win the competition or you don't win the competition. England haven't won it while I've been alive. I know we won it in '66. England haven't won it while I've been alive. I'd love to see it. Yeah, I know they won it in '66. I'm talking about as long as... I've been watching them in the World Cup since 1986. Well, that's what I was meaning, you know, in terms of as long as I've been able to see them, the best I've seen is this. Yeah, I think that was my highlight as well, Skippy. The win against Mexico, having Kwanzaa sent off and then still holding out and winning. That was the most exciting game. It was great. Argentina's behaviour in the final and the way they were after the game was terrible. It was really bad. Like they were really, really bad. That's kind of helpful. I like it in the Olympics. I like bronze, silver, and gold in the Olympics. It makes sense, but it's such a specialist thing. Like who's the very best at 100 meters? I think having a second and a third place in something like that, when you're talking about the pinnacle of individual sport, and even in the team stuff at the Olympics, it makes complete sense. But in football, like, it doesn't make any sense then. Like, it's a knockout competition. Like, there needs to be a winner, you know. Like, only one team gets to win. It's like knockout. That's the way it should be. Yeah, I would have watched the third place game, but I don't feel bad that I prioritise. We had one full day in Seattle, and that was the day the game was on. If England had made it to the final, we'd have watched the final 100%. But I don't feel bad for missing it. The third place game, I'm glad that they won it. I was keeping an eye on the score here and there, but that's it. How are you guys feeling after the car crash? Romeo, I had a bit of a stiff back for a day or two, but I'm fine now. Like when the car first hit, I had my arm was like in the door, and it kind of hit that door, and I just kind of twisted a little bit. It's weird, isn't it? Lots of people have been in car crashes and stuff. That's the worst one I've ever been in. It's so crazy how slow motion everything goes. You know how everything's slow. It's really weird. Like it feels like everything goes so slow. Was the World Cup not the pinnacle of football? Winning the World Cup is the best thing you can do at international football, Fabled Hits, yeah. Okay, let's just run on towards where the stash is. Did you do the Save a Seattle tour? I didn't, Schwa, no. I didn't. Miss Portland doesn't eat meat, so doing a tour would have been a bit tricky. We had a good look round. We ate a few different things. I had some Turkish delight. I can't remember what else we had. I can't remember what I had for lunch. I cannot fucking remember. It was pretty good, but we had a few different things to eat. But we didn't want to do a food tour because she doesn't eat meat. It is frustrating. I don't entirely blame Tuchel for the defensiveness at Sean. Like, England went 1-0 up and then they defaulted to defending the lead straight away before any of the substitutions. But Tuchel's substitutions did favour that, you know. He was basically not encouraging it, but he didn't try to stop it, you know. Schwa, yeah, we got sideswiped by a Tesla sedan coming up to an intersection in Portland City, so we were travelling relatively slow, but it absolutely rammed us at way too quick of a speed, and then just drove off and left us. So we got hit and run by a Tesla sedan, and it knocked us into a car in the lane. So it came in the right lane, hit us in the side, pushed us into another car, and wrote Miss Portland's car off. I think that's true. If he kept attacking, people would criticise him. I think the reality is that the team defaulted to defending, and he just put defenders on because that's what the team were doing. But, like, against Croatia, apparently in the first game, England were playing a bit like that, and he had an absolute go at them. Was like, let's go out playing the way we play. Don't go out being like this. You know, play our way, play our style. I guess while the game was going on, he couldn't get that impressed upon them, but it did feel very Southgate-like, didn't it? Go 1-0 up and then immediately put everyone behind the ball and try to hold out, you know. Argentina
Welcome
are
back,
a
smiley
bit
face.
better than Mexico, you know. They were likely to score, and they did. I like Turkish Delight. Just the regular rose one. I really like it. Say you were lying. I don't understand, Ralphie. I think he made some mistakes, Sean, but I think the team did it as well. I think the team started defending long before he made any substitutions. There was a while, the worst bit while they were defending was while England were at 5-3-2. They had no width. They had 5 at the back, 3 in midfield, and Argentina were playing around us, and it was much better when it went 5-4-1. But it was too late. I think they scored the first goal at 5-3-2 and the second goal at 5-4-1, but we were way more exposed at 5-3-2 than any other time. I'm not completely excusing Tuchel. I think he made mistakes, but I think the team made some mistakes and Tuchel fed into it and made some too. You know, I don't deny that. I think he could have done things differently than he did. But if he'd brought on more players to try and take the game to them and we'd lost, it might be that if he'd have done something different, we also would have lost and then be blaming him anyway. You know, there's always that possibility. Who knows? Like England were not the better team. Even when they were 1-0 up, England were not the best team. There was nothing much in the game, right? They got a goal and then they tried to defend it and they didn't succeed. But if he'd have brought on different substitutions, we could have lost and be blaming him again. You know, like it might just be that we weren't good enough. But nonetheless, I think Tuchel made some mistakes in the squad selection. I don't think his subs were the best in the game that we lost. But being 5-3-2 was really bad. Like, we were so exposed while there were 3 midfielders. They were sitting in a block directly in front of the defence, and there was just gaps everywhere on the width. It was awful. And it seemed to be... I was screaming with Miss Portland, screaming for him to change it. Like, before, it was bad. So what in Washington did you see and do? Well, Miss Portland's family had a get-together in the second week, so we ended up going to Clarkston, Lewiston and Spokane to see family and different things. I had a couple of days in Spokane. Stayed in a really fancy house in some gated area. Fuck me, was it fancy. Holy shit. Yeah, it was good. It was good. So I got to meet a lot of Miss Portland's uncles and aunts and cousins and family, and also met her dad for the first time as well, which was good. Cheers, Ralphie. Yeah, it sucked. I'm glad that we're all okay,
Wow,
and also that Miss
year.
Portland
Like
has
and subscribe on the
insurance
YouTube
that's covered.
feed.
You know, her car's like about a 10-year-old Toyota, but at least she's covered. Like it's been written off, and she's getting money for it. I think she's looking at getting a new car today or tomorrow. Is meeting the dad still daunting? No, I was looking forward to it. I'd met 2 of his brothers, and they were interesting. It was it was really actually kind of interesting to meet people, you know, like especially like people in more rural America from smaller places. It was very cool, actually. One of her uncles was a sheriff, and it was just very interesting. I really liked it. What does her dad think of your means of income? We didn't really get to talking about it, Brengineer, to be honest. Flynn, thank you for the 12 months. Buck, thank you as well. I need to put my dinner on. I think I'm feeling a bit hungry. Ten-year-old Toyota. It's still in its prime. Well, strangely enough, she's had it from new, but she got such a crazy deal on it. It was a bit of a bright colour, but it's like a Toyota Corolla type thing. But she got such a good deal on it. She's not really lost a great deal, having owned it for nearly 10 years. It's crazy. She's done really well. Thank you, Zachary. I agree. Did Miss Portland's dad ask you what your intentions were with his daughter? No, he didn't. No. Her dad was working, so we only actually met on the last. Like we were going to be going home, and he finished work he was working on the Saturday. He finished work a little early, so he came back. So we stayed in Clarkston a little bit longer so we could meet, but we only sort of crossed paths for about an hour before having to head back all the way back to Portland, which is a fair trek. It's like 330 miles. Thank you very much, Deuce. Cheers for tuning in. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. So I can't do anything about the shooter. I've got nothing to shoot myself. I do, however, have some stashed loot that we can run to. Miss Portland has played DayZ. Yeah, she has played it. I played it with her once. Yeah, there's a lot of fires, Schwa. The air is like how hazy it is. Yeah, it sucks. There's actually a wildfire here in Suffolk at the moment. Like everything's dry here. It's rained so little. Could you stream from P&W if Badlands dropped while you're there if you had to? It's actually really tricky, Bartlett. Possibly yes for like a day, but not easily, no. Not easily. She has a PC rig that I could stream from, but I wouldn't be able to stream to YouTube and Twitch. I wouldn't be able to play in 4K. I'm not playing in 4K is not a problem, but it would affect the stream quality a bit. I'd have to stream at 1080p, and I could only stream to one of either Twitch or YouTube. So, in other words, if Badlands comes out while I'm in Portland, I won't stream.
Hi stranger, welcome back. Hope the trip was as naughty as you could get it.
Deuce, I've been to America quite a bit lately. So I went in October to San Diego. I went back in January to Portland and then back again in July. So I've been 3 times since October. I'm fine with lower quality. Well, I get that, dude. That's cool. But I'm not fine with delivering lower quality on only one of either Twitch or YouTube when I'm meant to be on holiday. I'm not fine with that. If I'm going to do it half-assed and I'm meant to be on holiday, I'd rather be on holiday. Get her a new PC, you cheap bastard. Okay. So I should spend 5k on a 5090 so I can multi-stream and then do it one day. She has a PC that's perfectly capable for her needs. But I don't think spending 5k to stream twice while I'm meant to be on holiday makes any sense. But you spend your money however you want. It is frustrating. I did find out that DayZ was going to release Badlands. I found out while they didn't tell us all. They didn't give us a release date for Badlands, but I weaseled it out of somebody with a guess. So I knew it was going to be October, and I'd already booked going to Portland. I'd already booked it. I haven't booked flights that can be cancelled or changed. Like, you could pay a little bit more to make the flights movable, and I didn't. So it is what it is. You know, I booked a week off. I'm going to Portland. If Badlands comes out, I'll miss it. That's that. You know, I'm not changing flights. I booked the flights because it's her birthday, right? I'm not going to cancel that. Her birthday's not going to change. So if the dates don't work, then I just won't stream. You know, it is what it is. You know, it's a pain in the bum. I'd much rather be streaming Badlands, but I'm not going to change it. I can't change it. So. It is what it is. If the timing doesn't work, the timing doesn't work, you know.
Traveling to Spokane from Seattle in Washington, you drive through the Badlands of eastern Washington. Considering that trip ended in a crash, it still ranks better than Road to Badlands Patch.
Well, we went from Portland to Clarkston to Spokane. And then Spokane back to Clarkston, and then on another day Clarkston to Portland. But it was all along the Columbia most of the way. It was a great drive, except for the last little bit as we got back to Portland. Tell her to change her birthday. That's a good idea, Banks. Yeah. I've got a cold. Oh no, I haven't got a cold. I was just saying I've got a cold, thinking I had. It's not a cold at all. It's the it's the unknown food I just ate. It's a river acid freaker. The Columbia River. It's fucking massive. Sarky bastard. Did I get my loot back? I've not made it that far yet, dude, but I'm on the way. I am also a cheap bastard. You could fix your old one and send it to her. The old one won't run multi-streaming. The old one had a 5090 in it, dastardly, that I have in my PC. I'd still have to buy a 5090 and they're like $2,500. You're fixing a problem that I don't want to fix. I'm not paying $2,500 for a 5090 in case I stream a day when I'm meant to be on holiday for my girlfriend's birthday. Stop trying to fix a problem I don't want to fix. It's not about being cheap. There are other problems as well. It's actually, strictly speaking, illegal for me to do it, right? If I stream from America, I have to declare the earnings in America and pay tax in America. And if I don't declare it, I could get myself in trouble. Somebody watching the stream could decide to like report me and whatnot. Every 2 years, I have to fill in a tax declaration that says I don't stream from America. If I stream in America, I have to declare it, and then it becomes all kinds of complicated. So given that I don't need to do it, I'd rather not do it. Dastardly, I switched to a 5090 more than a year ago. I sold the 4090. I didn't need to keep it. Like, I bought a 5090, put it in the PC, took the 4090 out and sold it. But you can keep calling me cheap if you like, but I'm not flying there for a week to spend time with somebody I love, only to stream, you know? Why would I do that? Do mods still get the same pay while I'm away? Yes. When am I next on with Muller? I've not booked any collabs, Creedy, because I've been away, but I'll try and get something booked
TRMZ love.
once I'm properly back. I'm streaming tomorrow. The next couple of weeks are going to be a bit hit and miss. There might not be many collabs. My kids are here for 2 weeks, and I'm streaming. I'm not taking 2 weeks off. I've just had 2 weeks off, but it does mean that I've got to try and manage that. You know, I've got to stream while the kids are here. The streams might be on different times than they normally would be, and such like. I've missed the hunting stand, but it doesn't spawn any loot anyway. This is not actually keeping me warm like I thought it would. It's not doing the job, but I'm going to need to make a fire. Harry, yeah, I got him. It was Sophie's really hard to buy for, so I got her something. I got Maggie. There was. I could have bought Maggie about 10 things, and I struggled to get Sophie something. But yeah, I've got them a bit of something. Yeah. Maybe there'll be another convoy. Ooh. It looks like the remnants of a former convoy. Yeah, it is. That's been dropped there. That wasn't there before, so yeah. Cuban, they've made it weaker, but I was getting the plus symbol earlier with a lit torch, not a broom, so it's obviously a bit too cold right now to work, but it still warms you up a little bit, just not as much as it did. But I was starting to get the plus symbol with a lit torch, but it was during the day. I put the fire on the broom just to try and warm up a bit, God forbid. That's the only reason I was carrying the broom.
Up to your nuts in guts. TRMZ cool.
Your words, not mine, Uncle Bully, but the trip was great. It was really, really good. It was hot to where I went, Big Dan, believe it or not. Like, it was crazy hot in Clarkston, Lewiston kind of area. It was really hot. But, yeah, Miss Portland's dad's house has got AC, so that was nice. That was very nice. But, yeah, it was warm. It was hot yesterday. It was 33 Celsius when I landed. Plane landed about 1 o'clock. It did feel warm. I think I'm going to make a fire in a shed or something. Oh, in fact, I might make it in one of the houses around the back. Yeah, I'm just going to bypass this. I want to get back to my stash. I've got a stashed CR527 with a mag. I've got a load of bullets. I've got a shotgun, and we might as well run back for that. Cheers, Tonis. Thanks for coming in. Cheers, Uncle Bully. Thank you. Lonesome Trawler, Regan. Thank you as well. Shadowbat. Thank you very much. Simmer Burt. Thank you for the 2 months as well, just in case I missed your one. I know, Hushbang. It depends. Some parts of America are more humid than others, but that's one thing. Like inland in the northwest, but away from the ocean, it's really quite dry. So although it's hot, it's quite handleable. But when you get somewhere near the ocean where it can be more humid, then the heat's more of an issue, I think. You know, like 100 or 105 or whatever, as hot as it is, I wouldn't want to be out in it working all day, but it's not as bad as if you get even 95 but it's humid, you know. Or 90, whatever. You almost couldn't stand the heat of in the kitchen, dude. Yeah, that sounds right. Oh god, I'm fucking starving. I've got no fried meals, obviously. I'm back in the UK on Wednesday, first world problem. So I've got some kind of microwavable curry of some sort from Sainsbury's. Has the Deral experimental patch gone stable as yet? I see a few people on YouTube chat talking about it. Is the final version of the endgame released yet, or is it still only experimental? I know it's a lot of work, but is it still experimental? Portland is on the sea. Portland's not really on the sea, Killer Inside. It's the most inland port, isn't it? It's on a very, very wide river, but it's quite a long way from the sea. I think it's more than 20 miles. I should think it'd take a while to get to the ocean from Portland and get to international waters, dude, because it's not really on the sea. It's still on experimental, is it, Chainsaw? Okay, cool. It's 100 miles, is it, Danger? Yeah, I don't think getting a boat from Portland and using that to get to the sea would be a wise move. But yep, very good idea nonetheless. Stream from international waters with a very, very long cable. Coax cable. Sorry, coax, Ethernet cable. Yeah, making steamed clams. Or hams, I forget. Dirty Harry. Looking to upgrade my keyboard for gaming, do you recommend any? Well, I have a Corsair K70, but I think most any keyboard is fine. I prefer cherry red keys. It's just, when I say I prefer it, that's what I'm used to, so that's what I like. But I think any keyboard's any keyboard, personally, but the one I have is a Corsair K70, but I don't know if I really recommend it or not. It's pretty good. Seem to have a few knives. Step ladder, that sucks, dude. That sucks. That's quite the day. 460 for a Dr. Pepper. I think I'd have water out of the tap. But anyway, that's insane. That's not a knife. Thank you, Fred. Yeah, it was great. I'm glad to be back, but yeah, it was great. So for those that don't know, I managed to die to pneumonia earlier, which was a bit of a shocker. So hence why I'm making a fire now. I'm just trying to be prepared. I didn't make a fire. I didn't have a knife, so I couldn't actually make a fire easily. And I found an axe and then was looking for food and got pneumonia. It hasn't rained on this life, but the last life it rained pretty much constantly. Cheers, Connor. Thank you for coming in. Ken, there's not been any information shared about DayZ 2, but it pretty much stands to reason that they'll use the engine from Reforger and Arma 4. Yeah, so they've confirmed they're going to make a DayZ 2, but they've not released any information beyond that. But I'm sure it'll use the same engine as Arma 4, yes. Well, that's like talking about pneumonia. I've never had pneumonia on Sakal ever. That's the first time I've had pneumonia at all in the game. But they've clearly made the game a little bit harder. It rained a lot. Like, I was starving, so my immune system was a bit worse, and it seemed like I went from stage 1 to stage 3 in like minutes. Hi HB, you're right, dude. I'm having a lovely day playing vanilla Chernarus and doing nothing but moaning about the stupid loot economy that they still haven't changed. It's been great fun. People are loving it. I can't believe... I was fairly passive while it was on experimental. Obviously, you played it quite a bit. I know you were talking. You said about the SKS and the AK-74 and whatnot, right? I was quite passive about it. It was on experimental. That's what experimental's for. So I typed up some feedback that I thought was fairly good. Obviously different opinions and whatnot. But anyway, I put it on the feedback tracker, went away on holiday, and then they promptly fucking dropped it exactly as it was on experimental. So much to my dismay, I decided to let loose the polite feedback and open the dogs of moan. Yeah, I think it's a fucking ridiculous loot economy to have pushed on the game personally, but there we are. Uncle Bully, thank you very much. Cheers, dude. I didn't realise stab vests were the rarest thing ever. Endgame gear, stab vests. Mark spoke to the designers. It's all intentional. Yeah, well, I did. I talked about it on Twitter. I reposted Wobo's video with a link to the feedback, sort of saying I'm glad to see the because Wobo did a video about the new loot changes, and if you read the feedback / comments underneath, most everybody when they realise how it is was somewhat unhappy with how it is. And he did. So I probably was Mark's, but somebody from the dev team did reply saying that they've already made some tweaks, so the SKS is now findable again, for example. But it's still ridiculous. I've not made it very far into the map yet, but I've not seen a stab vest all day. I've only been on 5 hours. I've died a couple of times, 3 times, twice to bullets and once to once to pneumonia, which is the first time I've ever had it. Ever, never got pneumonia before. But I don't mind pneumonia so much. If it's harder, I don't mind that. But the loot economy is dog shit. It's absolutely dog shit. But yeah, they're intentionally trying to make the game harder. The patch that was on... Fuck me. That sounded like a big boy gun. Oh, right, okay, I'm going to go and put my dinner on. That scared the living piss out of me. I think the loot economy is directly tied to testing for Nasdara. I think they're trying to make the game harder with Nasdara in mind. I always want to replicate the base game, what the base game does, smaller inventory, etc. But I'm struggling to find the bits that make sense. I agree, HB. I like the idea of having low-tier gunfights on the coast and loot gradually getting better, but that's not what they've done. You know, you have to get stab vests where plate carriers spawn. You're lucky, you can't find loot in towns. The guns are in barns. It doesn't make any sense. It's like they've developed this really cool map over 12 years, and now they've created a patch that means you don't have to go to anywhere. You either get lucky on convoys or you go to Tissy, and that's it. It doesn't make sense. Anyway, all right, I'm going to go and put my dinner on. I don't know if we're going to make it back to this stash or not. It was a risk to make the fire, but that was a very isolated house. I don't know where else. Like I needed to make the fire. Now, with the way the game is, you need to make sure you don't get cold. So, yeah, like I've just been killed there before I could find a gun. Right, I'll be back. Well, I got a BK-18, but I ain't going to see that guy. I'll be back in a sec. Won't be long. Well, it'd take me 3 minutes to make the dinner or whatever. Won't be long.
I'm so glad you are back. Life can return to normal. Keep on running and thank you for everything.
I have just made dinner, yeah. Thank you very much, Versta, just for the 33 months. I've got no fried meals, so it's a Sainsbury's chicken madras, which is kind of alright. I'm probably going to try and just meander around a touch while I eat it. I think that's fair, Yep. I still want to get back to that stash of loot that I left. It's fucking proving difficult. Chicken madras, it's a curry. It's kind of reasonably spicy. Rascal, 137, Irish Patriot, thank you for the 8 months. Deadshot, thank you very much as well. The rice tastes like fucking rubber. Fucking hell. It's more northern. I kind of almost want to take this spawn, but I don't know. I feel like I should try and get back to that stash. But what is it that's stashed? Fuck me, there's boats aplenty there, look. What have I got? I've got a CR527 and a shotgun stashed and a load of bullets. It's worthwhile, but it's not that great, is it? The only reason I really want to be there is that I also want to go to the prison island. I want to loot the prison island to see what the loot is like. I died on the prison island with a crossbow against an R12 shotgun. I died of pneumonia when I was nearly back there, you know. I am struggling like fuck. And then just now I've died having made a fire to avoid pneumonia to a dude with a big gun. Alright, I'm going to try for a southerly spawn. I'm not surprised that Eddie Howe was gone D4. I'm not surprised. It's hard for Newcastle. I think Newcastle have really struggled. Their star players seem to leave. They've already sold Tonali. By the way, I'm not so near the mic, so I might be quiet, but I'm eating. They've sold Anthony Gordon. They've sold Tonali. It looks like they're going to sell Guimaraes as well. Like they're selling their best players. It's no wonder that Eddie Howe wants to leave. You know, the best players want to leave. The manager can't take them forward.
Frankie on PC back hype.
Deliverance, yes, that's good. It is very good for the game. I'm glad to see that he's back. I think he's streaming a couple of hours every evening as well, isn't he?
Hey, already back. Hope you had a good time.
Thank you very much. Cheers Tactical and Zep. Cheers for coming in. I had a great time. You could just see what's at commence. Well, I'm particularly interested in the prison island from the point of view of stab vests, dude. That's why I really want to go there. The DayZ devs seem to think that stab vests should be an endgame item now, it seems. So I just want to see whether they spawn at the police at the prison island or not. So it feels like at the moment I can get Svetlo or I can get Bereziki, like there's more of a group spawn thing going on. It's not just one place, it's possibly two. Yeah, that is one good thing. This is just killing time while I eat. You know, I don't really want to go too far. I might just finish, before I suicide now, I might just quickly finish what I'm eating, because that way I can hopefully respawn somewhere I want to be. I find it perverse that the fan base love a cash injections into their club, then bitch about being fecked over by corporate. I think it's easy to see, Zagorki, when you've seen what's happened at Chelsea and Man City before the rules came in, that now that kind of thing's not possible, you know? The financial fair play was brought in to stop clubs going under, not stop billionaires spending money that they've got, you know? And whilst I don't really like the whole state-sponsored football club kind of thing with Qatari owners and Saudi owners and whatnot going on, I think it's a bit unfair of a system that clubs like Newcastle have the money and can't spend it. I think it's not really achieving what it was designed to do. That Man City managed to spend all the money before the rules changed and possibly break some of those rules. They might face some consequences, but Chelsea managed to do it before and likewise seemingly broke some rules as well, but under Abramovich. But they managed to spend the money and grow the team, grow the revenue, grow the success, and now they can reap the benefits under PSR. Have you heard about the loot changes, Tactical? I've been moaning about them all day. I talked about them a lot before I went away, to be fair, but it was on experimental then, so I was kind of a bit more passive than I am being now. I feel like whoever's made the decision on the loot economy doesn't play DayZ or doesn't understand DayZ, and maybe that's harsh, maybe I don't understand their vision of DayZ, but this ain't it. It's fucking awful. I think some of the decisions...
Yo, can someone come down to the PA system? I'm kinda hungry.
Not for me, thank you.
Yeah, no. I ain't got no food. I got buku ammo.
Hi, Zonus, hope you're good.
Oh, nah.
I had a great time. Coming from the guy who spent $500 million to get worse than sack the manager. Well, I didn't do it, no. I didn't do it, if you're talking about Liverpool. But, yeah, I think the financial fair play system is unfair in its current guise. I'm defending. I don't know what your issue is. I think the financial fair play system is unfair on teams like Aston Villa and Newcastle. I don't think it's right. So I don't know why you're picking an argument with me. And Liverpool did invest massively in players and then sack Arne Slot, but Arne Slot was taking them backwards. I think it was the right thing to do. Prod, well, it's more. I don't mind the guns being a bit rarer. I don't mind what. It's the stab vests. It's every time you get shot, you get one tapped. That the game's damage system is brutal. They can't take stab vests away from spawn areas. They can. They've done it, but you can get one tapped by a repeater. You know, like the damage system is so harsh. It forces you to go to somewhere dangerous with no chest protection, and then you get killed by a shotgun with ease. You know, there's no way you can survive, like, anything. I agree FPP is arse, but rules are rules. I agree rules are rules, but the rules have been set up the way they are to protect the haves and deny the have-nots, haven't they? You know, like, the reason they're happy to go with it is it protects teams like Liverpool and Man United and Tottenham and so on. Look at the money Tottenham are spending, you know, like they've managed to have sustainable success and build up a big fan base and build up the stadium before all the rules came in, and now they can reap the benefits, you know. Same with Liverpool, same with United, Arsenal and whatnot. It's obviously some of those teams performed badly last year, but in the long run they're going to be able to outspend everyone always, you know. Trying to get a south spawn at the moment is proving somewhat tricksy. I guess we'll just suicide at the bridge. Hope for Newcastle fans that the current owners decide to sell sooner rather than later. But the current owners spent all the money, Walter. The owners of Newcastle are rich, but they can't spend the money because of the rules. You know, they spent what they could. But they've had to. I think they had to sell Anthony Gordon for PSR, and then the other players like Tonali are like, well, we're never going to get to where we want to be. They don't want to waste their career with no chance to win something. So they, like Tonali thinks he's better off moving to Spurs, and like Guimaraes, whatever. You know, like it's crazy, but that's the way they feel. Might be money motivated too. But I think players want to have the chance to win stuff, and the PSR just gives Newcastle very little chance. I know they won the League Cup, and that's great, but I don't think they're going to win much more than that. I don't think the devs have got it right. I think it was such a poorly thought through. Like Happy Bombs can see the loot economy. Like Happy Bombs understands the game well. Like he was just saying before when he was in the chat, you know, he tries to make the Zero server run very much like vanilla in terms of the. I know it has some mods, but it's mainly cosmetic and a few high tier guns in quest zones, right? He tries to make the loot economy the same as vanilla. But going through the changes they've made to the loot economy, he can't see any of the changes that make any sense for the game. You know, like obviously different opinions are different opinions, but it's maddening. I don't get it. The devs on this one, I feel like the devs are playing a different game than everybody else. I don't know. Like, whoever's making the calls at DayZ is clearly not a PvP orientated player, and that's fine. They have to make the game for everyone. It's not just about PvP. But people shoot at you even if you're not looking for PvP, and if they can one tap you on com with a repeater, and there's nothing you can do about it, you need to change the damage system or make the fucking step vest spawn. You know, like. It's kind of common. It's fucking obvious, right?
I think him coming down with something possibly AMD get married a week on Saturday LULO.
This change is staggeringly bad, and yeah, to the point where it might push me off vanilla fairly soon, just because I can't fucking be bothered. The other thing as well, to not wipe the servers, if you're going to push this massively significant change to the loot economy, to not wipe means that anybody that's got a base with stashes, anybody that's got a load of loot from the old version of the patch, has such a massive advantage. You know, why? If you're going to change the loot economy, why the fuck would you not wipe the servers? If you're going to make it hard to get loot for new spawns, why would you make it easy for somebody that's got gear? You know, like. It doesn't make sense. Am I going to play Frankie's server? Possibly, Joe. I don't know. I wanted to play. I wanted to play vanilla today and really get a feel for how the loot's changed. It's still shit. I don't think the devs are being proactive enough. And I don't say this very often, but they've had this patch out for a while. There's been a lot of noise about the changes they've made, certainly on Wobo's video. They've said that they've tweaked a few things. I don't think tweaking is enough. They've fucked it up. I'm sorry, they've fucked it up. And I don't say that very often. I don't say it that plainly. Hardly ever. But they've really fucked it up with this patch, and making a few minor tweaks ain't it. They need to either row it back or make significant changes. Because it's fucking terrible, and this is their version of the game that everyone's meant to play. It's shocking. I'd like the game to be harder. I just don't want it to be fucking tediously dull. Who wants to play for 6 hours to find a CR527, 3 bullets, and then get one tapped by a repeater going to a fucking military base that only has SMGs in it? Or get lucky and find a scar 3 minutes after spawning, only to get killed by a hacker because you've got a scar. Well done, Red Angel. Completing the Deadpool quest is no mean feat. I've played for about 8 hours the last 2 days and not even come across a BK-12. Check the barns, Lace. The barns on the edges of towns tend to have guns quite often. I found a double-barrel shotgun and a CR527 in the same barn earlier. M&S, thank you for the 96 months. Hyperpro, thank you very much too. I think a lot of people will buy Badlands. Old cars are funny, and it'll definitely be more than €10. I think a lot of people will buy it. A lot of people bought Sakal, and Sakal has issues and clearly wasn't quite ready. Badlands has had way more time. It's going to be a way bigger map, so there's a lot to have hope for about Badlands. I still have some worries. I worry about the looting on Badlands. I worry about the variation of it. I know I played it for 2 hours, but that wasn't enough to really judge it. What I saw was good. What I saw I liked. But I am worried about the towns and the design of the towns, like the towns in Takistan, because those compounds are not very fun to loot, and it can be very... You run 50 metres, you loot a building with one room, and then you run 40 metres, you loot a building with one room, and then you run 30 metres, you loot a building with one room. It's tediously slow, and they all look very similar. So I'm hoping that there's a lot of variation. I didn't get to see much in Badlands, and I mostly tried to cover distance. There's a player in that shed. He has a knife. Ah! Oh, well, that's fucking great. It didn't let me punch the first time. I punched and nothing happened. Second time I missed. You should be able to get 4K on YouTube, and just click the cog. It should be there, yeah. That went well. I punched and nothing happened just once, and then the second time the zombie got between me and him. Please, the fucking Zelenogorsk again. Kevin, they were saying earlier that Eddie Howard decided to leave and he hadn't been sacked. I think the way they were portraying it this morning, that Eddie Howard changed his mind about staying and decided to leave. Sparkrew, thank you very much for the 29. Appreciate it, dude. Oh my fucking god. Where did I spawn the last time? I got a prig spawn, didn't I? Oh, fuck me. Yeah, I know, Kevin. We've been talking about it quite a bit. But like I say, they were reporting it this morning that he'd left because he was... That he'd left, that he'd chosen to leave. Alpha, thank you for the 42 months. Cheers for the support, dude. I'm just going to take this spawn. I'll loot my way over. It's fucking so frustrating, but it is what it is. rough. I've talked about it a lot.
Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed America Land.
It's very rough. So I couldn't stay in Electro last time because somebody was using the Tannoy system. Jay Chaplin, thank you very much as well. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Donk, we went to a place called Biscuit Bitch, it was called, and had biscuits and gravy in Seattle. It was really good. Yeah, it was really good. It's Leals. Cheers for tuning in, dude. I'm having a terrible run of it today, but it is what it is.
The wife showed me some on your Instagram post. Great work, homie. I hope you had a blast.
Cheers, Epidural. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it, dude. Yeah, I did. It was great. I'm glad to be back. Based on Wobo's vid, seems like Sakar loot hasn't changed too much. Well, you could. The conspiracists out there could say that they're ruining the official game to sell DLCs. You could say that they're just like, let's make Chernarus shite so we sell more copies of the new map.
Bro.
Hello?
You hear me?
Holy shit, you're geared. Well, you just kill me, dude. I'm a new spawn. Yeah, kill me then.
No, I really just wanna. I actually just
You-
wanna
what, you-
try
you-
something on someone.
You want to hold? You want to try
I don't wanna
something
get
on some?
fucked, so,
Well, just
yeah, I wanna try.
try it from out there where you don't get to kill me then.
No, it only knocks you out if I'm right.
No, it's
wanna,
okay.
like,
I don't want to try that.
Damn, bro, why not?
Dude, what are you doing? Are you in some kind of Kazakhstani helicopter?
What? Oh no, it's. Oh wait, let me just turn it off for you. You hear me now correctly?
I can, yeah. Yeah. You've turned off the dildo, have you?
Yeah, yo, you seem like a nice guy, bro.
Yeah. Where the hell have you got that gear from?
Well,
You're very geared to be an Electro, aren't you? Where did you get that from?
Yeah, I walked back to Electro to like, because when you're further inland, you know, can't really like talk to people.
Yeah, you can't get them to hold you can't hold up new spawns with the DMR if you're inland, can you? No, you have to hold up people that might kill you.
I won't kill you, bro. You can come outside, bro. I won't kill you.
Okay, I've got to go to the well because I'm about to die of thirst. Okay, on account of the fact that I just spawned in.
Yeah,
You what? Why are you wearing such shit clothes for being as geared as you are?
To be honest, I didn't really look.
Did you get the? Where'd you get the DMR from?
I got it from a guy I killed.
Oh yeah. What did you kill him with?
With the.
Fuck me. All right, fair enough.
I just sniped. Was fishing, so.
Oh, okay. A nice, easy one. Okay, I've got to go to the well, dude. I just spawned in. I need to go to the well, otherwise I'm going to die.
Have a good day, yeah?
You too, dude. Thank you for being friendly in the end.
Yeah, no problem, bro. Good luck.
Good luck. Holy shit. That was a strange encounter. So he killed the fisherman. I imagine how gutted the fisher guy is going to be. Getting killed with the DMR. I have to say, the death at the fire at night time is absolutely killing me right now because we'd made it most of the way to the stash. It seems like forever ago as well, but I was doing the right thing. I was making a fire to make sure I didn't get fucking pneumonia, and then I'm obviously getting killed by some heavily geared dude. I didn't even have a gun. Popsky, thank you very much for the support, dude. Appreciate it. Duke Nishaw, thank you very much for the bits. Very, very cool, dude. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate it, both of you. Thank you. Snipers got you stashed by now. I don't think stream snipers are too bothered about the shite guns I'd had. Chances are. Chris, I might try Frankie's server at some point. I'm very glad that he's back in the game. I think that's a very cool thing. But this is my first stream back, and I wanted to try the vanilla loot economy because I think the vanilla loot economy's been broken by the devs. So I thought I did come in with it thinking it would be bad, and unfortunately, so far I feel it is bad. But nonetheless, I wanted to test that out today. I'll probably do the same tomorrow. But yeah, I'm sure I'll give it a go. That server, just from the very brief moment that I've seen it, looks a little bit too modded for my liking. It looks a bit too modded for me, which doesn't surprise me. This is no different strokes for different folks, you know, but Frankie's videos were always on really heavily modded servers, and they're amazing videos. They're the reason I got into DayZ, but he always played a much more modded version of DayZ than I did, you know, so it's probably not going to be for me, but I'll give it a go at some point. Like traders
bastard, TRMZ love.
And the like are usually where I feel we've gone a bit too far into the sort of heavily modded kind of landscape, you know, but I'll probably give it a whirl.
How is this possible?
Ziovich, you crazy mofo, thank you very, very much for the incredibly generous 50 gifted subs, dude. Holy shit, man. Thank you very, very much. Cheers, Ziovich. Thank you for the continued support. Helen Endez, thank you very much. Tim87, Ziovich, thank you for the resub. Popsky, thank you very much once again. Cheers, all of you guys. And Zia, thank you very, 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 very much, dude. Right, I'm not even going to bother looting the Electro PD. The zombies don't spawn vests. The PD doesn't spawn anything. I might get a Glock if I was incredibly lucky, but I doubt it. I think the devs have heard the feedback about the loot, Bernie, but they're quite stubborn about what decisions they make. A good example would be the spawn system that is absolutely dog shit. They are absolutely sort of adamant that they won't change it, and they have changed it, but it's taken them more than a year to change it twice, and they really don't want to seemingly add a random spawn thing in, you know. I don't know, there's a degree of stubbornness, and sometimes that's a good thing. I think the devs by and large know what they're doing. They certainly know more about development than I do, but when it comes to things like loot economy, like, the people that play the game are more than qualified to have good opinions on that, I think. You know, I am baffled by the spawn system and the loot economy. Feels like DayZ don't understand the game they make anymore. I don't get it. I don't know who they're making the game for, but the new spawn system is incredibly arcadey, and now they want they want to slap a loot system that's incredibly simulatory on it. But what game are they making? Are they making it for everyone and making it arcadey and making it accessible, or are they making it really more difficult? Because they seem to be doing one or the other every 5 fucking minutes now. You know, like, I don't get it. But this is. It's the worst decision I think the devs have made. Both of those.
I've just tuned in. Hope you enjoyed your holiday. Probably already been asked, but would you look at a team up with Frankie at some point?
I don't know what the rules are on the server. Oh, that's the new one. That's cool. I would absolutely love to play with Frankie. He's a legend, right? I'm only playing the game because of him. You know, absolutely. But if the server's RP and it's no Discord and stuff, I think that would be tricky. But I don't know what the rules are. I don't know Frankie. You know, I've never talked to him in my life, so I think that would be kind of difficult to make happen. But yeah, he's a legend. Of course I would. Oh, JZ, thank you very much for the support. Thank you. I'm not going to arrange that via chats, though. You know, I'm sure not everybody, but I'm sure people have been saying in his chat when he's streaming, you should play with X, you should play with X, Y, you should play with Z. I'm sure my name's come up once or twice, the same as many other people's, you know, but he knows his own mind. He plays with whoever he wants to play with, you know, same as anyone else does. So I thought I'd miss out the other bit in the town, the other well, and just come to this one. To me, or is it really weird that all the doors are closed in this house? Cheers, Thomas. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it, dude. I don't think I can be bothered to carry that shite. Still, we've got a chambered sporter. I can use that for killing Zeds. One sec, sorry guys. I'm just sorting out my Streamlabs on my second monitor. It's fooked. Oh, I seem to have a hype chest as well. Let me fix that as well. Yay! I got some stupid teddy bear emote. That's great. Sorry, I'm back. I'm back. Now. There we go. Is Frankie close friends with Sada, who you have beef with? Mick, me and Sada fell out years ago over nothing, and he brings it up once every year or so, but I don't. I don't have beef. Like, the first year after we fell out on Twitter, I spent the whole year saying, I hope he comes back, he's a really big part of the DayZ community, and then he released a load of shit on Twitter again. Like, I'm not interested, you know, like, Sada is Sada. I hope he's alright, and I hope he comes back to streaming, you know, and DayZ, that'd be great, but I really ain't got any issue with Sada. He's alright. We had a bit of a disagreement on Twitter about nothing, and he's flamed it up again every 6 months since, but I haven't. OJ, thank you very much. Cheers for the support, dude. Dear dude, once again, thank you very much for the crazily large sub bomb, dude. Thank you. Right, this time we're going to make it. No, community servers can change the loot system, Raymond. They won't necessarily use official. So, like, I can play other servers, which I will. I want to play the official. Like, just before I went away, I typed up some feedback about the loot on experimental and how bad it was. The devs have pushed that patch to stable. They said that they've tweaked it in the last couple of weeks. Whoever's tweaking it is not fully understanding the issue, I don't think, or they've got a very, very skewed sense of what's good for DayZ. Like, the idea that stab vests are fucking rare commodities is absolutely nonsense. I'm guessing on Badlands, stab vests are going to be hard to find. But the game doesn't work with no chest protection. It just doesn't work. You can't. The guns are too powerful, you know. You can be one-tapped by pretty much anything that's not a pistol. I don't think Crazy Patty, who was Crazy Chris, Greedy Gymnast, has streamed DayZ in a long time. Patrick, thank you very much for the membership. Cheers for the support, dude. Crazy Chris is definitely one of the funniest videos. Don't forget Minder. What about Minder? Me and Minder get on okay. If early stab vests are a problem, isn't it better to reduce their effectiveness a little than make them a higher tier item? But they're not a problem as they are, Monty. There's nothing to fix. There's nothing to fix with the stab vest. They do the job that they're meant to, and they are a low tier item. Then the high tier items are the press vest and the plate carrier, not the stab vest. How long could the broom burn? If it's pristine, the best part of 20 minutes. Cheers, Patrick. Thank you very much, dude. Right. I am going to have to make a fire again. Which is somewhat annoying, but I need to make a fire. We're light blue. I'm going to end up with a fucking cold again. Keeping my eyes out for a rock or something so I can get a stone for a stone knife. I think there's some this way. There's also a hunting stand this way. Mick, Wobo's done a 10-minute video on it, but they basically made the game really, really slow and most of the map irrelevant in a nutshell. TLDR on the new loot economy is you either get lucky on a convoy or a helicopter crash site, or you go to Tissy military base, or you take it up the ass everywhere else. Pretty much is how it is.
All the twos.
How about a rock? Sorvix, you can see my settings if you want. If you type exclamation settings, you can see what I play the game at. They're not quite maxed, but they're close. I could play them maxed. I just play them how I like the game looking, you know. But it's mostly ultra. Everything's mostly maxed. There's one or two things slightly tweaked, but more of a personal preference thing. Mate, custom servers can, yeah, but that's not the issue, is it? Like, there's a lot of people that play the game, like especially on console, that are kind of more forced towards the vanilla game, you know, like... of course you can play on a community server, but that doesn't excuse the vanilla official version of the game being absolutely fucking terrible for no good reason, does it, you know? It feels like whoever's making the choices has not... It feels like the sort of thing that somebody would do if they played on empty servers, playing the game for PvE, you know, like, nothing wrong with that. There's nothing right or wrong with playing the game, but taking away your ability to tank a single shot from a repeater without going unconscious is not making the game harder. it's like making the survivability harder, I guess, but like I just when did a stab vest become a tier 3 high tier hard to find item? It's the most baffling decision I've ever made. Yeah, maybe on a PvE server where no one's going to shoot at you. There's nothing wrong with PvE, but like if you played only that and then you tried to change the game to suit your style, you would make some terrible decisions, you know. Because you wouldn't factor in people shooting at you for a start, would you? You know, like. Hey Luke, you're right, dude. Can't see your original question, Master Held. One sec. I'm trying to find it. Where the fucking... Are you officially together now? We have been since January, dude. Yeah. DayZ is always evolving. Guess we'll see if hives are shared with Nasdara. DayZ is always evolving, but sometimes the evolvement is... The evolving is kind of backwards, you know. It feels like we're crawling back into the sea with this particular patch.
How is this possible?
We're not evolving for the better, we're evolving for the worse, you know. Tinbender, dude, thank you very much. Teal Quincy, thank you very much too. Cheers, Tinbender, thank you very, very much for the gifted memberships. Thank you. I've been streaming DayZ for more than 10 years full time. I've been playing DayZ since 2014. Why are you in steps? Steps that aren't that zombie over there. My eyes sort of like that zombie, I don't know, it's not, it's just running, it's just a runner zombie. I was hoping it was aggroed on someone, but nope. Probably find a gun in there. There's honey. That honey's been left. That honey's been left by a player, I'm sure. I don't think it spawns like that. Yeah, a little shitty bit of honey. It's probably going to make me sick or something. Some evil doing bastard has left it there after eating some of it while sick, maybe. Right, onwards to the stash that's definitely going to be there. I just want to loot the prison island. I just want to loot the prison island. Is it too much to ask, do we think? I don't think it's too much to ask. You're on vacation, are you, Reed? Well, I hope you have a good one, dude. Yeah, enjoy that, lucky bastard. Might as well eat that. It'd be nice to find something sharp that I can get sticks to. I want to make a fire to avoid... I guess I can still make rocks with this thing. If I can see some rocks. I keep forgetting to look. I've looked a few times, but... Just off vacation, says lucky bastard. Damn right, yeah. I finished mine. He's about to start his. That's lucky, isn't it? You know, mine's done. J. Lloyd, it was great. I had a great time. It was great to see Miss Portland for 2 weeks, which was very, very nice. It was quite hard to leave. But yeah, it was great. We saw a lot, did a lot. There's quite a few different pictures and whatnot on Instagram. It was good. Did you and Miss Portland mesh well with the itinerary? We got on great, Reed. Yeah, we got on great. We're all good in that front. I think we got on. I feel like the more time we spend together, the better we're getting on. Yeah, very much so. But we didn't just do touristy things. We had a weekend of touristy stuff, but we also went to some. We went and saw some of her extended family, which was quite overawing for me. Like we met like more than 10 different family members at the same time on the same day, and then stayed there for 12 hours. You know, so there was a lot of mingling with people I'd never met before, and a lot of remembering of names. But it was fine, you know. It was good. It was really good. Really interesting as well to meet some different peeps from different walks of lives that are more in like the country, rural America. It seems like a good tactic, Whack-Hour. I'll give it some thought.
Hey lad, hope you've had great vacation. Take care.
Yeah, I bought my TwitchCon tickets this morning, Luke. I know Miss Portland bought hers while I was there, so we're kind of set for that, which is going to be good. I'm glad to be streaming, J. Lloyd. Yeah, I've got my kids coming on Saturday as well, which is going to be cool, so I'm looking forward to that. Is it true what they say about Americans talking very loud? No, I don't think so. I don't think so, Shanks. I think sometimes when you're in a touristy area, you'll notice that there's one American couple talking or a group where there's somebody loud. But I also see that with Brits too, you know, like I don't think Americans are louder than Brits. or vice versa, or any other nation for that matter. But there's like a 10% or 20% like loud kind of crude, like the same as any other country. Like there's a lot of Brits go on holiday and act fucking dickish, get drunk on the plane, maybe get kicked off, maybe they don't, maybe they act like twats when they get there, you know, like Brits have that too, and Americans have that too, like everybody else does, you know. Like but I think that's what people base it on, you know. You can sometimes, if you're away, you can like hear a loud American, but there's also a loud Brit somewhere along the way just the same, you know. But no, they were just the same as anywhere else. Loki Star, thank you for the 2 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. You've got both of them coming. How will you manage? Well, I'm planning on streaming, Wacko. That's my answer. I'm planning on streaming and they can work it out. I don't know. It'll be fine. I've only got the older one for a week. They're both coming for the first week and then the older one's going back. I think she's got part-time work the second week, so she can't stay for the 2 weeks. But though at least that's what I've been told. It might change by Saturday. You never know. Would you ever consider doing a meet and greet next time you're in PNW? No, Pied, I wouldn't. Sorry, dude. When I'm going there to see Miss Portland and like meeting her family and whatnot. You know, I'm going for a vacation. I will probably try on the first day of TwitchCon on the Friday. I will be at TwitchCon, so if anybody goes to TwitchCon, I'll try and do some kind of meet and greet there because I'm going to TwitchCon, which seems gaming orientated. But when I'm going to Portland, I'm not. I'm going there to meet her, you know. That helps. Imagine doing that and then just putting it in the backpack like a pleb. There we go. At least I realised. Is that what it's come to, making a rock knife? Well, I've not looted that much. In Electro, I kind of ran away, didn't I? Did you try to get some foods you never had before? I'd quite a lot of food, Leals. So I had two things that I'd never had before, which are both kind of American, more so than anywhere else. I had biscuits and gravy for the first time, and I had French toast for the first time, which I don't really, because of the gluten, I wouldn't have it here anyway. But I never had either of those. French toast with maple syrup and sausages, I think it was. I really liked the maple syrup. It was fucking amazing. The French toast was fine. It was okay. But the maple syrup, that was good. Anyway, I've had it before in the UK, but it just tasted particularly good. That one was amazing. And the biscuits and gravy were pretty good too. I don't think they were like absolutely the best thing ever, but they were pretty decent. DayZ is fun until you find a retired Marine sniping or maybe a 40-year-old streamer. So that sounds like you've been listening to Burt Peanut. I quite liked the biscuits and gravy. It was pretty good. It was good. I'd rather have a full English than biscuits and gravy, but I still liked it. It was good. Mr. Epidural, it was white gravy with little bits of sausage in it, I think. I think it was white sausagey gravy. It was from a place called Biscuit Bitch. It was very good. So it was, obviously it had the, like, they're called biscuits, you know this, but other people watching may not, but they're a little bit more like kind of soft scones for those that don't know what a biscuit is from Biscuits and Gravy. They're kind of, it's a bit like a scone, but a bit less crumbly, a bit sort of more moist. A slightly cakey scone. And then it had the white gravy with the biscuit, with the sausage meat in it, and then I had 2 eggs as well. It was really good. Yeah, a little bit like a dumpling. Like a more dumplingy scone. I've just seen your message, Whacker. Yes, very good. Did I try cottage cheese? I didn't, no. My love affair for Tillamook ice cream has only grown, though. That much is true. Have I managed to miss the feed shack? Oh, it's there. So we did just die there. I think I'm just going to run on. I don't see the point in going to that. Yeah, I think when we go back, crowd, Miss Portland was saying we ought to go to the Tillamook. They have like a shop and you can do a tour and whatnot, and they've got loads of cheese and shit. So that would be kind of cool. Have you seen the Fabrizio Romano rumour linking Bruno Fernandes with a move to Liverpool? That would be fucking hilarious. I know Man United fans love Bruno Fernandes. I can't fucking stand him. I hate the way he moans at referees. He's clearly an amazing player. I'm not denying his ability. He's probably one of those that when he plays for your team you really love him, but when he plays for everyone else you can't fucking stand him. I'm in the very much I can't fucking stand him camp. But there's no way that United will sell Bruno Fernandes to Liverpool in a million years. It's just never mind what Bruno would do. There's just no way United would do that deal in a million years. Yeah, I think we're going to do it, Helkin, the Tillamook factory tour. I don't know when though, because like there's time is a challenge. We're only there 2 weeks. There was a lot of things to do. Next time I go, I'm only going for a week, and it's a birthday. So we're going to do something that's more for her. Oh my God, Coach! We don't talk about Bruno. Yeah, I made that up. Yeah, that makes sense. You made it up. There's no way Fabrizio Romano's been talking about Bruno, and I'm glad you did make it up. I see Fabrizio Romano's getting more and more stick for things like he said that it's a here we go on the Jan Diamande transfer, and other David Ornstein has said no, and there's all drama, but I think it might not be David Ornstein, it might be somebody else, but anyway, they're all arguing. Florian Plettenberg, that's who it is. Florian Plettenberg is arguing with him. Romano leaked I think that is low, by the way. I did see a bit about that. It's me, 971. Romano leaked messages of him asking for advice when he was up and coming. I think that's pretty low. Like, it's one thing to have a disagreement and say what you think, but if you're releasing private messages to try and win I think you've already lost in that scenario. There is quite a lot of belief that Romano now is getting money from agents to release stories and whatnot, allegedly. So a lot of the time he's helping to manufacture the deal rather than actually pointing out the deal now. Like, it seems like his role is now to be the spokesperson for the agent that's trying to manufacture something rather than actually report the news. Bernie, thank you very much for the membership. I really, really appreciate it. Dave7 Red, thank you. Schmagan, thank you very much too. Cheers all. Right, okay. That's about as good of a gun as I've had all day. You had your eyes dilated this morning. I'll tell you what, it's rough for a few hours. Yeah, it sucks, Leals. It makes your eyes go really squiffy and you can't focus on anything. I had to have an eye test. I got classified as type 2 diabetic in 2021. No, not true. Let me get that right. I got classified as pre-diabetic. I was close to being type 2 diabetic in 2021. And I had the eye test a couple of times, but where I've lost so much weight, I'm no longer having the eye tests and I'm not pre-diabetic. Oh, well, I was only pre-diabetic that one October. It was, even though I didn't lose the weight as much drastically as I would have liked, I was no longer pre-diabetic by the next year. I'm going back towards there, Raymond. I'm going back towards the stash that I made when I died. Partly because I want the stash, but mainly because I want to loot the prison island. God, that sounded so loud. Bit for Shane's. I've got to be honest. I'm surprised I was doing it. To be fair, the Space Needle and sitting on that chair on glass was. When I walked in, I felt a bit dizzy and I didn't really like it. But by the time we'd gone to the bar and bought a drink, I'd kind of got a bit more accustomed to the glass. It did take a little bit to have any confidence, though. I'm a bit scared of heights. I'm clearly not as bad as I used to be, because definitely, when I was younger, I just wouldn't have gone up that. You know, like when I was a much younger dude, I like wouldn't go up the Eiffel Tower because I just couldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. Whereas now, if I was in France, I'd just go up the Eiffel Tower. I'm sure I would. You know, I've probably got a bit more used to shit. That's a hell of a change, Chainsaw. Your HbA1c went down from 12 to 4.5. Holy fuck. Mine was 5.2, I think, last year. It was 6.4, I think, in 2021, and it's gone down every year since, but last year was lower, and I'm a lot lighter now than I was last September, October time.
Welcome back, dudes.
Vapor, thank you very much. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Have I ever smoked? When it was legal in pubs years and years ago, I smoked a little bit then, but never otherwise. Loads and Vapor and Bernie, thank you very much for the support in different ways. Resubs and memberships and shit. Thank you. So I'm heading towards the stash, but I'm trying not to go in the exact same route as the... I don't really want to cook there, I guess. It's a rabbit.
63 months. What a journey it has been so far. Here is to another 63.
Witto,
Smiley
dude,
face.
thank you very much for the 63 monthly. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. I'm bored of that. I think I'm going to make a fire.
Home safe. Good to see, sir.
I'm going to need... what the fuck is an NBC jacket doing there? Obviously someone's dropped it. It doesn't spawn there. Oh, come on, you fucking pleb. How did that one? It's fucking dead. Do I have a knife? Yep. I've got a stone knife, which I used to cut up the cow. I did find a fanger as well. Tomcat, thank you again for the 33. All that wood in the wood pile and you have to go cut trees down. Yeah, the little stacks of wood that are next to houses. It would be kind of cool if you could use them, I guess. Did you ever build a base on DayZ? Only when it first got added years ago, Cham, alright? There's a video of me doing it on experimental, but can't really base build when you're streaming, dude. People come and kill you while you do it. You know, they know where you are and you stay there for ages. God, that's a hell of a headline that just came up on my phone. Hiker impaled by pole treks 10 miles to avoid helicopter fee. Fuck me dead. The photo is worth seeing. Alright, let's have a look. Oh! It's kind of like just underneath his armpit and it's sort of going through the edge of him. So it's only sort of cut, it's like through the edge of him, but that looks like it would smart some. Holy fuck. What do you think about DayZ for Switch 2? You think it's going to work out? I think it makes sense, Gaspy. It opens them up to 20 million new players. There's 20 million consoles out there. They can probably generate extra revenue from it, and they're using a secondary company to do the port. So, from a DayZ perspective, I think it makes complete sense. Doesn't make any difference to me. There is a chance that it could be a drain in terms of time when it comes to updates. We had to wait for a very long time to get update 129 because there was an issue putting the game on Xbox, and it delayed the whole game for everyone. So if there's another console, there's a chance that could happen for Switch and it could delay the whole game for everyone. So I guess there is that. That's probably true. But for the most part, I don't see it making a whole lot of difference. Just maybe generate more money, which helps pay for DayZ 2, I guess, you know. Garrett, I just seen a headline pop up on my phone.
Say, Gutter Nacked Veronica. Thanks. Laughing face.
Gutter Nacked Veronica. Good nacked. Yeah, there you go. Cheers for the 22 months. Thank you very much, Dirty Dude. Thank you. Yeah, it just came up on my news headlines on my phone, Garrett. A hiker that walked 10 miles to avoid a call-out fee for a helicopter, with a pole sticking in him. It was going right through, but only a fairly shallow one, just underneath his armpit. But I wouldn't fancy taking it. Thank you very much. Thank you for the bits, Gaspy, by the way. I don't think it's a bad thing. It's not like it's taken up all the dev time. The port is being handled by a secondary company, so DayZ making more money for Bohemia helps pay for DayZ to stay in development and also for DayZ 2. I don't think that's a bad thing. I do have some issues with the current version of the game, but we've heard all those, you know. Matty, well, it's not through his ribs by the look of it. It looks like it might be underneath his arm, just in his side, but it's a side-on picture. So I think it's between, maybe. I don't think it's gone into his rib cage, and I don't know. It looks pretty fucking sore though, however it did. World's best healthcare. I don't even know where he was. Where was he? Well, that's what I'm saying, Sumo. It didn't look like it's through his ribcage. That's what I said, yeah. He was in Montana. Okay. I double fractured my tibia and walked 3 miles back to my car and drove myself to ER. Fuck that, Joel. Fuck that. I would not fancy that. I hope you had an automatic car. If you were stick shifting and you had to change, like, do a clutch pedal with a broken leg, fuck that. How long will I be streaming today? I don't know, dude. I've already been on nearly 7 hours. I've already done more than I thought I would. It's been utterly frustrating trying to get anywhere, which is why I'm still on, to be perfectly honest. When I dislocated my shoulder doing something stupid on an escalator when I was at Asda, I dislocated my shoulder and then managed to pop it back in, which is the most pain I've ever felt. I've done quite a few things, broken a few bones and injured myself a number of times. The shoulder going back in is the most pain I've ever felt in any second. Like, it was awful. But that was the only key holder, so once it popped back in, I then had to just lock the store, and then it was like a 90-minute drive home, so I had to drive home. But once it went back in, it was still very, very sore, but it was nothing like the pain before it went back in. So this is as far as I got last time. We made the fire in here in the night time and then came out and got killed in the forest right next door. How did the dislocation happen? I was running up a down escalator and fell forwards and went to put my hand out and put my hand on the handrail. Obviously, if you're on an escalator, the handrail goes down the same as the stairs do, so I tripped, put my hand on the escalator, and I was falling forward and my hand was on the rail going down, and it sort of, my arm kind of went over my shoulder and it just popped it out of the socket. It was really fucking painful. I was on doing the closing routine, and I was going down the escalator from the mezzanine floor in an Asda, and I'd forgotten to do something and realised halfway, so I turned around and tried to run back up, and I was smiling to myself. It was kind of fun running back up, but when you get near the top, the steps get close together, and it's actually quite hard to judge. When you get nearer to the top, it's trickier than you think. And I just tripped I mistimed one of the steps and tripped forward, and yep. It really fucking hurt. I didn't tell, like, I was the manager on duty, and thankfully there was no CCTV where I did it, so I didn't fess up to anyone how I did it. That would have made it my fault, obviously. I don't know if this is an age thing, right? But, like, you know...
never left the farm.
Exactly, Murph. Thank you very much for the support. Cheers for the 111. Roscoe and Wolf, thank you as well, Wolfen. Cheers for the support. I don't know if it's because I'm getting older, but if I watch anything now where somebody falls over, I actually feel some of the pain in sympathy, you know? Like, we watched a couple of Ed Stafford First Man Out shows, like, and sometimes he falls over, like, on a rock going, like along by a waterfall or something, and he'll trip. Or whatever, you know, like if you're watching one of those, like, accident shows where people are forever falling over or whatnot. When I see somebody fall over now, I feel like I just feel a little bit of the pain and sympathy. I can't fucking... I didn't used to be like that, but nowadays I am. Quantum, well, I kind of fell and then managed to stand up, but was in the most excruciating pain. So I was standing back up and I went down. Oh my god, it hurt so much. Aziz Bishi, hope you're good. Thank you for coming in. Glad you're back. Just the tip. Thank you. Glad to be back. I have to say, I'm surprised. I've been on nearly 7 hours. I'm still doing all right. It's been a terrible run in the game, but... You saw Widow's Bay, right? Very good. I don't know what Widow's Bay is. One sec, guys. Funnily enough, Bob Mortimer's ones don't normally do that for me, Pegasus, because Bob Mortimer kind of falls over in slow motion, doesn't he? He's normally like kind of sort of low down to the ground, and he just rolls onto his back or something, you know. So his don't look like he falls with, like he's forever falling in Moore and Whitehouse Gone Fishing, but he definitely falls in slow motion, if you know what I mean, you know. I do like that show. It's really good kind of distraction.
Nifty nifty, I hit 50. Welcome back, Paul.
The Brad, thank you for the 50 months. Appreciate it, dude. Just the tip, thank you very much too. That makes sense, Killer Inside. Yeah, it does. Aziz, thank you very much. And thank you for the 50 months, Brad. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. You hope I hit 10 million subs? Dude, I'd be very happy if I could hit 1 million. That would be amazing.
TRMZG hot, 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 TRMZG hot.
Fuck me, dude. Please use more emotes next time. I'd be dead. I wish Robot Lady was not emote blind. Cats, that sucks. Thank you very, very much for the resub. I appreciate it. Maybe put some words and then one heart next time if possible. Fuck me dead. But thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. Right, let's go to the stash. Aziz, thank you for the bits once again. There's like 6 of them there, I think. Thank you very much. Sorry guys, I was just pissing about on my phone for a sec. Sorted.
Words, TRMZG hard kappa.
That was still more palatable, to be fair. God, this rain seems loud. Holy shit. Thank you very much, Luke. Cheers for the 19 months, dude. Thank you. I did get the meat cooked. Yeah, I'm eating some. So this is what I dropped here when I had pneumonia earlier.
TRMZLUV.
Hey, fuck your potato.
I fuck your
Yankee Doodle
potato.
donated $5. You're #1 American mod. I wonder if this still works. 777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777777.
Right, I'll turn off the alerts if that happens repeatedly. So let's not do it. I ain't like everyone else. When somebody tips and makes a joke out of TTS, a lot of streamers go, ha ha ha, give me money. I go, someone's getting fucking banned. So don't do it, okay?
TRMZ 1664 new
exactly.
TRMZ 1664 new TRMZ.
Like I seriously don't want it, so please don't do it. Don't underestimate.
1664 new TRMZ 1664 new TRMZ.
Like seriously, I use TTS as a tool to help me stream. I didn't set it up so people would grief me with tips and I could make more money. So I know that might make me sound ungrateful. I am very grateful for the bits, and especially from a long-term viewer as well, but don't do it, please. It's there so that I don't have to stop in a bush and read the alert to say thank you to someone, not so you can troll me. Okay, please don't troll me with it. I'll turn it off. Anyway, and there ends the grumpy. The grumpy. Go get some kills, bro. I've only just got some guns, bro. You have to get the guns before you get the kills. Thank you very much, Resonate. Cheers for the 64 months. Dadbod, thank you very, very much too. Appreciate it. Thank you. Garrett and Yankee, thank you, but please don't do it again. Can I carry some more of this shit? That is the question. I think I can. I don't think I need that. I do need that. Don't need that. Got that. It's not that bad, Tonk, no. Anything else? I want that as well. I might as well take that. Right, I think that'll do. Okay, finally, perhaps I can maybe even check the... I just want to see what the loot is like at there. Did I not have a... I think I had a vest, didn't I? I did, idiot. All that struggling. I don't need the Magnum. I know I've got 3 bullets for it, but I think I'm going to leave the rest. I wonder what game you'll play if there's no DayZ. DayZ 2. That's what I'll play. Oh, there's a convoy. Oh my god. Oh my god, we could be getting in Scar Heaven, baby. We might even find a plate carrier. If we do, I'm still going to the prison island. I want to see what the loot is like. Oh, plate carrier. Give me the plate carrier lady. Oh, she did the thing. First try. We might get a Scar here. Pristine plate carrier. SVD. I've got a mag for that. I think I've got a mag for that.
Hey, fuck your potato.
Brother _ Garrett donated $2. Timeout, wow.
Thank you for the tip. Well, I don't know about any timeout, but I think you can see why. Drop bastard. Thank you for the support. I'm impressed that the robot lady read that out. Normally she doesn't. She doesn't normally get out of bed for anything less than $2. Sorry, $3. Let me get it right. But dude, thank you for the tip. You should be back, I think. Have I gotten a kill with the Scar yet? I've only had the Scar once and I died. I don't have oodles of bullets. It's the first time I've seen loot in the back. Oh, this is kind of dangerous. Quite a lot of tents. Ah, I have one. I have a load of grenades for that hidden. I think that one's stuck on the rock, clearly. Right, I can't go to the prison island now. I've been trying all day, but now I've got to run this way because there's a... I've hidden a box in a bush in the next town that's got 5 M79 grenades in it. Have I warmed up to the M79? It's always good to have. If you, the thing that's the issue with it, Shanks, is that more often than not, where you find it, you don't get shells for it. But if I've got shells, it can be kind of fun. There was matching USMC pants. Yeah, there was matching USMC pants. I did think about it, but I don't really like the desert stuff. So no, I didn't bother. Yeah, there's no convoy. There's a spawn potentially there, but there's no convoy. Me too, Tactical. I've talked about it far too much today, but yeah, I agree. Am I actually going to lose the light blue for this? I suspect not, but we'll see. So I need some Mosin rounds. You can find Mosin rounds quite often at hunting areas. I might get some at the military base, and I could potentially get a scope for the SVD as well. No, Alex, they didn't. That's a good point, actually, Sully. We should go back to Cherno and loot the shipping containers, because you normally find PSO scopes there. Yeah, that's true. Where you don't need them. Can't remember which house exactly I was at, but I'll recognise it when I see it. I think it's one of these first couple. Not the green mustache, but just after. Yeah, it was by this greenhouse here, Danger Squirrel. It was, yeah. It was a bush quite close to the greenhouse. I kind of need to take this because the M79s can explode so easily, so having them in that will stop them from exploding. There we go. So we know there's no convoy along the coast. We might as well just head on towards the Millie base and see if there's a scope or some Mosin rounds and whatnot. But that just about sums up the game right now on like I've spent 7.25 hours playing it. The only vest I've found is a plate carrier. Now admittedly I'd not got very far into the map because of different challenges with deaths and whatnot and so on, but the basic summation of the loot economy is you either get incredibly lucky at a convoy or you travel miles inland to get anything worth having, you know. Like, it's really weird, kind of lucky loot from convoys, or you're fucked forever. I missed a belt, did I? Ugh. I don't need no belt. Wearing them on the vest doesn't prevent them from exploding. It does with regular grenades, Remiko, but not with M79 ones, no. Regular grenades have a pin, so if you shoot them, they don't ruin. But the M79 ones, if you shoot that, it just explodes. So, grenades on vests, for whatever reason, grenades on vests don't get ruined, but you can, if you shoot them on the ground to ruin, they do explode, I believe. But on a vest, you can't hit them, but you can the M79. So if you keep M79 gold tops on the vest and one of them gets shot, you're blowing up. No, Jimbo, I was exploded by someone that fired one at me. I didn't... Someone actually killed me with an M79. They didn't... from behind. Hey, Pano, I hope you're good. Thomas, I haven't actually updated that. That's a good shout. I ought to update it. You're right. I haven't updated the charity stream thing. Somebody died. Fucking rain today. Thoughts on Burnt Peanut's take on DayZ? Didn't he just say that it's got some try-hard middle-aged men in it that have got the patience to stay in one place all day? There probably are some try-hards, just like there is in, say, Tarkov or something. That's probably true. I am one of those. I'm not very try-hard, but I am middle-aged, so it's probably true. Yeah, probably true. Homeless simulator is what Peanut said. Well, it feels that way on this patch. Yeah, it feels that way on this patch. It's so hard to get loot. Red chain. Finally get a good bit of gear, and now the server's going to start fucking up. Right, it's probably a good time for me to go for a piss. I'll be back. I'd say it's much more of a homeless simulator on this particular patch if you're playing the vanilla version of the game, for sure. What's wrong with staying in one place? I don't know in what you're referring to, Lim, but if you're a streamer that's streaming to a large audience, if you stand still, people can find you easily if they're watching the stream. So staying mobile is normally a good idea. Blazed Hornet, thank you for the 47 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Right, one. It's dark at 20 to 10. Like I was watering the plants in my trough this time 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it was still daylight. It's practically winter already. Right, let's try and get back in the server. Pano, we don't do that here. Like, if you want to devolve the stream into some kind of conversation about any topic you can think of, that's not for here. You know, divisive topics that cause a load of arguments, this ain't the place. Blazed Hornet, thank you for the 47 months. Cheers for the support. Thank you. Holy fuck. Oh, hopefully it's just coming back. It was night time, I think, wasn't it? I think this is just where people have rejoined the server. Was referring to Burnt Peanuts talking about middle-aged tryhards that stay in one place. Perhaps I misheard. Well, I think he did say that. Yeah, he's very... But what he was basically saying was that you spend 6 hours getting somewhere just to get killed by someone that spent all day in a bush waiting for you to get there, you know? Where there's an element of truth about that, you know? But just like some people, like, run straight to the exit and camp that in Tarkov, whatever, certain people will play certain ways, you know? But that's true of every game, though. I think Miss Burnt Peanut was just making a funny take about the game, you know. It's not really his kind of game. I can kind of see that, but it's all good. Yeah, I know he played it briefly, didn't he? But yeah. Danish, it was 33 to 34 Celsius yesterday. Today it's a bit cooler. I've been indoors all day, but it's been cooler today. I think it got to about 28 today. God, my fucking hell! There's a 10% chance of rain at midnight. Wow. How weird is this, right? Looking on my iPhone for the weather, it says there's a 45% chance of rain today, Thursday. Yet looking through the hours between now and midnight, there is no rain forecast per hour, and then at midnight there's a 10% chance. So there's a 10% chance of rain tomorrow. There's no rain in the next 3 hours, yet somehow there's 45% chance of rain. Other than seeing the missus, what was the best part of the trip? Seeing a lot of her family, I'd say, Fire Dingo. It was very cool. It made it feel more official for us in the relationship, which was very cool as well. Meeting her aunts and uncles and her dad and whatnot, that was really cool. It was nice to meet some of her family and be introduced as her other half and whatnot. That was very cool. Seattle was great. Going to a Mariners game was very cool. I like that a lot. Seattle was good.
Welcome back.
Lots and lots of different
things.
things.
Had a great time, TRMZ Balloon.
Cheers, Hotfix. Thank you for the crazy long resub. Same day as Straflay. Both of you today. It's not a 45% chance of rain. It's going to be raining in 45% of your area. I don't think that's true, Alex, but like there's no area of mine that's raining right now. So it means 45% of the population will see rain. Where? Like, how big is the area? Like, if my town, like the town that I've got it set to is a small town, it's so small that the chances are if it's going to rain, it would be hard pushed to rain on not most of it. That makes sense though, it's interesting. So 45% of my area will see rain. I think that's bollocks though, but anyway. But but you say the area is the area, but you can set the area to be your hometown, you know. But how far does it catch? Does it just do your village? Because I can set it to my village, or I can set it to the village one over, and I'll get different results.
We would have a membership baby now.
Oh, fuck me dead. And DayZ says no loot for you. Ugh. Hotfix, I played darts a little bit. I never really enjoyed it the same as playing pool, so I didn't do it so much, but I did play it a little bit. That's interesting though. So it's the chance of rain in my area, but not where I live. I honestly never knew that. I'd like to know how big the area is though. Like if you've got 3 towns that are 5 miles apart, do you all get the same area, or do you? I feel like you get different results. I don't know. Strange. I think this is going to do for today. I want to loot this base. It's gassed. So I might as well loot it tomorrow, mightn't I? When it won't be gassed. Yeah, it's a lot easier to play darts. You can set up like a table in a fairly confined space. You just need to be able to stand like, what, about 8 feet from the board, isn't it? Something like that. I know, 7, 8 feet. I forget how long, but it's not that. You don't need a lot of room, do you? I can see the allure though, Hotfix. That's cool. Thank you for the resub. TM, thank you for the super chat. You appreciate it. Used to be God. Thank you as well. Happy, thank you. Yeah, I'm going to call it there because I want to loot that base. I need to find some Mosin rounds and hopefully a scope, and we'll probably just carry that on tomorrow. Yeah, cheers for coming in, peeps. I'm surprised. I thought, to be honest, I was fucking knackered this morning. I didn't think I'd last 7.5 hours. I'm pretty pleased that I have. Had a terrible run in the game, but at least we're logging out with a plate carrier and SVD. That's kind of cool. I'll be back again tomorrow just after lunchtime. I don't normally stream Fridays, but obviously I'm streaming tomorrow because I've only just got back today, so I'll be on tomorrow. I stream every other Friday, to be fair, and then Saturday I've got to go and get the kids, so I won't be on Saturday. Take it easy, peeps. Have a good one. I'll be back.